Who would have thought that the lifeline of our main character Loki could end so unexpectedly and absurdly as a professional computer game player? Waking up in some wooden box, as he thought, where it's terribly cold and dark, where you can't move. The air is so compressed and heavy. Loki began to assume that he was in some kind of trap, and he urgently needed to find a way out of it, and in no other way. He felt a feeling of fear and could not do anything about it. Just recently, he went through games with very thorny paths. Not everyone would dare to go through such incredible levels from beginning to end that our Loki managed without much difficulty. He reached the main boss. Previously, only a few reached him, but Loki is not an ordinary gamer. He is purposeful, persistent. He could sweat for days and nights in the most complex games. Having passed the main boss, I switched off for a moment and realized that I was not at home, not in my bed, but in some kind of fucking coffin. Loki realizes that he is not in the game. He is alone here with himself. He feels stuffy here. He is shrouded in fear because of his powerlessness in this position. He tries to find a way out, but everything is in vain. He fights in this box, tries to reach out to someone, but this is pointless, because the coffin is sealed very, very securely. And suddenly he felt someone's presence, and this something envelops his body. He is at a loss. Loki is perplexed what to do, because there is someone's hand on his face. In the literal sense, someone's hand, and a cold one. And in the dark, as they say, you can't make out. And then some girl jumps up on him. Her name is Melissa Loki, confused as to how such a beauty could get into his coffin, and most importantly, why. He touched her with his bewilderment. Because she explains to him that I am your wife. Don't you remember me? Don't you remember our happy life? Loki is simply smitten by this beauty, and he is trying to reach out to her, to understand where the way out is. He asks for help, but the beauty is not embarrassed by anything. Being in a coffin, he is in shock. He has classes tomorrow, and here the beauty has wrapped him in her charms, who also calls herself his wife, although he doesn't mind at all being a schoolboy. He is amazed by her beauty because she is so feminine. One can only dream about such a girl, and even more so for a wife. You haven't forgotten anything, Melissa says to Loki. What about the marital duty that was supposed to be fulfilled? She longs for copulation with him. Take me, my little rabbit. She is all exhausted. She misses affection. She misses his hands, kisses when he hugs her. She grabbed his lips and he realized that he was enveloped. She cast a spell on his lips which bewitched him in the literal sense of the word. Loki felt himself in some kind of mucus. Some symbols flashed around him. He did not understand what was happening. And then, when he woke up, he saw a blade. It became very familiar to him. It was like he was in some kind of video game. Some wars are trying to attack the coffin itself. King Jacques, the father of the man lying in the coffin, comes to his defense. The servants of the chief king of River Valley want to open the coffin because they claim that the chief of Chi province committed a crime and was punished. King Jacques drives away the minions of the River Valley. He already suffered great pain when he lost his son. Smirking, the servant of the River Valley says that he doesn't care. He will still take what he came for. And now the warrior of the River Valley will deliver his crushing blow. He must carry out the order, whatever it takes. The warrior quickly approached the coffin. With a swing of his sword, he tries to cut through it, not thinking about the consequences. But that was not the case. A huge lump of energy burst out of the coffin, which struck him down. The power was so great, that threw him away like a tennis ball. The rest of the minions were in deep shock, as their main ones ended up on the canvas. This clot of energy thundered throughout the entire area like a nuclear explosion, which frightened the residents and directly the servants of the River Valley. But most of all, everyone was horrified, since the head of the village, being dead, appeared before them alive and with incredible strength, comparable to the strength of Buddha. The frightened servants could not believe their eyes. Just recently, for them and for the entire village, for all the white people, he was dead. The head of Chi province finally stepped out of the coffin, having lain in the dark for such a long time, hungry, cold. He was at a loss about how he was feeling, since he had kissed Melissa earlier and felt like he had drunk 3 tons of punch. Everything is about to come out. He can barely restrain himself, as if an incredibly large flow of water is breaking through the dam. We all worked out. Our main character turned it into just an ordinary soap bubble. The mother of the head of the province of Qi was not said to be happy about the appearance of her son from the coffin. She began to hug him so tightly that she squeezed all the bones. The parents were shocked. After all, some time ago they had just said goodbye to him, and here you are, such a miracle. Our main character is Loki. That is, the ruler of the province of Qi is simply at a loss. Where did he end up? So what should he do? Loki asks them not to touch him. He has mixed feelings. Just recently he felt like he was in a coffin, being dead. But here it is, and in reality, the feeling of confusion that our main character experiences does not allow him to think sensibly. He rubs his eyes, pinches himself, but this leads nowhere. Well, Loki is about to realize that the scene from the game, which he previously saw while playing, has come to life in real life. His body is trembling. There is a hurricane in his stomach. He realizes that he has become a character from the game, whom he himself recently defeated in the last mission. He is hysterical and says, "This can't be. It's just a dream. Wake up, wake up!" The minions of the River Valley are trying to realize what is happening. Why is the head of Chai province behaving this way? The warrior, trying to surprise the head of the province of Qi, our Loki, wants to strike from the back of the dragon with a double Samehada move, and here it is. A burst of energy that stops the enemy's attack. The warrior is in deep shock from what is happening. It would seem that he is striking with all his might. And the head of the Qi province is simply blowing his fingers to smithereens, a servant from the River Valley. That spiritual power that the head of the province of Qi directly possesses, and which Loki himself knows about. The small part that he used against the minion, Loki gave him a simple combination of a strike without a dense spirit that passes right through the enemy. The energy of the spirit without a dense one simply tore the enemy apart, turning him into a bloody salad. I understand that everything is serious and they are not playing games with them. The minions of the River Valley will think about making a joint attack. Swinging their weapons, they began to attack our protagonist, thinking that numerical superiority could defeat Loki. The blow that Loki wants to make is called the Kiyosaki blow, or the 1,000 lightning swords of the fallen samurai. The more he concentrates the energy, the stronger the attack will be, which will defeat any enemy without a level of fortitude similar to the head of the Qi province. Loki's forbidden move will simply disarm the minions of the River Valley and take them to hell. Losers scattered like wood chips, like a nuclear explosion in a bamboo forest. The head of Qi province retained his status for a long time, driving away and expelling these minions of the River Valley, the servants of whose province were ordered to get rid of the corpses as quickly as possible, so that peace and beauty reign in this holy land. Queen Cadetta worries that River Valley's minions could return at any moment. But she is also incredibly happy that her son was able to clear the lands of uninvited guests who are wreaking havoc and chaos in their province of Qi. Jacques, don't you think that our son is not the same as before? He is more embittered. He is confused at the same time. Maybe we need to talk to him? Loki is in thought. How did it happen that it seems like yesterday he was still going to school, playing his favorite games carefree? And here he is, the main character of the game he completed. He was haunted by the fact that many would probably dream of being in the very game they went through, but it's not our Loki anymore. He's really confused. And what kind of warrior is he? Even when he holds a spoon, when he eats soup, and his hand is shaking, and here he can control spiritual power, also practice swords and wield it at the level of a master. But where is it? Loki was overcome with anger. Why should he be so punished? He liked his carefree life, but here the well-being of the province and many lives of the inhabitants depend on his actions. Loki is incredibly tired of this. He wants to go back. It's like a path into the unknown. For him, playing games is real life. And out of nowhere, his virtual wife appears again and shocks our main character. This is just some kind of dissonance. "Don't you love your wife?" says Melissa. "When you get married, the status of being married means being married to your husband." She convinces him that she is in his head, like a system. What you have ever dreamed about, what you have thought about, here it is. Your ideal, your world view. Melissa claims that his soul is now immortal as he always wanted it. That's what the game is all about. Our Loki is outraged. Just recently he fought alone against 13 legendary, invincible, indestructible killers, and he takes the title of Perfect Fighter Lord, head of the province of Qi. For decades, for decades, millennia of war, they fought for the possession of this title. The main character is haunted by thoughts like Melissa, aka the system that called him into this game, grins and is touched at the same time. Loki is furiously waiting for an explanation. Why him? Why no one else? After all, he was not the only one who played this game. Now, being the head of the province of Chi, he asks to bring him back. He wonders why and why. When he was already dead, at the end of the game, he is suddenly revived. Melissa explains to him that life doesn't end there, since he managed to pass all the levels, which are quite difficult. He has the opportunity to build a scenario himself and be the main character. What if he's not satisfied with what I'm offering him? Melissa. Maybe he wants to live his life the same way, enjoy trifles, little things, be a child, go to school. She asks him, isn't he glad that he will be the chief in everything? That he will set the pace, set the rhythm? Melissa reminded him that before he got into this incredible game, he died and that she, as a system, managed to drag him into this game. Just like our Loki's heart stopped, she claims that I am becoming the game itself. Does this suit him? Living is simply boring in the afterlife without changes, without events. Loki had no idea that Melissa could end his life with a snap of her fingers. So he realized the seriousness of, and leaves him no choice. Either die forever, or there is an opportunity to take part in this exciting, crazy game. After some deliberation, our main character finally agrees to take part. Otherwise, death. Loki immediately changes his shoes, showering compliments on the system called Melissa, and thanks for the chance. This cannot go on forever, Loki thought, and promised himself that in any case he would find a way out of this game since all rules have exceptions. Melissa now encourages him rather to new missions, to new beginnings and a rewrite of the history of the game. Well, it's time to take part in the competition. Loki and Melissa will go to the Valley of Pain. Everything will happen there. She will test the strength of our main character, how good he is at games. Meanwhile, in the Valley of Fog, in the Sand family, where the whole valley is in bewilderment, how did it happen that the previously killed head of the Chi province came to life again? After all, the ruler of the Valley of Mist, Sana, wants his death. How did he manage to do this? The family was shocked by this fact, because rumors spread throughout the entire area. Sisters Sana and Dana are angry, because they saw with their own eyes the murdered head of the province of Chi. Was he really able to master the revival technique? This is impossible. There is something different here, thought Sister Dana. Sana promised herself that she would take part in the competition and destroy the head of Chi province. Now this time she decided that she would end things with him once and for all. She has honed her skills for many years, and she also has secret techniques. Now Sana intends to find out the truth of our main character's return to life. Loki notifies his parents that he will take part in the competition, as he wishes to do so, and advises them to choose a safer place than Chi province. King Jacques claims that he was not the best dad before, but with all his heart he believes with Kadeta that she holds victory in the competition and will be the best of the best. Who would have thought that parents would ever see their son again, not in the next world, but in real life, in reality? Queen Kadeta burst into tears. What if she never sees her son again? But they bless him and will eagerly await his return. Loki promised to give everyone a hard time and asked them not to worry about him, but to think only about good things, since he is already a great warrior. Loki also states that there is only one rule: the strong survive and the weak die. This is his path, which he will follow until his last breath. Our main character is very serious, and asserts to himself that his parents will be proud of him. After all, from generation to generation, their family was famous for victories in everything. As they say, make way for the young. Now Loki intends to return the former glory of his ancestors, as well as increase it tenfold. The father has never seen a determined son. He has really grown up. Now there is someone to inherit the will of fire. The Valley of Glory is the place where all participants in the competition and the heads of all unions responsible for the competition will be determined. Now here, upon arrival in the Valley of Glory, Loki has not yet felt better after moving from real life to the game, but Melissa supports him in every possible way. Our hero does not despair. He adapts every minute, every hour, even though it's not easy. Think for yourself what it's like. But Melissa warned him not to use a technique of this level to go through temporary space to the Valley of Glory. But I wanted to show a couple of tricks to my parents. They were simply in the deepest shock. That's why our main character felt bad. They were far from the first in this valley, which amazed the local residents with their appearance. The old man was surprised by the comet on which Melissa and Loki arrived. He had never seen such magic before, but here the old man turned out to be difficult. The elements flickered in his gaze, a bloody gaze thirsty for blood. Looks like he already guessed who it was. Loki was wary of what abilities this old man could store within himself, and he had to be careful and attentive. And the old man recognized him, and Loki was flattered that his victory over 13 ruthless warriors was known in the Valley of Glory. This has nothing to do with the old man. He is not interested in fighting with such a child. As Loki put it self-confidently, just a minute ago the malicious old man was already inviting our guests to register for the competition. And who knows, finding himself on the battlefield, what this old man could show, smiling sarcastically, and there is a bloody darkness in his eyes. And so Loki and Melissa rushed quickly to the headquarters of decision-making on participation in competitions. Loki immediately froze, because the main character who killed him in that very game, Khan, is already here and 2 people are interested in him. Now Loki realizes that he will have to fight tooth and nail. Because if Khan came here, it means that difficult tests await him. Loki's view has already changed as he sees the problem of Khan, who managed to defeat him in a difficult battle. Sana is already receiving information about where Khan is located. Who knows what she has prepared in her arsenal? Perhaps they want to team up with Khan. Sana and Dana are already in a state of temptation, and most likely they will find Khan in order to kill Loki for the second time, and forever. But you must admit, Sana is very sweet in appearance, but most likely she is not short of cunning. And what has she prepared for our main character? Loki immediately became a pillar. He recognized her, and this shocked him. He had mixed feelings. Immediately our main character began to choke in memories of the former life of the head of the province of Chi. But once upon a time he promised that he would take her as his wife, and this would be forever by giving her the emerald bracelet that his father had forged. Her exorbitant beauty could break the will of anyone, even the most cold-blooded warrior of that time. And so our hero falls in love like a boy. He loses the power of speech, and his body sweats. He was literally stunned. It was as if he had been bewitched by the unearthly beauty of Sana. Here they are standing in front of each other. Sana is perplexed who is in front of her. She is going through her thoughts. She too is speechless in amazement and tries to delve into her memories. But now the strongly unshakable warrior stands, confused, thoughtful, and in bewilderment. She recognized him. Mixed feelings of love and rage simply clouded her mind with every second. Immediately her look changed, and she really had confidence, like a snake. Remaining calm, she was about to draw her sword. The katana it was about to take out was poisoned by the venom of a very rare snake at that time, from a poison that paralyzes the entire body. Trying to concentrate, Sana chooses the moment to attack, and the place where she can hit and kill instantly. By killing our main character, she provides a service to the people and eases their suffering, knowing the fact that he is already deep underground. Mixed state. She seems to have hesitated, but seems to be ready to attack. But something is holding her back. Something is stopping her. And at the same time, she is in shock. She is so confused that once her fiancé, who should be in the next world, is standing in front of her. Loki was amazed at this reaction. She was about to burst into tears. So what should I do? How to react? He didn't think that this would lead her into such a shock, and that her lover would stand in front of her. But Melissa quickly brought Loki to his senses. And now, it would seem, he stretches out his hand to his bride with a radiant smile on his face and as if nothing had happened. When suddenly, Sana launches her attack, putting all the power she has there and concentrating the blow to the heart area. But our hero parries this attempt with ease. He fought such great wars, and here is a girl. Doesn't ask a completely logical question. What is she doing? Did she really not recognize him? Maybe she confused him with someone. She herself was overcome by anger, and she immediately began accusing our main character of being the devil in the flesh. She thought that Loki was planning something and wanted to prevent his actions in every possible way. Was it really possible that what happened before could turn her against me? There used to be love. There used to be feelings. We went through such a thorny path. And now this. Our main character began to calm her down and, emphasizing that her smile drives him crazy, "It's such a hello to you after a long separation." Her eyes glowed and with rage shouting, "What kind of tricks are these? How did he manage to die and be reborn again?" After all, as mentioned earlier, if our main character uses black magic, then their engagement will be a failed wedding. This is one of the rules. And now our Loki arouses Sana's hatred and is even more indignant. How can he improve in her eyes? Loki managed to parry her attack without much effort, because he was on a completely different level. Slyly, our main character is trying to convey to Sanya that at the moment he is standing in front of her and waiting for action. After thinking a little, Loki invites her to fight, since she so wants to grind him into powder, to which Sana is even more indignant. How can he afford this? And at the same time, she really missed him for a very long time. And now, standing in front of him alive, she has mixed feelings, and she doesn't know what to do. Earlier, during their time together, the bride fell ill with Corey and was on the verge of death. Therefore, the corner province of her groom, there was no other choice. How to use the secrets of black, insanely sinister magic in order to heal his beloved. But as they say, everything has consequences. In the province, it was decided to expel the head because he was imbued with this black matter. But our Loki also believed that if he can delay these minutes of his wife's life, then what can he delay? If he can prolong her life, if there is at least a small option, a way to heal her, then so be it. But when the head of the province died, Sana became isolated and didn't know how to live on. Loki is indignant. Why they don't understand him? He had no other choice. If it weren't for black magic, then in his place, Sana would be lying in the coffin. And so our main character, looking eye to eye, shows his strength by penetrating the spiritual body of his beloved Sana. Now Loki doesn't even understand whether those feelings were sincere that he didn't experience before all this happened. Suddenly her eyes themselves changed color and didn't light up. She felt hot and didn't understand what was happening to her. And everything is simple. The spiritual dark power that our main character possesses can reach every thread of her body and also touch the emotional component. Locus could melt this glacier inside the Sana without making much effort, which completely amazed her. Headlong, she rushed to her sister because she was scared, confused, as if she had been short-lived, and she collapsed as if in a bag. It would seem that she fell to the ground, but our main character caught her and, accordingly, took up witchcraft. Inside her, the pulse became so weak that her heart did not have time to pump blood through the vessels, and it seemed that she was about to go to the next world. Loki was even a little confused because, having brought the judge into consciousness, he realized that there was some kind of block on it, some kind of very powerful spell, a forbidden technique. It seems someone has done work on her, someone no less powerful than our main character. Having paid the merchant, he asked for a room for his bride in order to perform a ritual for her restoration and recovery. But the sister resisted and was indignant, screaming at our main character's back so that he would let her go immediately, calling him the devil. Milk immediately calmed down the angry sister, explaining that only he could help her and no one else. Also, in addition, he said, isn't she worried about her sister? He asked her to put aside all her anger. Confused, Dana stood in the same place, as if she had been stopped by force, and was in thought for a very long time. But after some time, she followed Loki and was very worried about her sister. Melissa immediately appeared and tried to defuse the situation and calm Dana down by inviting her to dine at Glory Valley. But her indignation led her more and more into a dead end, because she believed that our main character did not care about her sister. The same. Melissa hurried to Loki to say sarcastically that he was carrying a beautiful girl, because she herself dreams of being in the arms of our main character. The male screamed. The enraged Dana scared the entire foyer. We stunned the merchant. Then you didn't understand how to react to it. Knocking on the door, furious Dana again showers our protagonist with unsubstantiated accusations. She claims that you need to act courteously with her, that this is not a girl who can be picked up from the road, but a man of blue blood. And again she was indignant, because in response she did not hear anything at all. It was as if she was being ignored. And again, panic overtook Dana, which hinders the whole process, as if she doesn't understand reality. But the reality is this: if Loki doesn't help her in the near future, then no one will help her. And then Loki, having cried out, calms down because she burdens everything with her screams and distracts him from treating his chosen one. But then the eyes of the snake lit up and enveloped Sana, and it would seem that some kind of energy, some kind of chakra was activated. At some point, an unusual ruby attached to his belt began to signal the old man in the kimono. Meet Master Chan, the head of the Valley of Mist, and the father of Loki's bride. He was amazed at the activity of the pendant and understood that his daughter was somewhere close. One of the minions tried to convince Master Chan to check the building in front of them. His Master Chan and his servants are ready to enter this building, just as his servants were already ready to take the fight. Well, yes. She didn't stop being aggressive and screamed like a little girl, and her bewilderment only created an uncomfortable atmosphere. She argued that yes, maybe you are treating her, but you are still the same devil, an exile. What good can you do by killing so many people? Conversations can be heard outside the door. And this is Master Chan wondering what room his daughter is in. They gladly helped him, because it is customary for the Valley of Glory to show hospitality to the guest. Having opened the doors, the servants were at one time happy, but also annoyed at another. They were confused by the situation in which their mistress was. They were in such emotional shock that they didn't know how to react. It seemed like they were filled with anger inside, but they also seemed to have compassion. Sweat was running down her neck as her body was under stress. There was something incredible inside of her. She can't control it. She screamed with a breath, and her body was burning, as if there was lava inside. She was enveloped in heat more and more. She begged to stop it, because she could not withstand such incineration inside herself. After all, she had never felt this chakra before. The minions were incredibly angry. They were about to explode because the power of the Valley of Mist flows through their blood. For the sake of their mistress, they will do anything. They will fight tooth and nail. And now they, it would seem, are starting their techniques. Just at the time when our main character performs a rite of healing, the expulsion of the unknown, published crying out, "Let our mistress go!" And Loki's patience is about to burst, and he is ready to put an end to the minions who are interfering with the process with one technique. We are now approaching our main character. The servants are stopped by the stop signal, which was spoken by Master Chan. He was indignant, describing all this disgrace, and ordered him to quickly come to his senses and not do anything stupid, to which one of the servants objected, so that they want to carry out punishment on the enemy. After all, they found out that this is the head of the province of Qi, to which Master Chan is trying to reach out to the minions. Don't you recognize him? Just a little more, and you would have been able to interrupt your mistress's healing, and this would have led to irreversible consequences. Incredibly, the rumors turned out to be true, the old man thought, and was surprised at how he managed to rise from the dead. And this technique is so sinister which Loki uses, and he was simply stunned, and he became stunned. How could such a youth master such a powerful technique? After the rebirth of the master, people go for years to reach the level of healing. Immediately, his daughter's face changed. It felt like she was feeling much better. Some kind of darkness was coming out of her, and at the same time she was filled with energy, with light energy. The seal that our main character owned emitted such a light that spread throughout the entire Valley of Glory. Sana experienced incredible warmth that covered her body, and this energy that literally flowed through every cell of the body. It's as if she is in weightlessness, as if not on Earth, in some kind of paradise, where it's warm, where you feel great, where your thoughts are pure, and everything around is incredibly aesthetic. She felt as if she was swimming in warm milk. Some hand, a very warm hand, enveloped her with incredible energy. Now she saw all the pain that our main character experiences, as if it were in his mind. After all, he gave a piece of himself. After all, previously, from all the valleys, from all the provinces, all that was heard was, "Kill the head of the province Qi on monster in the flesh." She saw how orphaned his soul was, how much he was in pain, how lonely he was, as if he were standing on the edge of an abyss where everyone was trying to push him down. Suddenly, the chakra that had been filling her body all this time felt relief, because just recently, she was lying lifeless. She managed to feel all his pain, and he fought with this pain alone. He had no helpers. He was in darkness, in endless darkness. God, what he had to experience. And he's still the same, Sana thought. What a fool she was. Through all this darkness, she saw how bright he was inside, outside. And this is still a boy, already a man, who fell in love with her. After all, such selfless guys have never been met before. And our main character is Loki. He was an incredible luminary. His self-confidence is not to be lacking. Indeed, at the moment when he said that she was his bride, he gave her an emerald bracelet, which was made by the hands of his ancestors, which were passed down by inheritance. So she returned to the time when she saw him die. What pain she felt, as if she was torn to shreds. It's like a glass that you glue together, but it will still have cracks. After all, Loki shouted to her, "Don't leave! Don't leave me!" But the very fact that he became a villain aroused mixed feelings in her. It seemed that she was about to go crazy. Sobbing in tears, she screamed for him to forgive her. She was so stupid that she could think for a second that he had changed for the worse. How could she forget him? How could she allow herself not to think about him? After all, he put everything on the line for the sake of his beloved. Clutching her father's kimono, she wondered who was standing in front of her. She seemed delirious. Master Chan tried to bring her mental consciousness back because she confused her lover with her father. The sister hugged Sana, tried to bring her to her senses, because no one understood the nonsense that she published. Her cries that she was wrong, that it was not her fault in front of the head of the province of Qi. She still insisted that it wasn't her fault, but at the same time she felt incredibly guilty. And at some point she came to her senses, which made her relatives happy. Joy knew no bounds. "God," Sana said, "what did she have to experience? She is incredibly ashamed in front of our main character." After all, some time ago she dreamed of her fiancé. She was able to see all his components and sorrows, joy and despair. Her tears of joy confused Master Chan. She claimed that how could she have thought earlier that he was a devil, a monster in the flesh, blaming him for all the deeds. Loki began to prove her right. How could she forget the warmth and light that was between them? After all, everything is in order now. Emotions overwhelmed Sana. She kept whispering his name and whispering, "After all, as they say, love will pass through fire, water, and copper pipes." Loki argued. How could she doubt him if he had previously given no reason at all, and also accuse him of all his actions, as if he were an enemy of the people? Our main character managed to disenchant her. But who cast this spell on his betrothed? She seemed to have woken up after 1,000 years of sleep. Someone managed to darken her mind. How he missed this affection, this love, and her smell simply fascinated our main character and drove him crazy, which he had not noticed until that moment. They looked like two swans who, after a long separation, merged again. Something magical happened. Our main character began to reassure that everything is fine. He is nearby. He will not let her be offended, and that there is no place in his heart for another woman. Exhaling, Master Chan was happy at the same time, but also annoyed at the same time, because so much had happened, and it had to be digested. Yes, he was glad that they were together. They look harmonious. And procreation is one of the most important factors in the union of a man and a woman. Master Chan called our main character along so that they have something to talk about and discuss. Grasping tightly, Sana began to worry about her lover. What does her father want to say? And so our main character rushed after the old man. He himself is perplexed as to what will be discussed. One could see how Master Chan's energy was raging from behind, because his spiritual strength, even at his age, had not weakened one bit. Our hero feels just great. Now he is at the peak of his strength and capabilities. It's as if he never disappeared anywhere. Here it is, the Sinnival Forest, about which there are legends, about which there were battles on Beiji, ongoing confrontations. It would seem that everything looks as if a battle is about to take place between these two people. But this was not the case. Loki was in amazement. Why did Master Chan call him to this forest? What does he want and how can it be useful to him? But do not forget that Master Chan has status and is famous throughout the valleys and provinces for his power. The old man asked if Loki knew where they were now and what this mysterious place was. In other words, Master Chan is trying to convey to our main character that this is not just some forest. This is a cemetery for warriors. This is where competitions will be held between the best warriors from everywhere. And Master Chan warns Loki that this will not be just a competition. There will be the most desperate killers, the most ferocious warriors the world has never seen. That this will not just be a walk through a mysterious forest, in particular a cemetery. This earth is soaked in blood. In this forest, punishment is carried out over opponents. Previously, a river of blood flowed here, and the smell that was exhausted was reminiscent of rotting corpses. Those people who did this never felt guilty and believed that they would leave without consequences. And now he will test how much Loki loves his daughter and how good his intentions are considered. Because the battle can really show the strength and abilities of our hero, which is what the old man wants to fight. Master Chan has very strong techniques. His strength is the element of water. Once he managed to flood an entire village, and if Loki cannot cope with such a skilled man, then he will never see his Sana. And now Master Chan takes the first step. He summoned the water dragon and believes that he is able to wash away our main character with a simple technique. The technique, Master Chana, is not as simple as it would seem. He is able to turn ordinary water into a crystal, that is, a mirror. Previously, as a young man, Loki had met Sana's father, and this always horrified him, since he could not do anything about it. But Loki is forced to upset the old man. He is no longer the same youth, and not the same villain that many people booed him as. Loki's technique is very unusual in that he can summon the underworld of Anubis, which is capable of sucking in anyone. And since in front of him is truly a master of his craft, he understands that he cannot get rid of Master Chan with a simple technique. And now the bloody threads have already followed to his opponent. What's most interesting is that the old man doesn't even understand the capabilities of our protagonist and what he's capable of. It took Loki more than 5 seconds to summon such an incredible technique and bring it into reality. The old man froze because he had never seen such power before. And this is just a young man, and he is able to hold such energy within himself. This is simply mind-boggling. Just look at what the water dragon technique, the mirror lake combined with the afterlife of Anubis, and the bloody thread technique do to the earth on which the battle is taking place. The techniques are so strong that they went into the atmosphere, an incredible surge of energy in the air. This was felt by all the local residents, as well as the warriors who arrived from other valleys in the province. Also, everyone was confused by this control of the energy that is hovering. After all, ordinary energy is not often seen in reality. It is not perceptible and not tangible. And here is something that shocked everyone who saw it. It's as if hypnosis hung over the Valley of Glory, making its way through warriors and strangers. Sana has no idea what's going on there. And why is everyone freaking out? She immediately rushed to the scene in order to prevent this confrontation, but her sister wants to follow her. Rushing at full speed, there was only one thought, so that they would not kill each other, because these are two important people, without whom her inner world would turn into an empty shell. Loki's technique cut leaves on the fly with its bloody threads. Because it has no limit, it is very powerful. Even pieces of the master's hair began to float in the air from the ferocity of his power, which put the old man in a stupor. Master Chan was annoyed at how the young man was able to master such a technique and split his water dragon without moving. Loki thanked Master Chan for the warm-up and for letting him win this time. But then, in a rage, the old man asked where he got such power and how he could cope with such energy. After all, a simple youth has no right to possess such monstrous power. Despair was visible in Master Chan's face, but at the same time he was glad that his daughter was in good hands. So Sana appeared, sweating and crying, trying to dissuade her father that Loki poses some other threat to humanity. With her soul and heart, as well as her head, she understands that Loki became very strong. He knew how to stop his old father, who was an example for everyone. Likewise, the servants and her sister were surprised how this head of the province of Chi, who had not yet known anything in this life, managed to resist the master of the element of water. Loki took off his cloak, and there was a smile on his face. But at the same time, there was a fire in his eyes that everyone felt and saw. He threw his robe over the bride, convincing her that she could catch a cold, which proves how dear she is to him. And these are not empty words. And again he preserved her honor and dignity. After all, she is of blue blood, and she should not appear in such an image in front of others. Finally, Master Chan admitted that this is indeed the head of the Chai province, who was originally, and not a villain, a monster or a demon, as he was described. And he also understands the firmness of this young man's intentions, that he will give his life for the sake of his beloved. Now he can be calm. Confusion flashed through Sana's mind. Why did her father use this particular technique? After all, Master Chan is one of the greatest sensei of his time. He didn't even attack at half strength. And all because it was most likely a demonstration of Loki's abilities. But then Father Po prevented Sanya, saying that she didn't know anything and was still too young. Master Chan still didn't understand where this young man came from so much strength. He, being a master, could not stop the young man's technique. Loki thanked his senior mentor for the fight and explained that Master Chan was just testing him. He so touched the master with his exclamations. In some way, now he is even afraid of him. Master Chan also notified Loki that it was not for nothing that he did not intervene when he was being pursued by the clans in order to take revenge. It was Master Chan who installed the memory block in Sana. She didn't. That's why she couldn't remember what Loki was like. She only had bad impressions. The old man didn't think that anyone would be able to break this spell, and, as it seems to the old man, it was not without reason that Loki managed to remove the spell from her. So, this is fate. At this moment, the old man asks to extend his hand to him. Our main character is truly in amazement. How did his own father cast a spell on his daughter? And as a reward, he gave the secret of his technique and how to fold seals, so that our main character could master the technique of not only the Mirror Lake, and now the Great Mirror Sea. Amaze the master with your skills, and it seems to him that only he will be able to use this technique to the fullest. Since he is no longer the same age and spiritual power, it is not worth wasting it. Some otherworldly energy was felt inside our main character. Loki understands that now his abilities are beyond the limits of consciousness. The master also added that if he practices day after day, he will achieve perfection in this technique. What did Master Chan fail? And here is our main character practicing with this new technique, which was given to him by the old man. The essence is to concentrate chi at one point to create an energy field. This is what amazed Sana with her quick adaptation to the new technique, as her father put it, that Loki is quite talented, so it won't be difficult for him to improve the technique. That is why Loki once managed to win the heart of this young lady who is head over heels in love with him, and she understands that behind him, it is like behind a stone wall. And then, as always, Melissa is on hand. She convinces our main character why he is the best player. He manages to cope with the challenges, and he does not invent the wheel, and the appearance of the police, as always, is inopportune. It has agitated Sana more and more, and it seems this river of jealousy will soon fill the entire district. Now our hero is trying to justify to his beloved that he has nothing in common, and Melissa is not part of the love triangle. At the same time, after thinking for a second, after thinking about it, putting two and two together, the beloved begins to understand what's what. What is that girl behind Loki? She's not just a girl. She's like a guardian angel who managed to save our main character from the clutches of the afterlife. Oh, and Loki was lucky. Otherwise, he was already worried about how he would make excuses to his bride. And not everyone could find the words. It's a long story. And now his bride has no doubt that this beautiful girl is not her competition, but on the contrary, she protects him from adversity. And also with her assumption, she put Melissa and Loki in a stupor. Yes, you dream, in fact, not everyone can. Sana also praises the technique that Melissa uses, since she thinks that Melissa is a real being. But then she breaks the stereotype that has developed about her and reveals the truth. They say that she is a system. At the same time, Dana hastened to alert her sister that suddenly she is just your rival and competitive in love. To which Sana answered her that never in her life would any one of the female sex stand between her and the head of the province. Firstly, Sana is simply beautiful as a girl. She is of blue blood. She combines femininity, inner and outer beauty, and this already means a lot. She is also filled with energy. She is cheerful, and if she is given love, she will reciprocate. After what was said, she simply angered the system, Melissa, so much so that it was as if smoke was burning from all the cracks. Who knew that the system could be enraged and that it is so vulnerable, considering that it itself created this whole picture and this game and asks for politeness and gratitude? As expected, in the dispute, the truth is born, and Master Chan only he will be able to diffuse the situation, because his wisdom has no limits. He also reminded that Sana is of blue blood, and it is indecent for such a lady to get into arguments, skirmishes. Smart will remain silent. Suddenly, in the middle of this whole conversation, Master Chan noticed something approaching through the forest. Yes, and he was not mistaken. These were other people. Apparently, that energetic flow of energy that dissipated in the air attracted the attention of many. Voices are heard from the forest, and it seems that these people know those present, or rather Master Chan and his family from the Valley of Mist. Unusual people in robes with animals appeared before them, and somehow this even made them wary. But everything worked out. This is the leader of the forest, King Beastmaster Rex. He paid respect to Master Chan. On Master Chan, somewhere he even addressed the guests with empathy. He also warned them that battles and competitions would be held here. They should get out of the forest, to which Rex grinned and said, "Is it really only you, old man, who can visit this forest?" After all, Rex is not the first year in this forest. He knows every loophole here. Immediately, Master Chan's minions raised their voices. They are angry, and specifically because this stranger allows him to talk to the master so disrespectfully. But once Master Chan himself participated in the competitions of the Valley of Glory and even took the title of champion, he was nicknamed the Indestructible because of his techniques associated with the element of water. Master Chan made it clear to the guys that they were no match for him and there was no point in him proving anything to them. He had already proven to himself a long time ago and to others who he was and what he was. But apparently, Rex does not take this seriously. He continues to grin with his tribe, and he also added that when there was a hunt for the head of the province of Qi, our main character, Valley of the Mist, and Master Chan himself played an important role. And Rex also claims that Master Chan was protecting his interests in all this, which is why he is not afraid of the old man standing in front of him. Then our Loki got into the conversation and smashed Rex to smithereens, since it was Rex who told where our main character was hiding. Rex turned white. His surprise knew no bounds, since he seemed to have guessed who was standing in front of him, but it seemed he didn't. Loki, smiling, mentions that Rex became the successor of this unimaginable tribe in the forest. Otherwise, you don't want to say hello to an old acquaintance. And so the tribe and Rex himself recognized our main character, the head of the province of Qi. This made them angry and scared at the same time. Loki was burning with curiosity. How did Rex get the title of head of the tribe? This excited our main character. After all, at one time Rex was a nobody, when the head of the province of Qi was already well known throughout the district and outside his province. And so Loki threw all the cards on the table, because he guessed that Rex, in exchange for his title, gave away the location of our main character. Now the angry Rex barked like a dog having heard the truth. As they say, they are not offended by the truth. But what outraged him most of all was that he did not receive the title of leader on his own. There was anger in Rex's eyes, and at the same time the realization that the head of the Qi province managed to defeat 13 fearless warriors alone. And also Rex's brother dissuades the leader from the conflict. Believing in himself, Rex decided to postpone this conversation for another date, and used the excuse that he still had work to do. And he also warned our protagonist that during the competition, he would closely watch Loki. Well, this statement amused our main character more and more, because he can handle this Rex with one finger of his left hand without breaking a sweat. That's where I was. Suddenly Loki's look changed. Surprise. No misunderstanding of what was happening. He decided to slow down the tribe and Rex himself, since he had questions that Loki wants answers to. The whole tribe perked up. Rex was also at a loss to understand what the head of the Qi province wanted from him. At one moment, our main character was incredibly angry. The energy that burned around him was torn from within. A feeling of anger enveloped him every second. He asked where Rex got the green bell from, but Rex did not betray the meaning. He did not understand the seriousness of the question that Loki asked him. And more frighteningly, he asked, "Where did you get it?" And it seems that Loki is about to explode. Rex realized that jokes were bad, because hatred was burning in the eyes of our main character. And, as mentioned earlier, he considers the head of the province of Qi to be unpredictable. But then Sana got into the conversation, angrily pointing out that the bell was her older sister Aurora's. To which Rex grinned, pointing out, "Don't they understand what really happened and where he got it from?" Playing on his nerves as if on strings, Rake gave them the opportunity to guess where he got this green bell from. Meanwhile, Loki began to concentrate an energy stream of lightning in his hands. Black lightning in his left hand, golden lightning in his right hand. Rex's tribe and Rex himself were simply frightened by this fact, since they had never been able to see such a warrior before with such concentration, let alone concentration. And it seems, already in a fit of anger, our main character is about to simply incinerate them, turn them into a bloody salad. The flow of energy that Loki emitted was incredible. New technique again. How can he hold so much energy in himself? This is truly amazing. Inexorably, Loki wants to get an answer, because the future existence of this tribe, and the dog Rex himself, depends on the answer. This all smacks of revenge for Aurora. Until now, there was a mystery. How she left this world and who helped her in this. Loki began to release more and more lightning energy along the forest, which startled the animals. The trees swayed from side to side and in a circle. The brother of the Beast Lord Rex is trying to dissuade him from the idea of fighting our Loki in battle. War's Rex is simply in a panic. Previously, they had never seen the kind of power that Loki emitted, and it terrified them every second. Our main character was so carried away by revenge that he even forgot that if the fight begins before the competition is announced, he will automatically be disqualified. Immediately, Master Chan asks his daughter to stop her lover before he enters into conflict, because all this will be fraught with consequences. But Sana had an ambivalent feeling. On the one hand, she wanted Loki to take revenge on the offenders, but on the other hand, she understood that their stay in the Valley of Glory would end this minute. She decided not to do anything. After all, this is her sister Aurora, and the killer must be punished, she thought. She was also outraged. What's the point of becoming first in some competitions? It doesn't matter. Now her lover is nearby. She had previously admired Loki's superiority over the others, and now even more so, seeing how his technique was growing before her eyes and the energy of such people was gushing. Master Chan understands that his daughter is in an emotional state and admires her lover. But this is not a solution. Something must be done. But with every minute, the energy of our main character splashed out more and more with furious force to such an extent that the branches and the trees around were scattered into splinters. Here it is, the confrontation between the Beast Lord Rex and Loki, who is able to call upon the underworld to support him. And also don't forget, he is endowed with the technique of Master Chan. It would seem that Rex was not scared by the technology of our protagonist because he is ready to take the fight. His ego clouds his eyes, and he does not want to admit reality. And the reality is that Loki is capable of finishing him and his entire clan with one technique. After the first steps, he realizes that his technique is not good enough, and the control of the power that he sees before his eyes from Loki is simply unimaginable. The technique that Rex is going to use is called the Lock of Symbols, and he is about to direct his attack on our main character. I grin at Loki in anticipation of the fight, and he is even somehow surprised that once upon a time this worm Rex, who handed him over to the killers, could do something. Immediately Loki began to produce some kind of symbol, releasing more and more blood chakra. Now our main character will show him all his power. Everything has turned into a bloody fog around. The atmosphere is filled with Loki's anger. Now the smile has already disappeared from Rex's face. He understands that in front of him is a difficult tramp, but a great, skilled warrior, whose name is known in more than one valley. Loki managed to concentrate energy in an energy ball. The pitch darkness that enveloped this energy flow was incredibly powerful and shook the air. Loki's attack, unlike Rex's attack, is simply on a different level. At the level of weightlessness, Rex's technique will simply dissolve, and all the wars, and the Lord of the Beasts himself will fall, and without understanding anything. Fear, panic, and a feeling of helplessness increasingly overcome the guests who came from the forest. Their screams only please our main character. It would seem that one attack can grind them into powder in an instant. In order to stop the attack, Rex concentrated all his energy on the gate out of desperation. This is one of his techniques. He held it like an ace in his hole. But he again underestimates how skilled a warrior Loki is, and he is able to change the shape of his chakra energy, turning it into a blood dragon. But Rex's defense failed miserably. The attack was so powerful that it simply split the gate. It would seem that the upstart will end up in the afterlife in an instant and will be imprisoned there forever. But then, out of nowhere, someone sent his water dragon, a technique that Master Chan had previously given to our main character, to the epicenter of the battle. He managed to hold off Loki's attack while dodging the Blood Dragon's attack with his unrivaled technique. Everyone perked up. After all, he was able to stop our main character, which amazed him on the spot with his art. But Loki fought with Master Chan, and understands that it cannot be him. After all, earlier in their battle, Loki simply split in the air the water dragon that the Master created. But everyone's attention was attracted by the unexpected appearance of one of the warriors of the past hero of his time. The father of water technicians, the unsurpassed Master Yutaro, who could single-handedly fight 100 warriors, appeared before everyone. He turned to our main character. His indignation knew no bounds, and he was also surprised at how the once head of the province of Chi, while still a very young man, became such a powerful warrior. Loki turned pale at the moment, because he recognized Master Yutaro and was in the deepest shock. Who would have thought that they would ever meet again? And this was the same old man who had previously greeted our main character with Melissa upon arrival in the Valley of Glory. And this is an acquaintance of Master Chan for a very long time. Once they fought side by side, and then fate brought them together again. Some kind of silence hung in the air after the masters exchanged glances. They had something to remember. Indeed, in the confrontation between these mighty warriors, it was possible to write history about them many times. He would have refused Master Chan is going to attack the arriving guest, and quite unexpectedly. But that was not the case. These two old men have been comrades for a long time. They were united not only by a joint battle, but also by friendship of peoples. Everyone was wondering what is happening now. Why do they laugh, like children, being masters? Mother's nostalgia made these two sworn friends remember the old days and, it would seem, the battle between Loki and Rex was declared invalid. But before, they could drink sake for hours and discuss their past lives. There was something to share together. After all, they fought side by side for their Valley of Fog. Immediately, everyone began to discuss how these two masters know each other. Maybe they are friends, or maybe it's just chance. There was only one thought in the head of the old men. I would rather get drunk and be nostalgic. Master Yutaro was madly glad to meet his friend. After all, the tests that they went through together will forever remain in history. Why would Yutaro stop this confrontation? What is the point in this? After all, the old man will not be warm or cold from this. Are you really looking for young talents to open your school again? Equipment that I previously owned? Master Chan overestimates his old friend. After all, at the moment he is just traveling, enjoying life. After all, the times of war are gone. A new era has arrived. Down with the struggle. Everyone wants to live peacefully and happily. Yes, and how much blood was shed was previously expressed by Master Yutaro. And also everyone was pleasantly surprised, because Master Chan's longtime friend and sworn enemy is the head of the competition. And that he was informed that a battle was about to take place in the forest. He decided to see for himself. Loki perked up because he could destroy the guests in an instant. Now it became clear to him why this old man appeared. Will he exclude Loki? He thought to himself, then everything was gone. And what to do next? Live an ordinary, quiet life? Previously, any conflict was simply excluded and driven into the neck of the competition, thereby increasing the chances of other contenders for victory. Loki thought this was very interesting, since you can provoke a conflict and thereby get rid of opponents with whom you do not want to fight. Yes, and how many deaths were there in previous competitions? Our main character was increasingly overcome by indignation that the battle was reported far in advance, as if they were being spied on. Loki thanked the head of the competition, as he gave him the opportunity to participate in the future. Immediately, someone's voice was heard saying that it was not difficult to warn the manager in advance. It was a wanderer, a spy in bright lilac clothes who fueled interest. How did the information reach Master Yutaro? The stranger knew our main character and his whole history, and how he came to this. Loki was amazed at this information. It would seem that our main character recognized him, but that was not the case. He could not remember where they could have intersected before, and he asked who he is here. Why does he speak so confidently, and where does he get the information from? After all, he is not a friend. Our main character simply doesn't know anyone. Nah, the stranger got ahead of our Loki, saying that the power that he possesses was reflected in the memory. And this is the writer of the Moon Valley, Hika, who documented all the events that happened, loud and quiet. Even Master Chan was surprised by Hiki's appearance at such events. like an ordinary journalist. What a shame. But earlier, the Valley of the Moon was one of the pursuers of Loki, who wanted to kill him. This didn't mean anything to Loki now, but he was still on guard. Who knows what this stranger will do? Enough verbal sparring, the old man objected. The competition will begin very soon. Don't waste your time. It's time for everyone to go home and gain strength, because the competition will start in a couple of days, and you need to be ready for them. It turns out that Hika is the bodyguard of the head of the competition in the Valley of Glory, and was hired for this job. The Moon Valley has never been trustworthy, because Master Chan knows this better than anyone else, especially their espionage activities, and also the extraction of secrets of other valleys and provinces. Grinning, Hika decided to remain silent, but curiosity reigned in his eyes. But what else is Loki capable of? Turning to the system, Loki asked where he could have seen him before, because the feeling was inexorably familiar. And the thing is that they simply modeled him and did it much better than Melissa herself. But she did not want to explain anything more to our main character. Also, the bride was confused. What is happening? What a joy to be saved from death! Rex thanked the elder, bowing before him. Now the Beastmaster decided to leave with his clan, preferring his stay to be meaningless. Our main character didn't let him go. He still wants to be together, and he still wants to take the life of this dog. Wow! And this again furious look, chi energy. Bloody stream appeared in the air again. It was clear that Loki was serious. Also explaining to the manager that Rex is to blame for the death of his fiancée's sister and deserves punishment. It's like evil fate when you see a green bell that ends up on Rex's belt, and he has to pay. Loki also asked for approval to resolve the issue regarding the Master of the Beasts, Rex, because this would prevent our main character from participating in competitions. In addition, he wants to know where the Beastmaster clan is staying in order to find out where Sana's sister disappeared to. That's all. We decided to go in search of the missing sister Sana and make sure of Rex's innocence. Master Utara also mentioned that if Rex wants to participate in competitions, then he already has a bad reputation and that people are hostile towards him. And now Rex claims that he had nothing to do with Aurora's disappearance, and he got the bell by a happy coincidence. He is also trying to convince everyone that he simply picked him up when he was in the area with his clan. Master Utara was a fairly wise man, and he offered to look around in order to confirm Rex's words. Without worrying one bit, Rex told them, "You're welcome, but if they don't find anyone, he will demand an apology. And not just an apology, but for the head of the Chi province to appear on his knees before him, calling him a master, and recognizing him as a great warrior." Loki immediately rushed to dissuade him of his rightness, because nothing of substance had been said. Therefore, Rex's involvement should not be excluded in the disappearance of his sister Sana. Then everyone hurried and looked at the mansion where the wars stopped in order to find some clues there. The same Loki and Sana decided to split up to find traces, as well as the presence of Aurora in the vicinity of the clan. Rex was sure that they would not find Aurora because there were a lot of secrets in this room. What kind of sinister rooms are there? It's like the mansion is filled with secrets. Don't forget that there can be many traps here. And that pitch-black place where Aurora was imprisoned by even more sinister ones than the other rooms. Aurora was tormented by the aspiration of hope. It would seem that she had already dried up, because she was kept there for quite a long time. Hunger, fear, and pain increasingly overwhelmed the heroine, and she could not do anything about it. Suddenly a sound is heard outside the door of the room where Aurora is located. It seems like someone is coming towards her. Hope awoke in her eyes. Maybe she was found. Maybe she was saved and this hell will end. And this creaking on the floor was made by the boots of one of the servants of the Beast Lord's clan. Also, this little bastard offers a deal. As soon as she agrees to the conditions that Rex proposed, she will be fed immediately. The warrior was being sarcastic, spreading the smell of hot and fresh ramen with pieces of veal. The servant decided to get on Aurora's nerves. Well, Aurora immediately grabbed the knife, and it seemed that an attack on this fool was about to happen. But no, she presented the knife to her throat, promising that she would cut it if he came even one step closer. You can see how annoyed, exhausted, and how fear overcomes her. What made the fool angry? Even the veins on his forehead popped out. After all, only an animal is capable of such torment. The enraged, dumbest geek immediately threw the plate of ramen on the floor out of anger, threatening her if she did not agree. Then terrible torture awaited her. Closing the door behind him, he also reminded Aurora that she would not last long, that sooner or later she would have to make a deal. Immediately, the brother of this fool decided to convince him that he was only creating problems and escalating the situation. But as it turned out, his brother is even crazier than this fool. After all, he suggested that he use poison against Aurora. This was the only thing that angered the guard. After all, he claimed that they had previously resorted to this method, but it was never successful. After all, the secrets of Aurora's technique were that she could eat wood and heal wounds, and not only outside, but also inside. This was the secret of the Valley of Fog, the art of cell regeneration. Therefore, the most reliable way is to wait until she becomes exhausted and can be convinced of anything. It's not for nothing that the Beastmaster clan is called the most cruel, because they can watch a person die and laugh at the same time, enjoying how others suffer. But Aurora is not a timid person. Her willpower can be envied because she was raised by Master Chan himself. Through pain and suffering, she tries to fight with herself so as not to go crazy. Because schizophrenia or fear of closed spaces or claustrophobia can begin at any moment. Moreover, to agree to the conditions of such a scoundrel as Rex, who handed over our main character with his guts. Never in his life. After a long search, it was clear that Aurora was not in this settlement. And this more and more suggested that most likely she was dead and was brutally killed. Sana was confused. After all, the last hope was that she had finally found her sister. But Loki was even more surprised because he felt the energy of Aurora somewhere nearby. After all, the bell was spiritually connected to her. And our main character understands this, and this leads him more and more into a state of embitterment. Mischievously, the Beastmaster Rex, laughing, asked if they had searched everything. Did they understand that they had made a mistake? And isn't it time for Loki to kneel and acknowledge Rex's superiority and call him master? The valley was excited about something because a lot of people had gathered outside. They were overcome with curiosity. They began to speculate whether the ruler of the province of Chi was there. And they also asked the question, is the Lord of the Beasts really here? Now Rex persuades our main character to do what he said earlier, that is, get on your knees. Lost, as they say, then pay. After all, now Rex has the opportunity to watch how Loki disgraces himself in front of such a bunch of people and asserts himself. Our main character is very annoyed because he understands that Aurora is somewhere nearby and something is wrong here. He gives the opportunity to return the bell so that all this does not turn into a conflict. Because earlier, he saw what the head of the province of Chi is capable of. Master Yutaro also insisted on this. Since Rex has nothing to do with the disappearance of Aurora, he simply must return the bell. Now Rex is at a loss, because he understands that it's either Pan or he's gone. He has no other choice. He's at a dead end. Finally, Loki holds the bell and feels all the natural energy of Aurora. He was right. The closer the bell is to her, the more it signals her presence somewhere nearby. Now there is not a single doubt left that she is here nearby. We just need to find her. Perhaps she cannot get out. Loki considered him a very bad, nasty person, a greedy person who made his name on other people's misfortunes and on other people's corpses of innocent people. He gave Rex one last chance to confess his crime and also asked if he was involved in her disappearance. Also in Loki's arsenal, there is one very serious technique. It is called the Bloodhound technique, which is capable of finding a person by touching his thing. Now Loki definitely intends to complicate Rex's life and disgrace him throughout the entire district in that he is a liar, a deceiver, a weakling, and is only capable of fighting with girls. Our main character began to let a huge chakra into the bell and, it would seem, it would act like a kind of metal detector. And in this case, a person. Having released a huge amount of energy, he is already getting ready to go. Now the bell will lead him to Aurora. He is sure of it. God, this bell, with the help of our protagonist's spiritual power, just rushed through the air. Previously, no one had ever received such an opportunity. Having seen such a forbidden technique of the highest level, the art of spiritual search. Moreover, spiritual search can be carried out even through space. Now Melissa was incredibly glad that she had chosen Loki for a reason. After all, he was not just an e-sportsman, but a real genius of his time. One of the residents screamed so that everyone would pay attention to what was about to happen. Here, out of nowhere, the spiritual searcher began to paint a picture of the action, or rather the events that happened earlier. It was simply incredible. Apparently, the fact that Rex gave her a drink had a very bad influence, and maybe even a critical one, on Aurora, but she is not as simple as she seems. She promised to cut her throat if he approached her. A herd of jackals. The same restless dog Rex decided to resort to force because it doesn't matter to him who is in front of him. A girl or a guy, a warrior or a child. He is a terrible demon in the flesh. An enraged Rex simply wanted to kill her. But he also understood that until he got what he needed, this should not be done. He also told her that she would beg him to kill her. And this is not one of the most pleasant pictures. Calling her a prostitute, he splashed water on her, thereby showing his weakness. Pathetic dog, Rex! Well, Aurora couldn't stand Rex because he was terrible, and especially his habits. Moreover, he was used to getting everything by force. Rex sneered, not losing hope that sooner or later they would have their first wedding night. But it was probably only in his dreams. Immediately, the Beastmaster Creek, bending enough, began to feel a sense of shame, and realizing what a mistake he had made. He also asked not to continue this because we all did. It became clear that the Beastmaster Rex is an ordinary dog, so people have a true impression about Rex. If even earlier he was considered a worthy warrior, a worthy representative of the clan of the Lords of Spirits, now he is an ordinary animal for everyone. Rex felt shame, anger, and frustration. He didn't know what to do with himself because Loki had disgraced him throughout the entire neighborhood. Loki also asked him if he should fulfill the agreement previously made by Rex, or if he would be punished. In a rage, our main character demanded to let Sana's sister go this very second. Otherwise, the consequences will speak for themselves. Rex ordered one of his servants to urgently open the door in the basement where Aurora was kept. In a fit of anger, Loki could not stand it and demolished the door that stood in his way, turning the tree into splinters. Having entered so impressively, he immediately began to invite Aurora, because his patience had completely run out. But from the next door that was on the way, voices could be heard along the corridor, the voices of Rex's minions, and it would seem that our main character was about to be late. And so, having found Aurora's offender, he watches the picture of how the pathetic servant is trying to commit an act of violence. Loki immediately dealt a crushing blow, and Rex's servant unexpectedly found himself in a pool of blood. The servant's face looked like a bloody lecho. With what force did he fly through this part of the room? Never seen before? Here it would seem that our main character killed with his overhead shot in the area, in the beard area, and seemed to knock out all the teeth. Incredible power burned around Loki, the power of his spiritual energy, which filled the room with bloody tongues of flame. The servant's brother was in deep shock. He saw how strong the guest who came from outside was. Loki grouped Aurora and took her in his arms. It felt like he wanted revenge for what was done to her. In complete delirium, Aurora repeated something to herself, saying, "Sir," many times. "Has she really been found?" The dog Rex immediately began to emit verbal diarrhea, accusing Loki of having no right to do this to a minion. Also, pointing to his subordinate, Rex, who was lying on the floor, he accused our main character of murder. So, don't warriors do that? But Loki immediately shut his mouth with his statement. What right does this pathetic Beastmaster have to insert his 2 cents when he is not asked about it? After all, now the evidence base that Loki possessed is enough to consign Rex forever and find him in torment and suffering. Loki immediately explained that he killed the servant only for the reason that, in addition to the fact that he insulted and mocked the Lady of the Valley of Mist, in whom blue blood flows, he, being a man, performed an action of this nature on a woman. Also, our main character promised not to kill Rex, because this threatened exclusion and competition, and Loki was already just thirsty for when they would begin to commit kara and punishment over Aurora's offender. Now the once smiling, self-confident Rex looked like a pathetic dog and not like the lord of the clan. Clenching his fist in his hand, Rex felt a sense of rage and believed that this was all unfair to him. Sitting in the dining room, he threw a plate of ramen right onto the tile. "What are we?" excited those present. He wanted a meeting with the head of the competition, Master Yutaro. Apparently, he came up with something dirty again. He was called out for the same by Hika, the personal assistant and security guard of the head of the competition. Hika asked why Rex was upset and what it was about, joking with him that perhaps the air conditioner was not working well. To which the Master of Beasts reacted quite unexpectedly, with the rage of the firm that this did not concern him. After all, earlier he made a deal with the Hika clan that if he gave up the location, then they would not touch him anymore. After all, they made a promise that they would kill Loki. Rex became more and more outraged that the promise had not been broken, and that the head of the province of Chi was calmly walking around the outskirts of the Valley of Glory. So, as one would expect, the assistant manager had no explanation. Veterans, our main character was killed by the mercenary Khan. Therefore, all questions regarding the death of the head of the province of Chi, let him ask the killer Khan. Sitting down, Hika also added that the Beastmaster clan would remain their ally as before. Pouring a cup of sake, he also reassured Rex, told him not to worry about this, and that sooner or later the head of the Chi province would be killed for real, and also reminded that we should not forget, if they had not interfered with the course of events in the forest, then Rex would not now be standing in front of Hika, and that you should not bother your head with these thoughts and how to take revenge, but prepare for competitions. After all, the path to victory will be very difficult. Therefore, Loki will have a turbulent life far away, because the best warriors from all the valleys and provinces are hunting him. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms of the mansion, Sana tries to revive her sister Aurora. Since Aurora was very severely dehydrated, her temperature did not subside, and her body heat was incredibly burning. Therefore, she had to repeatedly apply a compress to her forehead. Sana also tried to reassure Loki that everything would be fine, and he needed to prepare for the competition without being distracted. After all, our main character knows how caring Sana is and that Aurora is in good hands. Well, the complete silence was broken because voices were heard outside the window. Someone was looking for Loki. They immediately rushed to see what was happening on the street. And it seems that the voice that repeatedly asked where Loki was very familiar to him. This even slightly shocked our main character, because his sworn enemy was about to stand in his way. One of the servants of the estate also asked if our main character knew this strange girl who startled everyone, also adding that this especially convinced everyone that her incredible spirit technique would harm anyone who interfered with her. But Loki immediately reassured the servant, saying that this was the manager of the House of the Clan of the Lords of Spirits, Lana. Okay, it was so loud that it scared all the guests. And now she was asking everyone in the room, where is the head of the province of Chi? And then she was attracted by a voice that she recognized and had rather mixed feelings. After all, now her long search for Loki was crowned with success. There was joy on her face, and she felt happiness. In fact, when she found out that the head of Chi province was alive, she threw all her strength into searching for him and was incredibly glad that he did not die. Loki was able to immediately recognize her because, while playing this exciting game, he knew that Lana was very strong and how much she respected Loki. Our main character was also surprised by the fact that she found out where he was and wanted to get an answer. Okay, she happily told him that this fact was reported by Loki's parents and that he would take part in competitions in the Valley of Glory. When Lana left the clan, she searched for a long time for opportunities and ways to gain power, and fulfilled her dream. Her techniques were no less powerful than Loki's. Now her goal was to overthrow the killer of our main character. After all, she also knows the information that Khan will participate in the competition. She was overcome by impatience. She wanted to meet Loki's offender and wants retribution. Meanwhile, Aurora was already feeling a little better, and the nonsense that she was talking about was slowly disappearing. Her last memories were when Loki carried her in his arms. But realizing that she was exhausted, she could not move calmly at the moment. She didn't even realize where she was because everything in her head was cloudy, like a fog. This place was not familiar before, so she felt stressed due to the unknown atmosphere. And then a flurry of memories hit Aurora. She began to remember many things that happened earlier. She remembered how she dropped the knife before she wanted to commit suicide and end all this torment. After all, it would seem that she was literally on the verge. She was dehydrated, exhausted. Goosebumps, jitters from the temperature, as well as blood pressure did not allow her to even breathe calmly. How? She collapsed on the floor, was unable to even get up. In a cold sweat, she realized that she was nearing death, aware of the fact that if she turns off now, she will never wake up again. She also remembered how the offenders who mocked her gloated. She saw this through half-closed eyes. Laughing at her condition, they did not stop mocking her. Because she had the experience of being starved, we teased. Again, for them, she was an object of sexual pleasure. The demonic image of the minion haunted her, because he disturbed her psyche, of course, being in such a state. Who knows how long you will last, shedding tears, clutching the sheet. She was haunted by the thought, because the last action she saw was how the servant attacked her. It seemed to her that she was raped, mixing demonic blood with her blue. These thoughts did not leave her. She was distraught, as she had experienced incredible abuse previously committed against her. But Loki immediately hurried to her, hearing that she had come to her senses and understood that the atmosphere was very tense. Immediately joy shone in her eyes, and those tears, despair of pain, were replaced by tears of joy and the fact that she was saved. Now that dream has come true, where she is taken from the clutches of the minions of the Master of Beasts, and that she can be calm. With what emotions did she look at our main character? Children. It seemed that her life was about to end. She clung to Loki's arms and was incredibly happy, because she couldn't believe that this hell was already over. She still couldn't come to her senses and believe that she was really not dreaming, and that this was all in reality. She was saved. The same Melissa appeared out of nowhere. Quite a touching picture, when the sisters are reunited, but immediately the head of the competition, Utara, stepped on the threshold. He was surprised that so many people had gathered in one room. He also asked if they were Loki's friends, because from the outside it looks like a whole support group. Loki replied, "Yes, Mr. Utara, these are my comrades. Without them, I'm like without hands. Now I think I'm ready for the competition." The director of the competition really liked the female environment because he was also a woman's man. But that's not why he came. He had very important information for our main character. According to the terms of the competition, 3 people must compete from each clan. If previously there were no such conditions at previous competitions, now they have acquired a different character. And all 3 answered as one, that they want to participate. Loki really stimulates and motivates people. He is a leader without even knowing it. Lana from the clan of the Lords of Spirits wants more than anyone else to compete in these competitions, in order to find the killer of our main character and take revenge on him. But the rest are also eager to take part, because the competition takes place once every decade. Aurora considered herself guilty because of her Loki had a hard time, and she wants to honor him. After all, Rex was once also a member of the clan of the Spirit Lords. Who knew that he would become a traitor and cause so many problems? Yotaro was amazed that our main character had so many comrades, loyal and reliable. After all, not everyone has people so loyal to you. The head of the competition gave a scroll in which he asked to write down the participants, those who will represent the interests of the clan. Well, at the same time he was grinning because it would be very difficult for Loki to make a decision, but nothing can be done. He realizes that according to the conditions, 3 from the clan must participate, and nothing else. How many sinister participants and killers will be at the competition? Loki understands this, and Aurora's cell regeneration abilities will come in handy. Sana began to ask permission if she could take part in the competition. But Master Chan was firm and cold on this issue, although he himself had previously participated and even won. Also, Lana has no doubt that she will be chosen as a member of the group, because her abilities were far beyond the boundaries of understanding. Previously, when Loki played this game, he saw how powerful it was, but he could not reach its full potential. Lana will not back down and will make every effort to get Loki to recognize her because he underestimates her. What contribution can she make? But at the same time, he was glad that he had such strong allies who would support and lend a helping hand at any moment. Now he is not alone. Loki, I wish she would show what she can do and what her abilities are. After all, at the stage of the game that he was in, he saw only part of her power. She's also afraid of scaring him, because the techniques that she has mastered are not given to everyone, and as she put it, and that she is the chosen one. Loki asked the servant to provide a place where they could practice and demonstrate their talents to each other. But this is not a cheap pleasure. Payment will be hourly, for renting the area. Our main character was very confused by this, since he thought that, as a participant in the competition, he would be provided with free services. Our glorious wars immediately decided to demonstrate the techniques. Or rather, Loki was eager to see what Lana had and what trump cards she had up her sleeve. He asked Lana to use her strongest technique, that is, the attack, and he would easily reflect. But Lana warned him, because she was afraid that she would not be able to cope with her attack. Moreover, she had been following a very difficult path for such a long time in order to gain the power that she also asked everyone to make way so as not to hurt anyone, because the energy she was about to release was very great. The technique she is about to use is called Bloody Blade. Its power is limitless. She is able to concentrate a large clot of energy that can cut through a concrete barrier. But Loki was calm. He was still eager to see what Lana was capable of and whether she could hit him. There were incredible whirlwinds of energy in the air that made objects in the room fly. The anticipation of the battle was incredible. Our main character remained confident in himself, since at one time he had the opportunity to fight with the strongest opponents. But no one canceled caution. Now Loki concentrated in order to repel the attack that Lana sent. The power was immeasurable. After all, Lana's attack is so close to defeating our main character. The looks of the beauties were filled with surprise, because what they saw shocked them. Loki was able to repel the attack that Lana directed at him, and he did not even release 1/10 of his power. But Lana was determined. She promised to make a fatal blow which would turn our main character into smithereens. The blade she threw, the bloody blade, is capable of passing through space and creating an illusion in the opponent's mind. Master Chan managed to fight Loki, and only he understands that this technique is not enough to overthrow an enemy such as our main character. The wisest old man realized that she had not perfected her technique, so she was still far from Loki, and she doesn't have as much strength as the skilled warrior opposite her, and you can't defeat him with simple techniques. Blocks was able to deflect the bloody blade with his sealed symbol technique, and he did it with just one finger of his left hand. The friend's face changed. She didn't expect the fight to end so quickly. After all, it seemed that her technique was capable of defeating any opponent, and she considered this an unsuccessful attempt, and her desire to demonstrate her strength grew more and more. And with her cunning tricks, she explained that, on the contrary, she wants to protect our main character from her main technique, tens of thousands of demons who are capable of tearing an opponent to shreds. Now she asked for one more try in order to show all her power. She called it a warm-up. But the bride of our main character tried to explain that she could not compete with such a genius of artificial techniques. But Lana, like a child, tried to prove the opposite, and that she was not just a girl, but a worthy warrior who was ready to fight worthy opponents. At that time, a certain consciousness appeared in her eyes that Loki had taken her to the courtyard for a demonstration of her technique for a reason. And then, if she loses, therefore, she is not ready to participate in the competition. She may be passionate, but she is far from stupid, and he agreed with her, because he really doesn't want her to participate in the competition, because the price of victory or defeat may be death. And in order to make sure that she does not despair and accepts the fact that she is not ready, our Loki has an assignment for her. After all, she is one of the main representatives of the clan of the Lords of Spirits, and that she will also have a responsible task. And now Lana no longer behaved like before. She was concentrated, but at the same time surprised. What is our main character talking about? And he explained some point that not only in the competitions themselves there will be a struggle for life and death, but also outside of them, and special caution, sensitivity, and attentiveness will be required. And the rest, too, you understood that this was not a joke. After all, Rex from the clan of the Beast Lords, as well as Hika, are no less dangerous. The enemy, and also the killer of our main character, Khan. Who knows what to expect from them and what surprises lie ahead? This is why Loki wants to entrust control of the situation outside the competition. Without this, there is no other way. Staying in the Valley of Glory is a mistake. Loki also asked to gather thoughts and strength and not waste energy, since the danger that threatens them all is immeasurable, and since Lana has the secret technique of 10,000 afterlife demons, which the opponents do not know. This will be able to buy time and also stop the atrocity of the rivals who are hunting our protagonist. Therefore, she should take this request seriously, because now not only her and Loki's life, but also that of others depends on her. After all, they were the only representatives of their clan who could change the world. So we shouldn't relax. We should be more careful. Let's give it our all, as our ancestors bequeathed this to us. The will of fire. The same. Lana was very moved. Now something has changed in her look. The goal is not victory, but the first one is to survive and not let your comrades die. She promised that she would cope with her cockroaches in her head and would throw all her strength into fulfilling the goal that Loki had entrusted to her. It only made Melissa angry about the system. From the outside, it seemed like it was all bullshit. She understood that this was a bunch of people, that they had gathered. She was very inadequate and believed in fairy tales, but reality was not at all what they imagined it to be. And our main character, in addition to the fact that he has the will of fire, his intuition also works insanely. He was able to somehow beat this game, which was written and made as difficult as possible. The rest of the participants, and the guests, couldn't wait when the competition would begin, because from every corner of the planet came wars who were ready to fight tooth and nail for recognition. And now Loki has already handed over the list of who will participate. On his part, and Yutaro himself was interested. He wished good luck to the competition and not to lose spirit and composure, because there are plenty of people who want to win. Our main character was confident that he would be able to win. After all, he fights not only with the techniques that he has mastered, but he fights with all his heart for his family and friends. The gong thundered, and the most important event of this century is about to begin very soon. The director of the competition appeared before everyone, and he understands that the anticipation, the start of the competition, is simply incredible. They filled the air with energy. The people, the warriors, the participants, everyone is rejoicing because they have been preparing for this event for years. For some, this is the first time, but for others, this is not the first time. The bride of our main character believes with all her heart and soul that Loki will win. There's no other way. It's not for nothing that she married him at one time. And our main character himself realizes the seriousness, because the whole province believes in him, as well as his loved ones. Melissa appeared at the same meeting, out of nowhere, reminding that, according to the script, Loki should not participate in competitions, and he is not on the lists. And she reminded him that she still considers him her fiancé and will support him in everything. After all, he is a very skilled warrior. Now Loki is filled with worries about this. There is so much at stake. Pan or he is lost. Immediately, the eyes of all those gathered were riveted by the sky. Some unusual action was taking place. Crazy clots of energy reminiscent of fireworks. It feels like it's a portal. Yes, it's a portal. And this was the first task. They had to go through the portal and, within the allotted time, find a way out of the place they ended up in. Now Mr. Yutara has given a period of 7 days to leave this mysterious place. Whoever fails to do this will be expelled. And in addition to leaving, you also need to survive. Sana also noticed something surprising. Her gaze was very intense, because this is something. It was reminiscent of gold bars falling from the sky. And these are just signs that confirm that you are a participant in the competition. The sign was filled with energy, and the participants' initials were also on the sign. And also an important point, if someone loses this item, he will automatically be disqualified. Now the competition is taking an interesting turn of events. And also the goal was to take away the sign of another opponent and at the same time keep your own. A very unusual task and incredibly difficult. Each plate adds 1 point, but if one of the team members gets lost, then in the end 5 points are minus at once. And this is not a joke. The competition has finally started. It even resembles something like the Hunger Games, or even worse, because now they will fight tooth and nail for a piece of wood. The piece of earth on which the guys were standing immediately waved upward as if it were a pebble. With a smile on his face, Loki said, "Hold on tight," and also used his technique to stay on this block, while the rest of the participants staggered. The restriction in the methods, the leader approved how to get the sign without a bit of doubt. But he also promised that if harm was done, then expect trouble on his part. With the help of the spiritual power of movement, the main character managed to soften the landing on Earth. Not here. Our participants find themselves in some kind of clearing. In appearance, it seems very nice and does not foreshadow any difficulties, and does not contain secrets. The air that was on the island seemed to be saturated with unusually light energy, which filled the lungs and gave calmness. There was a pond in front of the guys. Around it and above it, the light chakra was fragrant, and it was simply mesmerizing. Aurora rushed to panic, because the unknown, as they say, is always scary. Who knows what awaits them ahead? Taxes remained calm because he is good at passing tests. No wonder he is one of the best cyber players. Loki was so self-confident, it was not in vain that he trained day after day. Moreover, he now possesses forbidden techniques, and the rest do not know this rivals. Our main character has no idea what kind of trials await him ahead. After all, the rest of the participants are also not made with a finger, and his arrogance makes the leadership smile. Because how many fighters like these have they seen? Also, one of the leaders, Yutaro's brother Ryo, mentioned that even the most skilled warrior can be mistaken about his abilities. Now it has become much more interesting for them to watch. After all, so many nuggets, talented warriors have appeared, and from all over the planet. It will be very interesting to watch. Na Yutara understood that the leader, whatever one may say, is our main character because of his unpredictability and forbidden techniques of the afterlife. His strength is still unknown, and what he is capable of, only he himself knows. The will of fire flows in his veins. Immediately, lascivious players began to place bets on who would be able to get out and who would win in the first round of the competition. Someone shouts that they are betting on Rex, the master of beasts, on his clan. Someone is rooting for the Polar Star clan. But most of all, people were excited by the fact that they had not yet seen the killer of our main character, Han. It would seem that you can predict who will win, but that's not the case. The wars trained for a very long time to get to these competitions. And imagine that everyone wants victory. One of the participants in the competition caught the same Rex. It would seem that the poor guy has no chance. Firstly, Rexha has very serious techniques in her arsenal. He is able to summon animals and leaders among packs, for example, Tiger Claw, as he calls this technique. Moreover, thanks to his energy, he is able to enlarge the animal and turn it into an even more sinister monster. Moreover, the animal completely loses its mind. Plus 1 point for the Beast Lord Rex. It was not an easy fight for him. The poor fellow didn't even try to resist. He parted with the sign without remorse. The Rex clan can be seen gloating. They consider themselves invincible. But how mistaken they are. Now they have come across some weakling, but everything is ahead. Also, the members of his clan could not help but be pleased with the fact that they increased the number of summoned beasts spiritually. Their limitless number is all just to destroy one target. This is Loki. Rex was also distinguished by his ability to conduct reconnaissance. Now he called Kologriv to comb the area. He is so sharp-sighted that he is able to see an ordinary worm crawling on the ground at a distance of 2 kilometers. Stupid, self-confident Rex thinks, as soon as Kologrivi finds Loki, the birds will immediately destroy him. Moreover, Kologriv, whom he summoned, was cast with a spell that will dissipate only after he fulfills the order. Our protagonist's team immediately noticed the intrusion into the airspace of this guest. How, unexpectedly for everyone, Loki managed to lure Kologriv and turned him into grilled chicken. The rest asked our main character if they would be expelled or removed from the competition for this. Loki answered them confidently that it was previously said that you should not kill people, but no one said that you should not kill birds. Also, Aurora's joy knew no bounds. She had not eaten meat for a long time, and also spiritual animals, and for free. But suddenly Loki was distracted by a certain presence that disturbed him, and by a very familiar exclamation. And this was the same warrior, the killer Khan. How was he able to hide his presence? Apparently his techniques are beyond understanding. His self-confidence knew no bounds. He was surprised by the fact that he had previously been killed. The warrior was standing alive, and even awake in front of him. Khan also asked what kind of demon was inside Loki, how he managed to survive. Was it really an illusion of death? And here he is, our strong, unapproachable main character, simply in the deepest shock. His breath was held. Goosebumps ran throughout his body. He recognized the main character. He remembered him very well when he played in the last mission. Fear overcame our main character with every second. He felt uneasy. He wondered why the feeling was not the same as during the game, but much more sinister, nasty. He was very scared. Even Sana held her breath. She did not expect that the time would ever come to meet this killer again. She greeted Khan, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. At the same time, our main character was sinking more and more into panic. Calling Loki a bastard, Han asked if he had some kind of spell on Sana and why she was walking side by side with him, and there was just some kind of chaos going on in Loki's head. He hadn't experienced such emotions for a long time. It was clear that he was even slightly nauseous from oversaturation. Khan, grabbing Sana's hand, invited her to go with him. He also said that it was not the time or place for her to be here. Our main character is attacked by resentment because he is not taken seriously. Loki was furious. Okay, the fact that he was not noticed, he will swallow it. And the fact that Khan touched his bride just made him angry. Without thinking twice, Sana directed her flying kite attack to Holly, which alarmed those present. Hana was filled with amazement. Why was she attacking him? What happened after such a long absence? Trying to verbally warn Sana, Khan tries to dissuade her from what he has done. After all, she is no match for him. In response, Sana shouted, "Don't underestimate her. She has mastered a couple of techniques that she will happily use on the enemy." She called this technique shedding the skin. The snake makes a lightning attack, but with poison. Khan was simply confused. He did not expect that a simple girl would be able to resist him since he had previously managed to control her. Yes, impulsiveness, strength with incredible female beauty. He was even a little shocked. He didn't understand what was happening. The techniques that Khan possessed were beyond comprehension. In his hands, he had a spiritual instrument called a pipe. The spell he could produce thanks to this wind instrument could cloud the consciousness of anyone who heard the sound it made. With the power of Qi, he also decided to teach Sana a lesson. She shouldn't have even thought about attacking the Khan because he was able to single-handedly defeat the head of the province of Qi. The attack she directed against the unwanted guest can be dispelled with 2 fingers. Now everyone who watched this battle began to worry that Khan was about to put an end to it. Everyone was alarmed, from ordinary residents to the leadership. They did not expect to see the event of instant death in such a light. The whole district knew how powerful Khan was, and that there were no limits to his capabilities. He instilled fear in his opponents. Many were surprised that he was still participating in the competition, and they wanted to happily watch Khan kill our main character again. Master Chan feels a mountain of emotions, and he can't do anything about it. After all, there on the battlefield is his daughter. Utara tries to stop the master because if outsiders interfere in the course of events, the entire clan is immediately excluded. But the angry Master Chan did not want to calm down. He promised to take care of his daughter and not let her be offended. Utara is increasingly trying to find reasons to prevent Master Chan from entering the competition. He no longer cares if they are disqualified. But then a flash suddenly flashed on the screen. It was like an explosion, and it would seem that Loki and Sana were already in the afterlife. The old man became stunned but did not know what to do. You had only one thought in his head. Is his daughter alive? He felt anger, empathy, and then with an ardent desire to quickly enter the battle in order to save her. But in an instant there was already another picture on the screen. Some kind of multicolored ripples or something, as if it were another dimension. And it would seem that Khan incinerated his participants with the forbidden Khatun technique, which, if it touches you, then you will burn to the ground. At Loki's voice, out of nowhere, everyone immediately exhaled. If before they still thought it was time to say goodbye to these participants, now they see him safe and sound. Intrigue was sown in the air because Loki used the tornado technique, which simply dispelled Khan's flames. Our main character decided to remind us that we should not look down on him, since he is no longer the same young man that he was before. Also saying that Khan made a mistake. He attacked his bride. How will we pay with our lives? Khan, soaring in the air, thought through his next attack that he could kill everyone at once. The residents were incredibly delighted with how Loki managed to dispel Khan's technique, spiritual flames, and in an instant they became interested in what kind of technique it was. Khan had an opinion in his mind. He had not previously possessed such abilities before he was a man, that is, until his death. And here it is. As a simple native of the province of Chismokov, master such a powerful technique without breaking a sweat, and repel his perfect attack. And again Loki began to boast as if he was facing a third-rate opponent. He already had much more confidence. Khan also said not to relax, because there are surprises ahead of our main character, and now he's again preparing for a powerful attack, creating a vortex around himself. Now everyone understood that this was not a joke, and that everything could stop in an instant. The technique that Khan wanted to use does not hit the eardrums. It gets deep into the soul and destroys the state of harmony of a person inside. He is capable of breaking you like a cup. The spell is so strong that they were able to pass through space. A technique of such a rank, capable of striking every person who hears its song. People run away in horror, they are in agony. It's incredibly difficult for them to cope with this mental pain. After all, you're about to go crazy. One of the leaders commented on this battle as follows: "If Khan is given the opportunity to make the first attack, then the battle is already over." Utara also perked up. He wondered if Loki would be able to cope with such a powerful warrior, his killer in the past. He also added that we should not underestimate our main character, and asked not to worry Master Chan. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, one could hear suffering, mental anguish, inner grief. Loki realizes that the battle is in full swing, and that his comrades are about to suffer. They ask Aurora to use the green bell technique in order to create a protective healing barrier. After all, only Aurora has a similar technique, cellular regeneration of the Valley of Mist clan. And the bell is not entirely simple. It was handed down from our ancestors and is a secret weapon. It would seem that such an ordinary object can, but in the hands of a master, it's like an ace in the hole. Immediately, the barrier began to bend around the bodies of Aurora and Sana. And finally, Loki could exhale calmly, knowing that they were not in danger. But he also did not take his eyes off his opponent, because the techniques of such a great master will not pass without a trace. That same second, Khan began to concentrate most of the chakra around himself, singing the notes. Our main character now began to act. He rushed to his killer. "You!" There was not a drop of fear in his eyes, but still he understood that jokes are bad with an opponent of this level. This is no longer a game. Loki has found a foothold, and he understands that he needs to make counteractions against Khan's technique. Here, in a moment, at an unprecedented level of speed, he found himself in front of Khan, concentrating energy in his right fist. "Khan, this is a skilled warrior." He deliberately waited for the moment for Loki to attack. This was all planned long before this battle. After all, as soon as he approached an unsafe distance, he had already fallen into a trap and fell under the influence of Khan's spell. Now the unknown chakra went around the body of our protagonist and constrained the muscles, preventing him from moving. This was the trick. As soon as you start to move, but your technique of capturing the shadow instantly paralyzes you. But Khan forgot about one thing. This is not the same warrior that was before. This is not the young man who shouted that he would kill him. I keep praying. In a moment, his body turned into a water clone and he became ordinary water matter. And he fell into a trap called the water prison, or in other words, the water dragon prison. In such a state, it is difficult to remain calm and use technology, because you are paralyzed and your lungs are compressed. Now Khan understood that a real warrior was standing in front of him, moving a few steps forward. Now barking like mongrels previously, viewers were rooting for our main character, not the villain. Again, Loki began to summon symbols from the water that projected a spell. But what amazed everyone most was this art of mastery of the water technique, passed down earlier from Master Chan. In addition to this, he also mastered the crystallization technique. He was able to reproduce Master Chan's most powerful move, Mirror Lake. The way he grew literally before our eyes from a young man to a real warrior is simply incredible. Loki also convinced everyone that it happened by accident, although we all know that this is clearly not accidental. After all, the concentration of such chakra, such energy, is generally prohibitive. The way he was easily able to imprison his killer in this bubble is something Khan did not have time to predict the actions of our protagonist. It turns out that one of his opponent's fears was a fear of water. In addition to the fact that the technique is incredibly strong, there is also a phobia. Then, out of nowhere, a monster appeared from the air. He was quite huge. He was heading towards the bubble. This was the technique of Rex the dog. He summoned the spiritual spirit of a huge shark. Still, it is not as simple as it seems. I'm sitting for a second. He just split this bubble, striking Khan, which shocked everyone present. At the end of the shark's mouth, there was a spell that, upon contact with Khan, produced a huge explosion. Khan was thrown an incredible distance. It would seem that the master of sound technicians managed to defeat such an incompetent with one technique. This is something with something. Now Khan was not as dangerous as before. But do not forget, Rex took advantage of his helplessness like a rat. Khan flew into the boulder at great speed, so much so that it was as if an earthquake had swept through the region. Now the clan members rejoiced. They claimed that Rex single-handedly dealt with Khan, a great unsurpassed warrior. Who would have thought that Rex had a trump card up his sleeve and could control his spiritual animal calls from a distance? Besides this, it was surprising why he was allowed to compete. After all, he acted as a spy and participated in conspiracies. Taxes was a very powerful warrior, since he was able to stop the spiritual spirit and have a hearty meal. After all, Kolagrivi was sent to him relatively recently and was supposed to be invisible. Our main character is able to distinguish between good and evil energy that comes from the creature. Therefore, such techniques are useless, especially against such skilled warriors as Loki. And now the enraged Rex seeks revenge for his call because he considers his techniques to be art. You again sent your spiritual tiger with fangs, filling it with bloody chakra, to attack Loki. At some point, he even got confused because in front of them stood a really huge monster that was not so easy to cope with. And Loki asked his bride to use the viper-grabbing technique. But at the same time, he forgot that she had not yet learned this technique. A fire lit up before his eyes. He immediately wanted to teach her this technique on the fly in order to kill the tiger in an instant. Having hugged Sana, Loki began to form the seals of this technique with her hands, and did it extremely skillfully. While pronouncing the spell, he asked to repeat after himself faster and faster, putting a seal and activating the energy. He succeeded. Sana's body began to fill with incredible energy, but at the same time the angry snake grew to unprecedented sizes. Now it's time to attack. The snake immediately rushed into battle and its fangs were terrifying. Now she really experienced something that had become strong. The natural energy of the snake no longer looked like the rattling of some kind of snake. The snake got into the eye and caused a burn under the eyelid of a huge tiger. It was so small that he didn't even notice it at first. He managed to throw it away without even moving his paw, throwing it off his head with one movement of his neck. Everyone stood up like a pillar. It would seem that Sana's attack is about to reach its target and defeat this terrifying spirit. Lying on the earth, the snake began to transform because it was a distracting maneuver. This technique requires 1,000 snakes, a lot of concentration, and at the moment of the attack, thousands of tails suddenly appeared out of nowhere, making their way to the tiger, which was about to turn our friends into salad, it would seem. Now the white snake managed to clamp the tiger, depriving him of the slightest movement. Now he looked like a kitten, and not a frightening monster. Rex and his minions did not expect such an attack from some pathetic girl, and this is not even the limit. A spiritual spirit immediately appeared and called upon these snakes. It's just something incredible. The spirit was quite effeminate, and resembled a Gorgon Medusa with a summoned creature called Komui. The spirit that concentrated its energy and snake chakra was incredibly calm and very cold-blooded. Sana also managed to make a reverse transformation from a spirit to an ordinary snake, which immediately fell into her hands. It was mind-boggling that some small snake could transform into such an incredibly strong spirit. All thanks to our main character. If he had not shown her how to make seals and explained how to concentrate energy, everything would have been much worse. Rex was burning with rage. The indignation he felt filled his mind with anger. And now he is not the fierce warrior he once called himself. He also added that this is not the limit. Even if the tiger couldn't cope, he still has a mountain of tricks and techniques. At some point, the jokes ended and he revealed his best technique. He summoned all the bosses of all the forests. Spiritual animals were thirsty for blood. Now the townspeople themselves became afraid for the fate of the children because they saw all the ferocity of the spiritual summoned creatures. After counting, Loki realized that there were more than 20 of them, and that Rex had invested almost all his energy in summoning these monsters. An amazing fact was that each of those called up had a sign on their neck. These were the conditions for participation in the competition. Therefore, the herd that Rex called is almost impossible to defeat. After all, each animal has its own abilities. He also added that for the sake of this, it was not a pity to fork out for the sign. Now it seems to him that he will destroy Loki with one attack. Sana was very confused. After all, if earlier she had managed some kind of trick, then this time the jokes were over. You should feel how relaxed the guys were. They have already seen so much. It seems to them that they will be able to cope with this trouble. Rex, like a mad dog, clenched his teeth, wanting to end it all quickly. Because he considers himself one of the best warriors. The command to tear to shreds was given to all those called in. All that remains is to watch. A huge layer of dust rose in the air, but Loki was again about to use some kind of technique. Aurora and Sana, as always, were struck by the calmness of the protagonist. Can he really defeat so many beasts? Here you need a very strong attack to finish them off at once. When suddenly, out of nowhere, this technique appeared again, namely from which our main character fell. The flashes of power were so powerful that they literally swept through the summoned creatures like hail and hit those places where the concentration of summoning control was less weak. But no, Khan suddenly appears on the battlefield again. It seemed to everyone that he had died. After all, everyone saw how he hit the boulder. It's simple. He used the printing technique of his blades and thereby struck the summoned creatures. With one technique, he was able to destroy 19 monsters. The clan of the Beast Master was defeated. Clutching their heads, they already understood that it was time for them to escape. But because of the shock, they could not move. Khan sent whirlwinds towards the clan of the Beast Lords, so much so that they spun as if in a tornado. Their helplessness knew no bounds now. Rovno, like the trees and the entire clan, will be in a gust of tornado wind that will not spare anyone. This insane force amazed our guys so much that they didn't even move. What a surprise it was to find out that Khan is a real woman. It broke the consciousness of our main character, waving his fingers in torn clothes. The Khan we knew before no longer looked like himself. However, she promised that she would deal with Loki a little later. Only at the beginning she would punish her offenders. Our main character looked not only at condition and gender, he peered at Khan's mammary glands. Well, now Hana realized that her breasts can be seen from a kilometer away. After all, the explosion tore her clothes to shreds, or rather part of it. Now she already felt a feeling of embarrassment, shame, which would oppress me more and more, and she asked everyone to get out of sight. She too can also be understood, because now she is half naked. The technique used by Hana, an incredible tornado, began to carry the clan of the Beast Lords far beyond the borders of the island on which they were. Unexpectedly for everyone, many signs of conquered animals began to fall from the sky. Now Loki's team was in a big advantage. The guys' joy knew no bounds. In one fight, well, maybe not just one, but 2 fights, they are already ahead by 19 points. But it's too early to rejoice. After all, the main rival is the killer who managed to send the afterlife of our Loki, still eager to destroy him. And now Hana is preparing to attack again. Again she resorted to her pipe, and most likely we should expect trouble. And you are her next movements. Cracks suddenly began to appear under the guy's feet, as if roots were trying to escape from under the earth. And Loki suggested that Hana wanted to use the forbidden technique of the Ashenvale forest. But it was not Hana. Out of nowhere, people appeared screaming. A huge smog of dust made it difficult to see what was happening there. One of the people fled with such force. I suggest everyone melt down and urgently leave these lands, as they are doomed. And all because a demonic wolf crawled out from under the ground, whose name is Anubis. And he reacts strictly to blood, like a shark. He was incredibly scary, but not like all ordinary wolves. He also had a third eye, which enhanced his senses. The wolf was of incredible size. He began to eat people. He hit one with his paw, tearing his flesh with his claws. Everyone was confused. After all, the wolf ate victim after victim, and it wasn't so easy to escape from him. And here comes the clan that previously hunted our friend. Now they themselves are in turmoil. They are in danger. One of the Old Moon clan warriors tried to design a spell to seal the monster, but it was not successful. Wolf. This only made Anubis more and more angry. When killed with any murder, he became stronger and stronger. And also, the restraining techniques were also useless. The wolf's rage grew exponentially. I have a feeling that it is simply impossible to stop him, because the size increased with each victim. Now everyone has seen and observed that the angry wolf is uncontrollable and there is no one to stop him. Master Chan and Yutaro. It would seem that the two of them empathize with the guys who are now in the arena, but no one knew where this creature came from. Most likely, the flora and fauna were disturbed. If previously these creatures guarded the forest of the Valley of Glory, now someone has disturbed their chambers and this someone will be punished. It seems here 2 clan members will be a wonderful addition to the meal of the incredible Anubis. And the wolf himself awakened due to the fact that earlier the blood of the animals fell on the ground. This activated the spell to release an incredibly powerful beast. And now the wolf began to head towards Loki and his team. The speed was simply incredible. Loki began to concentrate a considerable part of the energy in his left hand. I wonder what technique he will want to use against Anubis. He managed to create a field and make it a shield, but this shield is nothing compared to the wrath of this animal. Imagine that he had been accumulating energy for decades. Now we must look for a way to defeat this furious wolf, who knows no pity and will gladly devour them all. Stop this furious monster, Hana volunteered. After all, she has plenty of powerful techniques in her reserve. You remember how she managed to defeat 19 animals at once, summoned by the Master of Beasts. But suddenly she realized that she needed some time to recover, since she had spent a lot of chakra, and she was very puzzled, feeling helpless in the battle against Anubis, the king of wolves. Loki decided that he would not let her fight alone and, as an exception, would be ready to fight side by side with Hana. As always, our hero was too self-confident. He was not scared even by such an ominous monster as Anubis. He also warned to watch the shield and stay together, because the monster is not easy at all. It will take a lot of strength. Now Loki is using the summoning technique. Apparently, he has an idea on how to return the monster back to its lair. But the angry wolf is not so simple. Having returned to life, he clearly does not want to come back. Loki makes a diversionary maneuver, as Anubis follows the smell of blood. He led him along so as not to endanger his comrades. The wolf rushes through the forest, demolishing everything in its path. Now he is even more mad with thirst for blood. Anubis is stupefied by acrobatic techniques. He simply cannot keep up with our hero because of his size. Loki manages to distract the wolf. He also lost his sense of fear because he was brought back to life to write his script. But still, this monster should not be underestimated. After all, the smell of blood gives him more and more madness and an incredible amount of strength. Even after running through the entire forest, he is still just as strong and resilient. Loki prepares for the forbidden technique, blood veil with seals on it. The wolf is shocked. Another moment and he finds himself in the bloody web, which will be able to contain him. The competition participants froze in one moment. After all, they see in front of them a skilled warrior who alone fights this monster. Even the entire leadership of the competition is waiting for a miracle. Previously, no one had managed to fight the animals that had been guarding this forest for centuries. Through Loki's bloody network, it is also possible to reproduce the bloody blade, an incredible concentration of chakra and transcendental technique. It seems that everything is over, because now Anubis has nowhere to run. Now he is imprisoned, like a dog in an enclosure. The air around is saturated with ominous chakra. It is nonsense to defeat a monster that feeds on blood with the same blood. The rest of the participants are horrified by the spiritual power of our main character. He really is a magician. Now the wolf experienced incredible pain, but at the same time, indignation. How did a simple person manage to shorten him? But our hero's attention was attracted by something else. The wolf, it turns out, is a very emotional animal, as it turned out. A stream of tears began to flow from the bloody eye. No one had seen anything like this before. Even Loki was confused. Using the seal of the god of death, he decided to get inside the soul of this animal in order to find out more. He also cast a spell to read the wolf's heart, like a book. He wants to see it from the inside. What is eating this monster? Incredible. Past life, he was a humanoid wolf. He had a carefree life. There was only him and nature around, and nothing more sinister. Once upon a time, there was a clan with the wolf name Gambit, a boy who, since childhood, knew how to communicate with animals and understood them like no one else. This was one of the features of his abilities. Anubis had a dream to explore the world that surrounded him and become stronger. After all, at that time he was subordinate to the head of the clan. He explored its paths, and the name of the head was Matumba. But the representative of the clan sometimes felt very lonely, because sometimes you can't make your dreams come true, even if you've been following your dreams all your life. The main task of the clan was to protect the leader at the cost of one's own life, as long as there is a leader in the pack, and there will never be devastation in the clan. The leader appointed Anubis to guard the Ashenvale forest while he studied techniques and how to cope with them. Anubis was faithful to his leader and was ready to do anything. He swore an oath to wait in the same place. After all, sooner or later he would become the leader of the clan, and so the boy turned into a werewolf. The goal of all werewolves is to follow the rules of the clan, leave the region, and sleep underground. But the leader never returned, and he really didn't want to leave his favorite place where he grew up. the place where he was needed. The clan council, realizing that Anubis was listening and hindering by breaking the rules, decided to banish him forever. Anubis lost in that incredibly difficult battle. He could not oppose anything, and the best of the best fought against him. They booed him, and also stopped respecting him, saying that he was an outcast from the clan of the Great, and they insisted that Matumba would confirm this when he returned. And so, as a young wolf, he was imprisoned underground for eternal torment, but he never achieved his dream. Falling into the abyss, his whole life passed before his eyes. He felt abandoned, broken, without the will to live. And he has already resigned himself. They believe that someday he will be given a second chance, and he will not miss it. This is his path. But the boy was a very talented child from childhood, and he mastered many techniques and honed his skills for many, many years. This was still not enough for the battle, and now he is imprisoned in the unknown. It's dark, cold, no friends, no moms, no dads, only loneliness. Loki was able to penetrate the mental component of the beast, where they were able to talk face to face. Now the true shell of the beast was visible. He hasn't aged a bit. It's the same little guy. Still, Loki is an unsurpassed warrior, and the way he masters skillful techniques makes him perfect in everything. Our main character managed to terrify all the warriors around him, because he is a master of spiritual power and its mastery. Locke didn't even seem to break a sweat. He considered the work he did to be just a trifle, calming such an angry beast. He literally managed to tame the wolf. He reached his soul. At some point it seemed that the werewolf and Loki were old friends. After all, the atmosphere was already saturated with kindness. Now Anubis's eyes shone much brighter and kinder, and he understood that they did not wish him harm. Well, at least our main character, Loki, managed to achieve a high level of control of spiritual symbols. Only he saw the form of Anubis, while the rest did not understand this, because our main character spoke to him one-on-one, as if he were his friend. And now he is about to perform a spell concentrating very enormous energy. The comrades and the killer are very amazed by this fact. After all, with every minute, Loki shows a truly high level of control over spiritual power. Now it was no longer a bloody attack of a technique that was passed down from generation to generation. Global subjugation of the beast. Now the terrible evil werewolf Anubis looked like an ordinary wolf cub that poses no danger. Our main character managed to penetrate the inner world of the wolf cub. Previously, no one had succeeded in this, but the guy was indignant. He could not understand who was standing in front of him and how a guest ended up in his inner spiritual world. And such a powerful one. Lucky was surprised by the fact that in appearance he was an evil wolf, but inside he was an ordinary boy. Anubis was very serious because in his spiritual world he is much stronger than guests who came from outside. Loki immediately rushed to say that Anubis would make a mistake if he attacked, because Loki introduced himself as the leader of the werewolf clan, and he also reminded that the boy is no longer quite a boy. He is quite old, and he should behave not like a child, but like a man. The boy was in confusion, what he was going for. He had wanted to meet the head of his clan for a long time, but was expelled. And then this. Tears like dew spread down the boy's cheeks, and just about, it would seem, his dream came true. How long he walked to her, waited. Loki gave instructions to the guy that he needs to remove his anger, because it stupefies the mind and you lose control of yourself. Our main character asked to trust him and also expressed that Yugai did not dishonor in honor of his clan. Now the appearance of the furious Terrible, the enemy of Anubis, was gradually transformed. He literally decreased in size. Now the animals that previously shook the ground of the forest have become ordinary wolf cubs, posing no threat to others. At the same time, the restless clan of the Old Moon, those spies who once hunted for Loki, decided to attack with full force. While our main character was casting a spell after all, the goal of the enemies was to take away the tablets while he was immobilized. A bunch of blades followed Loki's back, and it seemed that they were about to achieve their goal. Sana tried to warn him by shouting very loudly that he was in danger, but at the same time she understood that something had to be done. Out of nowhere, bloody whirlwinds appeared in the air, sprinkling the blades into several small pieces. The enemies were stunned. What speed! What a crushing attack they could not repel! And this was little Anubis. Since our main character called himself the head of the clan, now the little guy stood up for him, considering it his duty. And now he was already standing back to our main character. And of course, He impressed everyone with his unexpected appearance in such an image. The same bride and her sister Aurora rushed to hug Loki. After all, one more moment and the enemies would have destroyed our main character. Little Anubis was indignant. He could not understand who was next to the head of his clan and where they came from. The same Anubis also wanted to become an idol for these ladies. Just imagine, he was in captivity for such a long time and did not see a single living soul. Khan didn't understand. Thoughts were racing in his mind about how he managed to transform from a terrible wolf into a boy. Khan launched an attack into the area of the opponent's hand, who was trying to call all the participants in the competition to this clearing. After all, the battles were already quite exhausting, so he decided to stop the member of the Old Moon clan. Yes, it was already too late. The pitiful enemy managed to make a call. Iz gloated about this. The smoke that descended into the sky could attract attention several thousand miles around the mysterious island. And again, do not forget that almost 10,000 warriors participate in the competition, and this is a lot. Now the enemy was sure that Loki would not be able to win the competition, since help would soon be here. And so our main character was surrounded by incredible. So many people were able to appear in the clearing in an instant. Loki squeezed the enemy's hand, making sure that so many participants were really performing. He couldn't believe that 10,000 warriors could fit on such an island. How about they still haven't killed each other? Our main character was in anticipation. He wanted to test his capabilities on the guests who arrived at the call. Loki managed to recover from the last fights and was impatient to start fighting new opponents as soon as possible. His team members didn't quite agree. How he sees it, 10,000 against 4. But our main character has mastered a very serious technique that works regardless of the number of opponents. He could summon an incredible number of tanks, which with their cannonballs would shred everything to smithereens. Now everyone around them was horrified by what our main character had sent to them. It's also a pity for the warrior from the Old Moon clan to be completely overwhelmed by this maneuver, and he had never seen such a powerful technique before. In the wars that surrounded Loki, they were not the least bit embarrassed by the appearance of tanks, but on the contrary, they were sarcastic that pieces of iron could not stop their ardor. But Loki looked at what was happening with tenderness. After all, he spent his entire life studying technology at various levels, and now the day has come to demonstrate his abilities, and also at such a high-profile event as the Valley of Glory competition. Everyone else considered it an insult that he alone stood against an incredible handful of warriors. Our main character had a control panel with which he could give commands to tanks to destroy enemies. The hail of pennant cannonballs is about to begin. Even if you manage to dodge, fragments will overtake you. It would seem that there isn't much of this construction equipment and tanks. They seem to be considered clumsy, but that's not the case. Lines of cannonball shots immediately followed. The explosions were so large that they covered a very large radius. A pitiful dog from the Old Moon clan created a spiritual shield, thinking that it would save him. This shield was torn apart by a cannonball and thrown back several meters by the Pleasant, who, in addition to being stupid, also hoped that help could stop our main character. He was overcome by a feeling of fear and his helplessness. He understood that he was a pitiful worm against such a skilled warrior, and he became stronger than he was in those days. Now the opponents were scattering in all directions, fleeing the power of cannon shots, which were fired from the vehicles one after another. Everything around was strewn with smoke, fallen trees. Frightened participants, throwing their signs, ran headlong away. Loki was incredibly amused by all this, since he saw chaos in the faces of his opponents. He was pleased with how the wars decided to take part in the competition without having any trump cards up their sleeves. His comrades, was confused because on the one hand he seems to be angry, but on the other hand he is kind. Loki now asked Hana if he wanted to unite to win the competition together, but Hana was unapproachable. After all, she considered herself a perfect warrior and thought that she could cope with everyone alone. There was more and more indignation in her head, how lying in a coffin he was able to find such power that he has at the moment. Well, the guys have already started preparing dinner, taking a break and scattering all the warriors into the bushes. Aurora was an incredible cook, because she studied several types of cooking, from Oriental cuisine to everything else. She kept more than 1,000 recipes in her head. She was smug that she could provide at least some benefit for her comrades. Apparently, she wanted to pay tribute for her salvation. After all, her technique was very difficult. She possessed spiritual energy that could have a healing effect. She also offered to try her culinary delights on the former killer Han, since she had also lost a lot of energy that needed to be restored. Now Loki was much friendlier towards his former enemy. After all, an alliance with such a strong warrior would only strengthen confidence in victory. But Hannah was on her guard, in case they were going to poison her, or what else would it be like to spend an unlimited amount of time on the toilet? Now her look had changed. She was delighted with the ramen Aurora had prepared. She felt bliss, as if some kind of charm had been poured into it. She was beside herself, as if she had tasted a stimulant. She had never had the opportunity to eat like this before. After all, wandering warriors usually ate dry food. This is what struck Loki. She seems to be quite thin in appearance, but here she wields a spoon like oars on a river. On throwing herself onto the dish, she ate everything without noticing. How did we anger Sana? Aurora also used rejuvenation effects in her dish, not only for the body, but also for the soul. It was interesting to watch their happy faces as they ate spoon after spoon. Now I just want to sleep on a full stomach. But Hannah was by nature very cautious and attentive to her enemies. Her main trump card was finding the enemy's weak point. The warriors lay exhausted in the clearing, where only recently explosions were heard and killed most of the opponents. The member of the Old Moon clan did not have enough patience. He wanted to see the speedy death of our main character. Clutching his tablet, he thought about how to destroy Loki once and for all. Hika, security guard of one of the competition leaders, received a message from his minion. After all, the agreement was this. If something irreversible happens, then only in this case they have the right to disturb him. From the tablet, which fell into the hands of Hiki, came the spirit of his minion, who was in a panic, but at the same time angry. And he told his leader that Loki had smashed all his opponents to smithereens, as well as his killer. Even without this, Hika understood that his minions did not have a single chance against such a master as the head of the province of Chi. Hika had very amazing abilities. He knew how to grow creatures and endow them with great spiritual power and even a curse. The servant from the Old Moon clan was alarmed. The surprise on his face did not disappear when he saw what the leader was going to do. After all, Hika has great hatred towards our main character, and by directing his creatures at him, he will not give himself away. The sinister black magic that Hika possessed once filled some valleys with terror. And now, his creatures rushed to the mysterious island in search of our main character. It would seem that all 10,000 opponents would be ready to throw off their signs, knowing that in front of them is a master of this level. They were annoyed, because earlier one of the Old Moon clan promised that he would deal with Loki, and without blinking an eye. The Chimera, who had a pronounced hair color resembling tongues of flame, decided to leave the alliance with the Old Moon clan. She possessed destructive techniques of gusts of wind. She could cause incredible whirlwinds, hurricanes, tornadoes in an open field that destroy everything in their path. Therefore, she gave the order to her Wind clan to urgently leave the battlefield. She has something to think about. And the pathetic dogs from the Old Moon clan tried to stop them, and it was not successful. After all, now it was necessary to come up with a plan in the form of the ability of your opponents. Conventional techniques will not be enough. Something else is needed here. The Chimera also thought that it would be better for everyone to kill each other, and they calmly wait for the moment to attack and win. One of her minions was slightly surprised that they would not be participating in the very epicenter of the battles of the competition. Well, the head of the clan answered the following. You need to be patient and develop a way to stay alive, and at the same time win the competition. And earlier the Wind clan was called prostitutes, because they were called due to the opening of brothels, and provided services of an intimate nature. Therefore, in a sense, they still want to clear their name in front of others, and they can only do this by winning the competition. And it seems like this cute bird somehow got into the mysterious island from behind the Chimera. Her sweet appearance can make any person dumbfounded by the beauty that she radiated. Now, the Wind clan has gained much more self-confidence. After all, the head of the Old Moon clan sent his creatures to their aid. Now the Chimera has changed her mind about breaking the union with this clan, and on the contrary, is ready to fight for them. This bird was not as friendly as they thought. The bite of this creature is capable of causing heat and a sea of hallucinations. After all, they were enchanted. The same, out of nowhere, a flock of birds appeared and bit the Wind clan. They were terrified. Strange sounds were coming from the shelter where our friends were hiding, like a scream. It was very strange. It was Sana. She was having some nightmares. Let's remember, she still hasn't recovered from the spell that her father cast earlier. She muttered something like, "Leave my fiancé alone, otherwise everyone will be in trouble," waving her fists. Yes, our main character immediately began to calm her down, held her hand tightly and stroked her head. Quite a touching picture. Probably it was worth being inside the game for this in order to be imbued with such emotions. After all, quite a lot of girls and women ran after our lady's man. After all, his strength was incomprehensible. Sounds were coming from somewhere. It was a plea for help. And this prompted our hero to check everything around. It was a chimera. She was in a half-dead state. A crazy heat reeked from her. Some kind of evil energy suddenly grabbed the hand of our main character. But I know our main character, how much his kindness and sense of justice is not an empty phrase. He began to help her. Suddenly, Aurora woke up. She noted that there was some strange smell. It woke her up. Well, did the rest of your comrades wake up? After all, he was so disgusting, as if he resembled something sweet, cloying, and at the same time disgusting. Having woken up, they began to look at the shelter. We did not find Loki there. They felt terrified. Go outside the shelter and not shout out the name of our main character. He was nowhere to be found, as if he had disappeared somewhere. At that moment, Sana was literally in complete rage after what she saw. Loki's hand was stretched out as if he was asking for help, as if it was unbearable that you were bothering him. A picture opened in front of her, where our main character was literally surrounded by girls from the Wind clan. The head of the clan, looking straight into his eyes, could not believe it. Why was everyone hunting for him? After all, he is actually very handsome. It was as if our hero was being squeezed in a vice. He could not prevent this. And besides the fact that they were unusually sexy and beautiful, they were also very strong women. Come on, one moment. Our main character saw tears oozing from her eyes. He thought it was very strange. Touching the chimera's forehead with his two-finger technique, he began to study its spiritual component and determined that it was enchanted. But after a moment, he realized that it was the poison of a bird from the Old Moon clan, and that this poison was incredibly dangerous, and God knows what he was capable of once inside. The worst thing is that a person does not realize when he is under the control of these birds. The head of the clan inexorably climbed to kiss our main character, but at the same time, he understood that at the moment, they are very weak to use their spiritual cleansing technique. Loki suddenly got an idea of how to end this, but the bride and her sister seemed ready to attack the unexpected guests in a rage. Our main character was impressed by how the girls were attracted to him, because as a child, going to school, one could only dream about this. It would seem that Loki was also fascinated, but the bride's anger burned and burned, getting stronger every second. They were overcome by confusion. Why is Loki behaving this way? Being not yet married, he makes out with other ladies. She grabbed her sister and instantly decided to throw her into this love picture in order to disrupt this situation. That once sweet girl is no longer sweet. She had anger in her, since she managed to throw her sister. Aurora flew in as if she had broken the pins with a bowling ball. Everyone instantly scattered in all directions. My head was upside down because the force with which Sana threw was incredible. At the same time, she asked if everything was all right with her fiancé and sister. She thought that she had gone too far. It would seem that the chimera was very exhausted and depressed in every sense. You could see how she was trying to fight, but it turns out that she was increasingly alarmed by the fact that other women were looking at our main character. Now she felt anger, rage towards them, and was very serious, as if she was going to kill them. She managed to release her charms, which are capable of hypnotizing anyone who inhales this spiritual energy. Madly gloating and wanting Loki, she didn't think a bit about the consequences. She was overcome by the desire to quickly retire with our main character. The spell that the chimera released still immobilized Hana and Sana. They felt sick, because they were under the influence. It would seem that only Aurora did not succumb to these spells. After all, she stood like a pillar and watched what was happening. Loki grabbed her hand. She was perplexed. What is happening to our main character? Why is he acting this way? It turns out they were able to easily ensnare Loki with the spell because now he loved everything and everyone. Now that incredible, unshakable warrior has become an ordinary romantic in love. Even Melissa woke up from what impact was had on our main character. Loki reminded Aurora that she has amazing technology and is invulnerable to any poison. Loki immediately bit her on the neck, wanting to get an antidote to the charm that had been cast on him as quickly as possible. Aurora was in a lot of pain. Of course, when you are bitten until you bleed, you are unlikely to experience joy. It's incredible how smart our main character was. After all, he immediately guessed how to neutralize this spell and poison. After drinking some of her blood, she was a little weak, but our main character was already fine. The Chimera was furious at being fascinated. She didn't like Loki hitting on other women. It would seem that what could pop into your head after what you saw? After all, under such influence, as a rule, a person will be very unpredictable. Immediately, she used a technique that created a windmill love net. At some point, our hero even became confused. And so it was quite swift and fast. She was able to grab him by every part of his body, thereby restraining him for some time. But Loki managed to use the technique. He hit her conscious point on the forehead with a spiritual cleansing spell that could startle anyone. The Chimera began to experience some flashbacks of her distant childhood, while still with her mother. What sweet times those were, since Loki was able to plunge her into this state. But according to the laws of the Wind Clan, even in infancy, the head could take away the child and use him for his own purposes to complete tasks. Therefore, the parents were horrified. But why should they fight the head? Because everyone obeyed him. But the Chimera's mother forgot the main thing, that you can't sleep with strangers. That's why the head was so furious. He immediately gave the order in his syllable to take the child, and immediately, no matter what. And he was going to take her mother into captivity, the so-called prison for traitors to his people. The amazing technique of our main character is capable of reaching the most intimate corners of the mind and soul. But, as a rule, in the village of Vetra, most beautiful women were obliged to provide intimate services. It could go on all day long as I have enough strength. This was the law of the Wind Village. From 1 to 5 people could rape a girl because they were raised as prostitutes from childhood in order to be transferred to a brothel. Of course, it takes an incredible toll on the psyche, and you can't do anything about it. The strangest thing is that it was a completely normal phenomenon. But the Chimera could not come to terms with this fact, that everyone who wants to let her go in a circle. She dreamed of being free and living like normal people, but did not want to be the subject of bullying and violence. Yes, at some point, rage and as if unknown early strength appeared in her eyes. One evening, when several people wanted to fuck her, something inexplicable happened. She no longer seemed to resist. She had to play the victim. She asked her not to be rude and to be more affectionate. But then, something happened in the room that made everyone jump up. Splashes of blood, screams, a plea for help. That's what was coming from this room. While still a helpless young girl, she became the Bloody Lady and painted the whole room with blood. At some point, she became distraught over the fact that she had become a murderer, and this was very amusing. Loki, who pierced her soul, saw why she became like this and what she had to endure. She was enveloped in rage. She was going to kill our main character because she had become a man-hater. Jumping sharply, the Chimera is about to launch its attack on our main character. But he had one trick. Digging in her mind, he remembered that her mother sang a lullaby, could calm the child instantly. It was a lullaby dedicated to a camel, its owner, who trudged through the desert in search of water. Wrapping his arms around her, he tried to calm her ardor and literally immobilized the Chimera, which was about to attack him. It was as if she had suddenly returned to her childhood and literally burst into tears. Loki was able to calm her down with an ordinary lullaby. At some point, she felt very warm in her soul. All the hatred and anger disappeared in one moment as if it had never existed. Crying out to Aurora, "Get ready and quickly cast your spell in order to disappoint the Chimera." Aurora possessed the incredible technique of flying butterflies. They were also capable of clouding the mind, but at the same time having a beneficial effect. After all, the energy was so light that it could bring even the most evil one, the one who hates everything and everyone, to his senses. But in this case, it was necessary for you not to rid the Chimera of the poison it contained. The cult of spiritual purification and the joint reception of Aurora's flying butterflies immediately converted the head of the Wind Clan. This light energy immediately absorbed the poison, which had an effect on the girls. They stood like a pillar because they did not understand what was happening to them, how light and dark energy was fighting inside them. Aurora also had incredible control of technology. She was able to multiply her witchcraft, using the enemy's spells for both good and harm. She managed to crystallize the butterflies, which literally drew out the poison and immediately smashed them. The technique was quite exhausting and required great concentration of energy. It was clear how she became weak at some point, but Loki held her so that she would not collapse to the ground. So the bride and the killer of our main character came to their senses, but they felt weak. Of course, when you are under someone's influence. Again, fury returned to Loki's bride. She again saw the girl with bright red fiery hair and was indignant. She also asked not to come within a meter of her, because what she experienced earlier was wild horror. Loki instantly reassured his bride, saying that he managed to reverse everything. Now these girls do not pose a threat. The Chimera thanked our main character because he could, without understanding the situation, simply kill them and take their tablets. Now the desire that drove the Wind Clan's head to kill Loki has completely dried up. Now there was no point in it. After all, he saved them. It would seem that the girl wanted to refuse further participation in the competition as a sign of gratitude. The head of their clan will have the last word. Of course, and whatever the order, they must obey it. At some point, Loki began to demonstrate women's clothing, which appeared in his hands out of nowhere. A pile of things flew out of the portal that opened behind our main character, and the portal was now opened by a friend and servant of our main character, Anubis. He began to rummage through the wardrobes and through the portal transfer things of intimate content. Sana was overcome by rage over the fact that Anubis began to take out bras, dresses, panties. Chimera was also outraged by this. She didn't understand how I should react or what was going on, but our hero did it for a reason. According to the rules of the competition, three groups can take the place of the leader. Therefore, Loki clearly did not want to be at enmity with anyone. Now his team looked much stronger than before. The Chimera was confused by the fact that Loki was trying to help. No one had done this for her before. Our main character admired the courage of this girl. After all, despite all the circumstances, the difficult childhood of youth, she is ready to fight to the end and would rather die than give up. "Where is it better to help such a beauty than me, a polished lout?" commented Loki. Indeed, Loki can easily lure enemies to his side. He was even able to tame a beast such as Anubis, and without thinking twice, the beauty agreed to this proposal. After all, she understood that such a leader still needed to be found who would unite people. He prepared an unusual outfit for the girls from the Wind Clan, which he sewed himself. But this terribly confused the beauties. Now, towards the end of the day, our friends enjoyed the beautiful sunrise that towered over the island. Moreover, it was the last day of the competition. Immediately there was a frank conversation about the help of our main character to the Wind Clan, but Sana was no longer jealous at all. The Wind Clan has already changed into clothes sewn for our main characters, which completely defeated Loki. Clothes reminiscent of a schoolgirl could really excite any man. Therefore, the sisters already thought that our main character was a pervert, and that it was not for nothing that he gave them these clothes to enjoy. But it was the bride who decided to change into a robe, a swimsuit that emphasized her shape, but could not help but excite. Here it is, finally! Our main character's dream comes true when he is surrounded by girls in the outfits he fantasized about while still in school. And he was happy, like a boa constrictor. After all, his dream had come true. It would be nice to have one girl, but here there is a whole harem of them. After all, he was so amazed by this game that, falling asleep, it seemed to him that every item had a print with the main characters of the game. Smiling maliciously, in his heart he understood that he had achieved one of the goals he had always dreamed of, and even more. Carrying from side to side, his joy knew no bounds, while the sisters were perplexed, and were not at all happy about this event. But then some kind of uninvited guest appeared, who startled our main character with his appearance. Our hero was furious at this fact, because his joy, this moment where he was happy, was interrupted by some kind of clumsiness. He was an incredible giant. A whole pile of muscles, which was visible from the tension, tore his clothes to shreds, as if he had been pumped up with a horse dose of doping. This didn't frighten our main character at all because, as they say, a big closet falls loudly. The representative who stood in the way of our Loki, it was Hylos, one of the members of the Muscle Clan. They were distinguished by their endurance and incredible physical form, capable of war, training day after day and every hour. The Chimera immediately understood what was the matter. After all, the jock was also drugged and poisoned by the poison of the bird. But Loki also remembered how much labor energy was expended to reverse the bewitched. After all, having used this technique, it affects everyone, and the Chimera will again have to go through this hell of a past life. And that's why our main character summoned his new, unusual technique of tanks, which with their cannonballs are capable of blowing up any object. Immediately, a hail of shots began to cause enormous damage to the giant jocks, who were fascinated. But they remained unharmed. Only clots of smoke and ash and a huge fog through which the jocks made their way. Now our hero understood that he was really dealing with dangerous opponents who do not know fatigue. The blow of a steel fist, which one of the warriors decided to use, is truly enchanting with its power. Our Loki still has a lot of surprises in his arsenal for unexpected guests, and he is very brilliant. He called his friend Anubis, who managed to use bloody threads to stop even such angry fighters. But the attack that Anubis used left only microcuts on the entire body of Jock, the giant. Even the iron skin of the Jock clan could not resist the bloody claws of the boy, who did not even attack at half strength. The Jocks were dumbfounded that someone managed to break their defense. After all, they were considered the most serious opponents. But if it weren't for the awareness of all the techniques, then, most likely, the confrontation would have ended in an instant. Loki was immediately preparing another attack with grads, which release tanks, demolishing everything in their path. After all, now he will add a little spiritual power to cannonballs, which will give enormous power. The vines immediately followed. They quickly stopped our main character, not allowing him to finish his technique. But it was too late, because the sight was already aimed, and this blue energy that accompanied the nucleus was capable of splitting the body into molecules. The blow that hit the Jocks was probably very strong and shook them. Now their iron skin is not so strong. Sana was surprised by the fact that Loki only aimed at the limbs and did not intend to kill his enemies. Hannah noticed a ball of energy that appeared out of nowhere. But it was painfully familiar. With her pipe, she decided to create a protective bubble that would protect the stranger from the energy wave. At one point, the comrades were trapped because the Jocks were a distraction for the true technique. It was the spiritual healer Ahmed who managed to sharpen his illusion guise. The same Loki began to remember what kind of warrior he was and what he was capable of. After all, his strength was limitless. Golden rain technique that can immobilize any enemy it hits. She turned objects into weightlessness as if, and not in some kind of space. The technique was capable of breaking gravity. Now the guys were helpless, because they understood that they could not cope with such a skillful opponent. Sana stood next to Loki. She was in fear and with the feeling that the end of them was about to come. Also, the golden shield was capable of blinding opponents, not giving them the opportunity to see what would follow. The warriors were in global shock, because the technology was of some transcendental level, and all the skills they possessed were just dust in comparison with this craftsman. Master Chan, as well as Utara, realized that things were bad. After all, this technique could also exert hypnosis on everyone who fell under it. Sharing and Utaro was able to discern the true appearance of this technique. After all, it was the phoenix bird, the Ashbringer. Now the competition leaders understood how serious everything was, that it could affect the lives of all participants. Now the competition made no sense because this sinister technique must be stopped at all costs, since the consequences will be irreversible. Well, wait a minute. First, you need to identify the fraudster who used this forbidden technique, which is deadly. Management. There is a misunderstanding. One wants the competition to be declared invalid, and the other, noting that there is one day left before the end, suggests continuing, but before that, deal with this object of evil. Most likely, the winner of the competition will be chosen, and then this guest will be sent to the underworld. But one of the competition leaders convinced everyone that the guys who were participating here had nothing to do with it. It was someone else, more sinister. Panic and horror reigned both on the mysterious island and outside it in the Valley of Glory. It would seem that the world has come to an end. But the uninvited guest, with his sinister technique, was amazed that someone was slowly dissipating the control of his energy. In the glare of the stars that created this incredible mirror, that is, Phoenix, someone's technique began to be visible. Suddenly, out of nowhere, bloody needles began to appear in the mirror shell, which literally pierced the terrible technique right through. And so the skilled warrior was struck down. At some point, he was already coughing up blood. Who could create such a furore? Someone was able to dispel spiritual energy, and this technique was no less forbidden than what caused the phoenix in the guise of the golden mirror. It was incredible. Our main character was able to tame the star-scattering technique using bloody rain. Sana was impressed. After all, if it seemed to her that she had seen everything that her fiancé was capable of, then this is not even a third of what he can do. Loki didn't even break a sweat. Let's remember, he was a genius. Playing the game, he completed the missions in a very extraordinary way and, most importantly, in an unconventional way. Finally, he added spiritual energy to the cannonballs of his tanks, which exploded into a network of souls that accumulated in the mirror. There was such a huge explosion in the sky that it was visible beyond the mysterious island. How could such a powerful technique be dispelled by just some mediocre attacks? And now the arriving warrior is already on the canvas, bloodied and in complete bewilderment that someone was able to stop his ominous technique. Calling him a worm, Loki told him that the goal he was pursuing would not interfere even with such seemingly skillful wars. After all, the spiritual power that Loki used was able to turn the bloody needles, and this is an impeccable mastery of energy control. So the birds were discovered hiding from prying eyes, creating problems for our main character. They were destroyed in an instant, since their mission had long been completed, and not everyone can control creatures at such a distance. Leaving alone among these birds, Loki was touched by their appearance. How could such a creature harm anyone? Using his spiritual bloodhound, he immediately wanted to find the initiator of this phenomenon and punish. The same spiritual energy is similar to matter. Began to pass through the forest in search of the enemy who sent them such surprises. And I found this pathetic enemy, who thought that he would remain unpunished after everything he had done in the competition. Our hero immediately tied up the opponent with his spiritual chakra, and was surprised that this was a member of the Old Moon clan. Now he understood where the wind was blowing from. Loki asked, did the impudent man think that he would not be found, and his atrocities would remain aside? After all, our main character has long sensed, a bird that has invaded space. After all, he has a sense that even dogs can envy. Hika seemed strange to Loki from the very beginning, even though his eyes were hidden by a mask. Our protagonist saw right through his intentions. Accordingly, his comrades were shocked. Again, he managed to surprise them with his extraordinary technique. Loki grabbed the pathetic servant of the Old Moon clan by the throat, and he also reminded, all those who resort to techniques prohibited from outside will be automatically excluded from the competition, and he began to beat out the whole truth. Otherwise, he would just have to talk to this idiot. This is not where the leaders of the competition appeared, who had also long suspected this young man of his deeds. Loki is ready to hand over this pathetic coward, but we all know our main character, he always loved to get his way. At home, it was clear to the leaders who was the boss of the house, and who really deserved the title of winner in the competition. One of the elders began to cast something unusual in the air. It was like a call. He called for a tambourine to hit it, and announced that the first round of the competition was over. There was also a request to come to the very first place of deployment to find out the results of the current competition. Utara asked Loki to hand over the rule breaker to them. After all, the second round of the competition is ahead, and our main character happily threw him away like a sack of wheat, because now his fate, it seems, was clear. Now the leaders have called a portal that can move all the guys from the island back to the Valley of Glory. Yes, the technique is really so impressive that it's simply mesmerizing. But everyone was wondering who went further. She would have refused. Very soon the results will be announced, and we will find out who will make it to the next round. The same as that. The team of our Loki and the leader arrived from the mysterious island. They were immediately greeted with applause. Now the most important thing, the top 10 who had the most plaques will be able to move on to the second round. Participants appeared from the portal who, unfortunately, did not even have one sign at all. They were all exhausted and tired, and seemingly disappointed. Is there really such weak competition for our protagonist? Now, judging by the table, some clans did not even have their own plaques. This was simply amazing, because this was the first time. Never at a competition have people come with zero. Of course, there are clans that had quite a lot of plaques. Most likely these are very strong teams. Our main character understood that the Chimera has a large number of signs, I would even say prohibitive. Therefore, the Wind Clan will undoubtedly advance further and enter the top 10 participants in the competition. The former killer of our main character also possessed an innumerable number of tablets. There were really a lot of them. Everyone's tablets were counted, with the exception of Loki, and one other participant whom our guys did not meet on the battlefield. And now one of the elders was attracted by this particular participant, who was incredibly confident in himself, and God only knows how many signs he has. Blade. It is Blade who is this young man. He made everyone surprised, because to compare with such the greatest skilled warriors, you must have either a dozen abilities or luck. Some guys recognized him. It turns out that he is from the Wave clan, and nothing has been heard about this clan for a long time. It would seem that it simply disintegrated. He had not been seen before. Somehow he was overlooked. It turns out that he registered literally in the last minutes before the start. His clothes were torn and torn. Apparently he accepted the battle. This young man's eyes glowed incredibly. He had a sense of confidence. And what's most amazing is that he passed the test alone. Now he opened. How many pieces does he have? It was just a pile of tablets, like a huge, huge ball. Hannah and Loki were in incredible shock, because he had never met them in fights. And then this. One of the elders asked if our main character possesses the same number of tablets. But Loki was quite modest. He decided that if he revealed his results, he would take up a lot of space. He also called his friend Anubis from the portal. Let us remember that after he was able to disenchant him, he will never be imprisoned again. He is now free. And here comes the moment of truth. The signs of our main character, which poured endlessly out of the bag and really took up a huge number of places. These were entire mountains with a golden glow. They even resembled the humps of a camel in their shape. Well, and accordingly, no one had any doubts that Loki would be the winner in the first round. And here are the results. What's most interesting is that in the next round, the one who previously took first place will be able to choose allies to unite in completing tasks. Our main character could not help but be pleased with this. He assumed that it would seem the opponents would act side by side. But he already made his decision a long time ago. Maybe it's a little crazy, but he doesn't have the slightest doubt about his choice. After all, he chose two beauties, Hannah and Chimera, who were next to him for half of the competition. Or maybe there will be more. The same upstart, who had previously taken second place, began to insert his 5 kopecks. The question was whether our main character was mistaken in choosing his allies, pointing out that with him he would have a much better chance of winning. And he himself understood how formidable an opponent Loki was. It would seem that he was already waiting for our main character to change his mind in his choice. Hope sparkled in his eyes, but Loki again disappointed him that he would never take him as a partner. There was one main reason for this. After all, everything was clear as daylight. He chose his allies, not because they were strong or had any extraordinary abilities. He did not choose him for the reason that he is a guy, and our main character is not impressed by this position. And secondly, he is not a beauty like those whom he chose. After all, he can capture their attention, and they will idolize him. Isn't it a dream when girls desire you and want to be next to you? With this answer, he managed to strike everyone on the spot, from this new participant right up to the leaders of the competition. The main character's bride was the most rejoicing. She did not expect that he would take 2 more girls as participants. At the same time, they decided to calm him down, because Loki got wound up and was too frank. Blade was annoyed after what was said, because he considered himself the best of the best. It's like a stone in his garden. The rest of the wars that did not pass hurried to rest, and some even decided to leave the valley that day. One of the managers chuckled, asking why this participant's name was not as bright as the others. But the guy replied, he has a lot of luck on his side, and he doesn't have any special skills. On the elder. It seemed strange because he felt nostalgic for his old friend who was similar to this young man, and he was also from the Wave clan. But how talented he was. At that time, such warriors could be counted on the fingers of one hand, and he also made a vow to himself that if ever a capable warrior with a high level of skill appeared, he would return to this world to fight. The elder also asked directly whether Blade believes that Loki is the skillful warrior who will change the world and fight any opponent, managing to defeat him. But the guy didn't show it to me. After all, it seemed like he didn't really know who Loki was, and he wanted to hurry up to rest, get some sleep, gain strength. After all, the next stage, as he thinks, will not be so easy. The warrior wished all the best to the elders and rushed off to the hotel. Hurry up to hug the bed that he missed during the competition. The elders began to wonder if he was the warrior about whom the legends say who could correct the whole world. One of the questions could not remain open because they had to punish the competition violator. The same. They were sitting at the negotiating table. In front of them was that not a pleaser, but rather a loser from the Old Moon clan. Now on his knees, he asked for prayers for his forgiveness. After all, he had no other choice, as he explained. But according to all the canons, if you confess your mistakes, the punishment will not be so severe. Suddenly he froze. It seemed that the elders were able to read his thoughts, or he gave himself away. Yutaro was able to reproduce the image of Hika with his magic. The violator was in complete shock after what he saw. Without thinking twice, he admitted that it was Hika who was involved in everything, and under his influence, he committed all these nasty things. Having inflicted a considerable cut on the intruder with his wind-piercing spell, he sent him, but the blow was very strong. What? The intruder simply collapsed to the ground. He was terrified. Following this, the management told the offender not to give anything away and told his owner not to rush things. Now the loser understood that he was between two fires, and he had little choice. After all, punishment would come sooner or later. Is Yutaro in too much of a hurry? One of the elders asked. Apparently he wants to know what else Loki has. Of course, no one can give a 100 guarantee because the guy's spiritual strength is simply unimaginable. The tower is the chamber where the head of the waning moon Hika is located. Here he practices his sinister techniques. In his chambers, he often practiced spells and loved his cello. After all, it was not just an instrument, but in a sense, even a weapon. One of the servants of the great ruler of the Moon Province called to the head of the Old Moon clan. Hick had a misunderstanding about why he himself, Ruler Neptune, was calling him. It turns out that behind this villain, there is an even more sinister type that is capable of harming many. Neptune asked his subordinate to come closer. After all, information had reached him that Hika was involved in the disruption of the competition. Indeed, the blind man at that very moment regained his sight in an instant. After all, he broke the rules. Hovering his master's feet, he listened to how he failed to cope with the task he was assigned. The subordinates admitted their incompetence in this matter, apologized several times, but this was not enough. He also asked for alms so that his master would not punish him, because this would be fraught with either expulsion or even murder. Does he understand what this threatens him with? That he endangered Neptune himself? And that there will be demand? Neptune asked, did Hika do it on purpose? Firstly, he broke the rules, and secondly, he set him up. For a long time and languidly, the subordinate stood in front of Neptune's tomb awaiting his punishment. He squeezed his subordinate's throat tightly, as if he was ready to rip out his Adam's apple in an instant. Neptune was a truly powerful and artificial warrior. Many clans feared him. He controlled the energy of nature. Moreover, Neptune allocated part of the power to his subordinates so that he could deal with his enemies. Hika tried to convince the master of his loyalty and that he did not want such an outcome, much less screw up. Neptune showed the main mistake of the subordinate. This is that he considers himself self-sufficient and acts without consulting or asking permission. Next time he will lose his head. But so that the old times, that in the present could not do without punishments. After all, there are many hundreds of examples of what this led to. You would seem that Neptune is about to commit punishment over a subordinate. Who knows what he was preparing for this case? From the room where Neptune rested, Hika's screams were heard that this was not necessary, and that he would not do this again. Meanwhile, a strong thunderstorm began. A downpour, which had never been in the Valley of Glory before, simply washed away everything in its path. So the subordinate returned to his place after his master mutilated him. He was defeated. Entering the room, after such frozen ground and freezing rain, he wanted only one thing, sooner or later to take revenge. He should have understood that everything has consequences. When you do something, you need to see it through to the end and not leave it for tomorrow. At one time, Neptune severely crippled him, especially his eyes, and now he will literally execute him for any wrong action. Hika was burning with rage because of this feeling of injustice. After all, his plans apparently were to set our protagonist against his master, and he will not stop looking for ways for Loki to kill the patriarch of the waning moon clan, Neptune. Our main character immediately sneezed because he remembered him. He thought that he caught a cold at one moment, but he doesn't remember when. Now he was thinking, who can remember him? And most importantly, why would anyone think about him? Then, out of nowhere, Melissa climbed out of the water with incredible jugs that were covered by her bra. Melissa knew everything about our main character, from emotions to abilities and what he could do. She also understood that Loki was very much in love with me due to the fact that he continued to remain a virgin. But the hero, without thinking twice, grabbed as tightly as he could into the system, which struck her. She clearly didn't expect this. Loki also noticed that her body structure had changed quite a lot, and that she had gained several kilograms more. Now he embarrassed her even more. After all, our main character was quite smart. Loki didn't understand how it was possible to be slim in clothes, and without them so fleshy. The bride had already approached the door, having heard the conversations. She immediately rushed in joyfully in order to be alone with her young man, but he was disappointed. She was furious to see Loki making out with this insanely beautiful girl who appears when you don't expect her. Make this picture. She literally turned pale. Several emotions did not combine at once. Now Loki was in complete ambush. How should he explain himself to his fiancée when he is half naked in the hot water? Now tears were welling up on her face. She was in pain. I understand that this red-haired beast creates very huge competition. Get out of the water! Loki searched for words to explain himself, and hinted that this was not what she was thinking about, that there was nothing between them and could not be. But what confused her most was that most likely her fiancé fell for Melissa's breasts rather than for her. Melissa immediately became embarrassed. She didn't know what to answer. After all, this is a fact. Our main character seemed to have swallowed his tongue. He didn't know how to respond to this. On the one hand, he understood that this was really true, and on the other hand, he had never been surrounded by such a female harem in his life. Enraged, now Sana has decided to show what God has given her and prove Loki wrong about Melissa. Immediately, our main character began to stop her with his statements. They say that it's not worth it, but the bride, don't listen to him, still exposed herself in front of them, and as if an incredible shine blinded our main character. He was amazed, because in the clothes it seemed to him that there was something to look at. But the second, third, and a half sizes, and in front of him there seemed to be some kind of board and 2 tubercles. He was surprised at the plane of his bride. Instantly, a sneaker flew at his scoreboard right into his beard, and this actually threw him several meters. This is all, of course, interesting. But the second round of the competition has already arrived, and you need to be extremely attentive to it. Now, the competition consisted of the following. By drawing lots, the participants determine their opponents from other groups, and the group with the greatest victories advances to the third round. Hannah's song technique was incredibly hypnotic and could disarm anyone. The Chimera was a skilled warrior. When she had a bow in her hands, she could create spiritual kinetic energy in the form of lightning. Immediately, the girls managed to hit 2 warriors with their seemingly very simple techniques. Now 2 members from the Mud Clan were lying on the floor. There was only 1 member left. He was furious. I desperately wanted to avenge my clan and was ready to fight Loki's team. But when our main character appeared behind him with his technique of spiritual submission, the Mud Clan member was annoyed because Loki was already a completely different size of inhuman. He has only one thing left, to give up, because there is no way to compete with such a master. After all, he had previously seen what our main character is capable of. The techniques that Loki was able to unleash in Chimera were truly amazing. She was an inexperienced warrior some time ago, and she was encouraged that he believed in her, saying that she would try even harder and would not upset him. Seeing these victories, Loki's bride was furious. She felt a sense of injustice. Why wasn't she on the battlefield? After all, she wanted to fight side by side with our main character because she loves him with her soul and heart. Also, one of the participants sat gloating that Loki didn't take her with him, enjoying the glare of the sun. The girls didn't care about the opinion of this mare, because no one could stand in the way between her and Loki. Having overheard the conversation, Blade began to ask about what else Loki could teach other warriors and who he was to do this. Laughing, he claimed that he was the next opponent they would have to fight. His voice conveyed the confidence of victory. Loki. This made him laugh even more. At the same time, he was interested in what this guy had, because he still didn't remember who he was and where he came from. But Blade suddenly revealed that Loki is not his opponent. His opponent is a completely different participant. And our main character was already disappointed. He expected to personally fight this upstart in battle. We will fight the Chimera. Immediately, I heard exclamations from the stands about the fact that the black guy came second in the first round and that she had no chance, to which she screamed at them so that they should all shut their mouths because she would get to them too. She was outraged that no one believed in her and that she was underestimated. After all, she had not yet fully demonstrated her skills. Our main character asked her not to pay attention to these provocateurs because he doesn't doubt her at all. He also added that she shouldn't fight against this guy. God be with them, with these glasses. After all, she was already a magnificent warrior and also a beautiful girl who could amaze on the spot with her beauty. Somewhere, it seems, she has already doubted her technique of seducing men. What if it doesn't work? She said you shouldn't overpraise her so much because she is capable of more than others think. She also thanked him for the help he gave her. Now she must cope with all the problems herself. She was proud that our main character was able to unlock her potential and increased her self-confidence. Will she be able to go further or not? In any case, she wanted to try, because until you try, you won't know. She was able to assemble a lightning-fast wind attack of arrows, which are very difficult to dodge. Gusts of arrows, like tiger claws. Now her attack had much more spiritual power than with the first opponent. It seems that she put all of herself into this blow. Her attack took the form of dragons that rushed like striking lightning during a thunderstorm. Here other clans were really surprised at what the girl was capable of, and considered the Wind Clan to be really powerful. The guy also found this very interesting, because before he had never had to face quite strong opponents in the form of girls. And that friend kept gloating, "I think that Loki's team has no chance of victory." And just about refused, the lightning dragons will overtake their target, and this attack will be the last in the confrontation between these two participants. But somehow Blade managed to dodge this amazing dragon attack. He was pleased with the fact that he was not fighting a weakling, and this feeling amused him more and more. He was also able to push back this spiritual energy that the Chimera sent towards this upstart. Guys, it seemed like they were already worried about their teammate, because they understood the fact that she was fighting an unpredictable warrior. But the Chimera did not despair one bit, because that was not all. The attack continued. She again channeled the power of the dragons, as if they had some kind of thermal imager, and they themselves saw their enemy. Hitting, there was a huge explosion in the arena of Grudo towards me, and just scattered in different directions. To the Chimera, it would seem that everything is about to end, because she put enormous strength into this attack. The silhouette of Blade was visible amidst the foggy dust. How could he resist after such a huge onslaught? He even felt uneasy somewhere because the girl directed such energy and did not achieve her goal. Now the time has come for his attack. He sent flames towards the Chimera by controlling his spiritual energy with one finger. The girl did not expect the attack to be so fast, and was about to try to dodge these flames. But it was amazing. He was able to change the direction of his chakra, and her arrows, which she had previously sent, were hidden in it. The same Loki appeared on the battlefield, who with his cloak repelled the attack sent to the Chimera. Him too. Arrows pierced the concrete. Blade was experiencing a misunderstanding why her teammate intervened. He wondered why his comrade limited the team, maybe in victory, and even more so in points. Our main character hastened to speak out that she was giving up, to which she was selfless and answered, "No, she wanted to continue the battle." She tried to convince our protagonist that she still had some tricks up her sleeve and could surprise this upstart. But Loki managed to unlock the potential of the attack that Blade sent in her direction. He could have killed vital organs, as well as veins and tendons. The Chimera immediately calmed down her furious ardor, and she already looked soberly at the situation that had happened. Sana also rushed to dissuade her from continuing the fight, because there was no point in it. Trying to open her eyes to what's really going on. It's not fun, it's a real fight. One winner will come out of it, and some may not survive. The Chimera finally realized that she overestimated her strength. Yes, she is a skilled warrior, but this competition brought together the best of the best. She was also praised that she was already able to go a long way with dignity and deserves the respect of everyone. She also emphasized one fact, that she is much better than this rabble that is in the stands, who do not care about themselves and their comrades. These statements greatly touched the Chimera veteran. No one was so worried about her. She felt complete oppression. Immediately, Aurora and the stranger began to praise her, and the fact that she had already achieved great results. The Chimera realized that now she is not alone in this world. She has comrades who will support her in any case. Sana also hastened to convey one fact that she should not listen to what others, and especially men, will say. There is no point in proving something to anyone, and explaining it is stupid, because she is a lady first and foremost. The Chimera understood that she was not alone in this world, and that she must trust her comrades. There was no other way. Now Loki was more and more in love with his bride, since she knew how to find words. One thought that haunted the bride was that he was surrounded by so many beautiful girls, and this made him nervous. But probably this means that the way is prepared for the passage of their feelings through all adversity, and show whether the game is worth the candle. Melissa was indignant about this because she considered herself the one and only for our main character. Moreover, the powers that she possessed were capable of enslaving Loki and putting him in his place. After all, she was the system of this game into which he was dragged. Loki had to justify to his fiancée that he was now talking to himself. Hannah interrupted this conversation. She didn't understand what was happening at all. Some useless dialogues. In the midst of a battle, she asked everyone to leave the battlefield because it was preventing her from fighting her opponents. The second round of the competition has come to an end. Now it's time to look at the results. The results were as follows. 3 blade leaders remained, Loki and Hannah indeed, but also the strongest warriors of their time. Now they had to pass the final test before moving on to the next round. These were the conditions of the competition. The leaders of the competition, with their spiritual power, summoned an unusual scroll, from which enormous energy emanated. It would seem that it contains something quite important, and the outcome of events will be determined after its opening. The elder immediately opened a bright golden scroll, which emitted a huge light, which blinded all participants. The picture that was painted inside described the creator of everything and the abyss between God and the devil. Once she found herself in the world of gods and demons, but could not find a way out of there. Most likely, this is what the participants in the final round will have to do. The conditions were as follows. The one who can create a path for the patroness of everything and bring her out of this dimension is the winner. Guys, this gave me strange thoughts. How can they help the sovereign if she herself couldn't get out of this dimension? Yutaro smiled maliciously, as if there was some special snag in this task. And in any case, it meant something. It's probably worth understanding the fact that in the picture the lady looks too touching. But there is one more point. The dimension is teeming with traps and a huge number of dangers, so not everyone dares to rush there. And even more so, finding a way out of there is considered almost impossible. Indeed, among these stones there is an abyss at the very bottom. Having fallen into it, the soul will forever be separated from the body and will wander throughout the universe. Now the spectators and participants were horrified by this test. After all, it was literally considered murderous. Now the sisters were trying to dissuade our protagonist from this one-way trip. But Hannah was very brave and asked if our main character had any doubts about going down this path. After all, he had come so far. Now the smiles have disappeared from the faces of the participants in the final test. The jokes are over. Now a real test awaits them. One of the elders stopped them abruptly. Apparently he had something important, maybe something like parting words. Now the guys concentrated their gaze on the competition leaders. They began to wonder what the old man wanted from them. And the scroll said the following. If you enter there with a weapon, then you will instantly destroy this world created in the picture. Now the guys were truly in global shock and did not understand how they could cope with the challenges without the basic means to achieve the goal. The old man used witchcraft in the yin-yang bag and asked to put all the weapons there at the end of the competition. He promised to return. Him too. The guys began to put away their tools. Loki even had to put his main weapon in the bag. Anubis, who jumped through the portals. Now the old man began to practice witchcraft. He had to complete the cult of imprisonment. But nevertheless, one of the elders was able to prepare a slightly different weapon for the participants in the final round. Hannah became the owner of a very practical and spiritual sword, and the steel on this weapon was unusual. Blade received a cat called Marquis, who was incredibly quick and had unpredictable abilities. Our main character received a spiked collar, which becomes a single part of the organism that picked him up. Immediately, the spiked collar somehow closed on Loki's neck, and it even shocked him too much. He thought for a long time, What is he needed for? Maybe for subjugation, or maybe he still hid something special inside himself. He assumed that with such a weapon he could subjugate the mistress of everything and try to take her beyond the boundaries of the dimension. Or for erotic games, our main character laughed. And now the final third round starts. Everyone is in anticipation because the guys will have to risk their lives in passing such thorny paths. Our main character did not despair because he was a skilled computer game player. He hoped to study the platform on which they would be located. Something suddenly happened. He began to be sucked in by some very powerful portal. Incredible energy enveloped our main character. He was very surprised how in an instant he appeared in another dimension. Sakura blossomed around him. A huge river stretched between the rocks below him. Trying to take a step, he realized the fact that he would not be able to walk freely in this dimension. He fell to the ground, jerking to the side, and realized that something was holding him. Something in the area of his leg. There was fear and surprise on his face. How so? At what point did this happen? Why didn't he notice? The fact that he had an incredibly heavy core attached to his leg that only pulled him downwards. He was annoyed. He definitely did not expect such an event. How can he explore these spaces if he is chained? Loki immediately began to take off himself. This strange robe that he was wearing, and of course the weight that was chained to his leg. Having used the purification spell, he was hoping to get rid of these cast-offs that were shackling him. He managed to do this by tearing these clothes. A truly skilled warrior. And in general, he always liked different challenges. That's why he completed so many games. But he forgot the main thing, that in this dimension, ordinary attacks will not work. After all, this place is unusually enchanted. Now he understood all the power of the elders who cast this spell, limiting the abilities. Out of nowhere, Sakura petals began to fly from above with incredible speed. The attack was very fast. Our hero tried to dodge this obvious technique, and it would seem that he succeeded. But no, there were still cuts on him. He was shocked. It would seem that the petals have a soft base. How could they become so sharp and dangerous in one moment? But at the same time, our main character understood that the shackles limited his movements, and this cannot continue. Also, a blow came to him, which also arose from the outside. It was a wing that elongated to extraordinary sizes. But Loki managed to, in a sense, parry this attack. Opening his mouth, he was ready to grab this wing with his teeth. He was caught there by an unusual fairy who appeared in this space. She clearly did not expect this. It was strange for him, especially the fact that some fairy was able to attack him and even damage him. At the same time, she freed herself from the onslaught of our protagonist's teeth, which shocked him. And it wasn't a wing at all. It was her hair. He was surprised that she controlled it so skillfully, and it was very difficult to guess the direction. They managed to shackle our main character and immobilize his hands so that he could no longer dodge. Loki's furious ardor was so strong that nothing could stop his zeal and desire to achieve results. Now he was ready to rush after this fairy. He appeared out of nowhere and thirsted for revenge. The fairies thought it was just fun, but our main character was extremely angry. The fairy, having cried, made our hero doubt his actions, because the desire to finish her off was simply limited to their cuteness. The main weakness of our hero was that he believed that he had never learned to fight with women, feeling sorry for them. He dreamed about the appearance of Hannah, who could fight at the female level with this inept. But she had completely different concerns. In front of her, it was as if there was a Hulk in the flesh from the roots and the earth of incredible size. But she fell into a trap. The roots managed to drag half of her body, thereby immobilizing her also beyond the enchanted place where they ended up. Now she asked Loki for help, because she realized that she had fallen into a loose swamp, which shackled her and slowly sucked her in. Some movements could be heard from under the swamp, as if someone was about to rise to the surface. It was an incredibly menacing monster. Fury reigned in his eyes. It would seem that now she is truly doomed. She felt helpless, because there was no measurement that could be understood. Everything was so unpredictable. The giant is about to enslave her forever, imprisoning her forever in this swamp, from which she will never be able to get out. The sword that the elders gave became heavier and heavier with each blow, and it was difficult to control it. Here, out of nowhere, the cat Marquis appeared and tore the fibers of the hand that was about to kill Hannah. The beast was stunned by such an attack. How could a pathetic little man stop such a magical creature? Blade sneered that a swordmaster like Hannah needed someone else's help to overthrow the enemy. But she angrily answered the incompetent that if he had a sword that became heavier with each blow and weights appeared on it, then he would not laugh so much at the situation. She was also struck by the fact that the cat really looked like a cat and not like some other creature. Once in this dimension, Blade continued to gloat about this. He didn't see any rivals in front of him and believed that luck was with him. Then, out of nowhere, Loki appeared, bound by fairy hair. He asked for help from his comrades, but he flew past them. It seemed strange to them, like they saw our main character. Hannah looked into the distance to see what was flashing before them, and she saw that our main character was being taken somewhere by a fairy, bandaged like a mummy. They were horrified by what was happening. It would seem that the warrior who coped with all situations himself asks for help. The guys rushed to help him, but the fairy rushed like a bullet at speed and seemed out of reach. Shouting after them, he asked, "Do they really care about him and don't they want to free him?" This infuriated them more and more. They did everything they could to reach our main character, and now she was incredibly angry because she was underestimated. Maybe it was a provocation, and so she began to try to reproduce the technique of separating the fairy from Loki in the hope that it would work. It was as if a shield had formed in front of the fairy, which stopped her. Hannah are truly smart and skillful warriors, albeit in maiden flesh. The fairy was shocked that she was resisted. After all, this is her dimension. She feels like a fish in water here. Hannah brings her technique closer to completion, wanting to stop this uncontrollable world. Her technique was capable, like a compass, of leading to the distance to which she pointed the object. Loki shouted after her to be careful, because the dimension is full of dangers, and there is no point in relaxing. After all, if our main character fell into a trap, and even more so for others, things could get much worse than for him. She was a little embarrassed by the fact that they were worried about her once enemy. She replied that he needed to think about his safety. He wanted her to take pity on these creatures, since they looked very cute and assumed that they were under some kind of witchcraft. Thus, puzzling both himself and the fairies who carried him away into the distance in an incomprehensible direction. Now she was more angry than ever. The desire to destroy these creatures overcame her more and more. She managed to summon some kind of monstrous monster technique, which she was going to send towards Loki. Loki became scared at one moment of how this technique was rushing. He asked to immediately untie him, because the consequences would be terrible. But Hannah's determination was very serious. There was simply no pity in her eyes and no worries. So Hannah's spiritual sword has acquired a completely different appearance. Now it has overtaken our main character. He was horrified by this sinister attack, because he had never seen it before. Apparently, somehow, she managed to master the technique of this sword, which becomes heavier with each blow. Loki flew by like a comet, but he was moving towards an unusually beautiful geisha who was resting near a tree. The guys immediately tried to warn him from the danger that threatened him. After all, this girl was very strange. At what speed did he fly into this lady? I was quite surprised by this. Out of nowhere, a boy appeared. My breasts were so huge and elastic that the blow was softened, but the girl was in pain. His head was upside down because at such a speed, cutting through the air, he crashed into these two cans. He seemed to have suffered a concussion, but at the same time he was stunned. The blow hit his membranes. "Guest!" I immediately called him shameless, but what? He was quite surprised. After all, he wasn't aiming directly at her. He was flying to where he didn't understand. The lady felt that the head of our main character is much softer and more tender than her huge breasts. Vulgarity. This particularly struck our children, and especially Hannah. She was dissatisfied because she was extremely envious, firstly, of beauty, and secondly, of forms. The malicious stranger smiled when she saw the woman in front of her, but she clearly did not see her as a competitor. Since she was from another dimension, she was not alien to humans at all. Moreover, her size was simply amazing. She called herself the mother of all. Fairies also obeyed her orders and, without her knowledge, could not afford to act on their own. With one finger, she grabbed our main character by the collar and pulled him towards her as if he were a plush toy. There was such calmness in her eyes, as if she was in control of the situation. Absolutely. At some point, she thought that this was her lunch. We are talking specifically about Loki. This horrified our hero. The giantess, stretching out her huge, slobbering tongue, was about to devour him. Now Loki was in danger more than ever. He understood that in a moment he would end up in the stomach of this beautiful but crazy lady giantess. But Hannah immediately tried to bring our main character to his senses with her screams. After all, he didn't resist at all, as if he was numb. Well, what did he answer? He's trying, but it's as if he was chained. The lady was very sinister. Her eyes were filled with a bright red flaming color, and her tongue looked like a snake that was about to envelop him. The attire of our main character. It was nothing compared to the collar. After all, when he strained or offered resistance, the collar squeezed all his movements. Absolutely. He could pay like this only to his fantasies regarding bondage and other pleasures. And then it happened to him. But the beautiful giantess immediately hurried with her statement. She convinced Loki that the collar was invented for a reason. It was done in order to equalize the forces. It seems that just about now, and she will already have a taste of our main character, or even completely devour him once and for all. Blade didn't want to be left behind. He sent his cat, Marcus, to help Loki. Surprisingly, he has such unfeminine strength. The cat is brave to stop, and he even plunged her into horror. She tried to free herself from Shar, a furry pet, but it was useless because the cat was elusive. In his heart, Blade understood that the cat was similar to him spiritually and in her character. She was as cunning as he was. Well, she was quick. The Marquis was literally amused. After all, for him it was just a game, while for others it was a full-fledged battle. The lady did not know what to do with herself. After all, the cat did not stop jumping on her and caused her to panic more and more. It turns out that this was her only weakness. She was incredibly afraid of the cat family. Firstly, she had allergies, and secondly, childhood trauma. Hannah tried to convey to Blade that this is not a game and stop making fun of the enemy. It's time to get down to business. To which he spread his hands and said, he didn't want such a weapon. Who would have thought that it would be animate? Loki was furious. How ordinary code can shake an enemy in another dimension. That's when he had an epiphany, so to speak. A light bulb went on in his head, and he guessed what it was connected with. After all, when the Elder handed over their supposed weapons, it was all done specifically and separately for each participant. After all, the weapon worked contrary to the thoughts and desires of the owner of these things, which made the control process more difficult. But Hannah was ahead of our main character with the statement, "What does a cat have to do with all this?" Now Loki understood that the collar was not a barrier at all, and should not be treated as an object of restraint and as a shackle. He immediately began to cast a spell. It seems that he understood the rules of the game in this dimension. Specifically, in his case, how to get rid of this limiter. He began to use the technique of increasing temperature on himself, adding the spiritual energy of fire in order to heat the iron on himself, and advised others to do this. The collar on Loki immediately began to heat up, but the steel needed a certain temperature. He could leave burns on himself. In order to avoid this injury, he decided to cool the iron with a technique that Master Chan had previously given him, namely the control of energy with water. Hannah was amazed at the calmness that our main character possessed, using all these skills on herself. It's a pity, of course. The equipment seems to be working, but the clothes, after some time, bring everything back and end up on our main character again. And finally, the collar that was shackling Loki cracked, and it became easier to breathe, and now nothing was holding him back. He managed to regain his own appearance. He really was a genius. It's like he's playing the game on the very last difficulty, trusting his intuition. Now Hannah believed that even in this enchanted place you can dictate your terms. A stranger unexpectedly doused Blade the cat with a vine that she tore from a tree branch. Now the most calm lady was very furious and eager to punish the guests. Blade began to groom his pet, stroking his head. It was as if he was under hypnosis. But then the beauty's appearance changed dramatically. In an instant, she acquired some kind of ominous power and was ready to attack. Now she didn't want to eat them. She wanted to simply destroy them and doom them to suffering. The technique was so ominous that it looked like pitch darkness. It was like a cloud approaching the guys. Blade was angry and desperate. He immediately began to use his technique, reflecting the attack. It was something like a spider web created from golden sand. And it was strange everyone was like that. He managed to get his skills back. Hannah was able to create a fiery funnel that could incinerate any matter that came in the way. But when using skills, the sword still made her movement heavier and sucked out her spiritual power. Her technique dissipated in the wind because her concentration was not enough while gathering energy. Loki managed to repel the stranger's attack with his striking lightning whirlwind, which he formed. Why the axe that Hannah held? He also realized what the problem was in sharpening the blade of the sword. Having found a weak point, he concentrated the energy so as to cut the sword into several fragments. Now the ball was no longer in her hand. It seemed to have evaporated. It was simply extraordinary. Now she has become the same. But she was inferior due to the fact that the sword devoured a lot of her spiritual power, and it seemed that she was about to collapse to the ground. Our main character managed to pick her up, taking her in his arms. It was really very cute. She was even a little confused. He also asked her to grab him by the neck in order to replenish all her lost strength. After all, he had more energy in him than many others. The ominous cloud typing has overtaken our main character. It would seem that a little more, and guys, it will enslave. But the shield spell of Achilles, which he activated, was able to dispel this technique with one finger. Now, Loki has noted something that she will no longer use the sword. She needs to adapt. She was fascinated by the way he took her in his arms earlier, because she had never experienced this feeling before. But at the same time, she was prickly, like a cactus. Now she couldn't stop kicking in our protagonist's arms, blaming him for catching her as she was about to collapse to the ground. The sinister stranger was confused. She was angry and didn't understand how they managed to avoid her. Technique. Now more and more rage was burning within her, and now her spiritual power had gained enormous power. After all, she simply considered them her dish, which was served cold. The thirst to eat them more and more added strength to her. Now she has become energetically strong, unimaginably strong. The chakra in her seemed to be on fire. There was no limit to her. But suddenly something happened. It was as if she was distracted, or she was distracted. Or maybe she couldn't cope with the concentration of spiritual energy. The ominous technique began to disappear in an instant, and she collapsed to her knees in confusion. Now the guys were in an unclear situation. What should they do? After all, the enemy is no longer so dangerous. Loki guessed. Since she has been in this dimension for quite a long time, it is also very difficult for her to cope with her abilities, because something is constantly in the way. After all, first of all, the atmosphere itself, grass, earth, trees, stream, is filled due to the spiritual power of the inhabitants. But the evil stranger immediately hastened to shut up our main character, objecting that this did not concern him, and that he did not come here for this. Now Loki had no doubt that this was the mistress of the dimension who could not find a way out, and offered her joint help in finding the way back. But she still couldn't calm down. She considered herself unsurpassed and unshakable. Now she was incredibly angry at the elders, namely that they were talking nonsense, as it seemed to her. She seemed to have gone mad and was talking to herself. An ominous energy was burning inside and outside her, as if she was feeding on hatred. The guys were in shock, and she completely lost her mind, thinking that they wanted to get rid of her. And specifically pointing to the elder, she decided that she would kill the guests who came from another dimension. The power was so great that it literally permeated every cell of the guys' bodies. But Loki did not give up. He believed that this was just a picture, not reality. The darkness around her literally glowed as if a demon had possessed her. Her eyes burned very ominously. At some point, the guys were struck by this. They could not fix their gaze on the Lady of the Dimension, because the power was incommensurate with their capabilities. In an instant, she seemed to disappear into the air, leaving a hole underneath her. But the hole resembled a place for jumping. The guys were at a loss. It seemed to them that the end was about to come. Their lives were in danger, but that was not the case. But a clear problem with gravity began, as if an earthquake was shaking everything around. Now the guys would have to find a safer place to survive this. Loki also understood that they needed to be close to each other in order to maintain stability in this dimension. Blade began to feel very bad. Apparently he was very seasick, and the spell had a very bad effect on him, and he literally vomited all around. Loki was indignant when he saw his teammate in such a state. He expected more from him. Now he understood that a really huge burden had fallen on his shoulders. He would have to deal with it all alone. But after the earthquake, landslides followed, and the faults of the earth were simply unimaginable, as if an explosion from under magma. Suddenly Loki and the Marquis perked up. They clearly did not expect this. What happened a moment later? From under the bowels of the earth, a huge, stony, rocky golem of unimaginable size appeared. He seemed to have woken up, like a bear. It would seem that he is smiling and has good intentions. It was so huge that it eclipsed the sky. Our main characters, being on it, were completely scared. It was as if butterflies were flying inside her. She felt terrified even after the earthquake. And then this. Now apparently you shouldn't count on Hannah's support because of her condition, both internal and external. But the golem's eyes darted from side to side, since earlier he had observed the guys, and he sensed their presence, but he did not see them. It seems that he was able to notice them. Firstly, by the sound, and secondly, his head simply itched. Now he has already guessed that on his body there are these pathetic humanoid ants. Realizing the danger that threatened the guys, Loki had to perform the lava attack technique. An even more amazing fact is that during the attack of our main character from a year ago, a large handful of other stone golems appeared. And now they were quickly heading towards the guys. It would seem that they simply have no chance. There was confusion in Loki's eyes. After all, when you are in another dimension and there are such terrible monsters against you, the Elder really overdid it, because every step that the guys take ends with the unpredictable appearance of other creatures. But for Loki, it was like a test of one more game. But somewhere this even amused him. The giant suddenly decided to hit you on the top of the head, because he was tired of these ants resisting. Immediately a flock of golems headed towards the guys. One question remained: how to defeat them. Hiding in one of the trees, the golems had already discovered them. But Loki noticed something. Especially two of the golems were quite strong and unpredictable. Loki asked Hannah to hug him tightly and hold him by the neck. It would seem that she did not want this, but we think it was quite the opposite. He also needed to wake up poor Blade so that he had to leave this battlefield. He tried to wake him up with multiple slaps because he was in some kind of complete delirium. Now, his face looked like a potato after such spankings. Like an earthquake really shook everything out of him. Spending time figuring out the circumstances, the guys no longer noticed how a huge wave of the stone golem's hand was rushing straight towards them. Now everyone was scared. After all, the attack was truly indestructible, but at the same time very fast, which gave rise to strange thoughts. The guys managed to dodge, but this blow simply created a huge crack in the earth. Shards of stones flew from side to side. Blade began to conjure his unusual technique. He understood that the golem was clumsy and it would not be difficult to hit them. But another golem attack, which flew straight at the dark-skinned guy, is about to reach its target. And then, boom! The blade hit the golem's support hand, which simply exploded into several small pebbles. Loki watched from the side, realizing how fierce a warrior he was, because he only used the attack of one symbol of his spiritual power. After all, he understood that rare specimens mastered this technique, and he could list them on the fingers of one hand. On the other hand, Loki is gloating. It seems like a dark-skinned guy, strong, but at the same time the most stupid. Blade was at a loss as to why he was being made fun of, because he considered himself a skilled warrior. The technique that our main character was going to use was extraordinary, capable of cutting mountains. After all, he could turn an ordinary lightning attack into a blade, and then flashes of lightning suddenly sparkled in this mysterious place. The golems concentrated their gaze on Loki, as if he had done this in advance. Having created a cloud, directing his attack precisely at it, he caused a hail of lightning. But judging by history, the element of lightning is much stronger than the element of earth summoned from outside guests. Show yourself! The golems are about to fall into stacks in front of the guys after such a crushing technique. Blade also realized after using this technique what their weak point is. After all, they cannot be immortal. Now he realized how stupid he was, and was in a hurry, clearly without thinking ahead and about the consequences. But then again, there was a threat of danger from the forest. Again, surprises appeared before our brave men. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a very long, huge vine rushed towards Blade. But he managed to stop this attack by controlling the nature of the earth, causing a huge boulder that blocked the tentacles of the vine. And here a girl appeared in a devilish guise. After all, it was she who caused this technique to happen again. And now the dark-skinned guy began to cast magic. His techniques were unimaginable, and he was as unpredictable as our main character. The demons began to get annoyed by this, that they were resisting, and all attacks could not reach the target. It seems that now she understood how trapped she was not only in the picture itself, but also in the resistance with these guys. Somehow, Loki managed to summon an octopus, and he literally shackled the demoness with his tentacles. He wanted to see the true shell of this girl in demonic form and what she had inside. What was the point of maintaining such a false shell, hiding behind a girlish guise? With devilish intentions. After all, it all looked like a complete illusion, like a fictional world in which there is nothing true. After all, having touched the fairy, it seems that one could expect irreversible consequences, watching how sweet and defenseless she is. And, it would seem, just by stroking her, he was touched by this incredible creature. He had never seen a godlike person before. Stroke her face. It was like a picture of a little elf and at the same time a fairy. But at some point, such a person was bitten by this divine creature, and this even made the guest laugh a little. Now it seemed to him that even in such confinement as this illusion, he would not feel sad and lonely. Having cast a spell, the godlike man decided to reward the elf, who looked like a butterfly with rapid growth. And already being a little fairy, the creature turned into a beautiful beauty with huge breasts. Her hair was bright purple, and the beauty of her body was capable of bewitching. Now he was wondering if he had overdone it. He had really grown too big, from a tiny palm-sized baby to a full-fledged feminine figure in elven form. Well, Elf commented the following, that if nature was given to become this way, then so be it. And now, from a small flower demon, she has become an inhabitant and defender of this world, and her name will be Sophia Demon God. Now Zahn rushed far into the mountains, but promised to help if help was needed. If Sophia asked him, but she just wanted to try and understand what it means to be human, to get a piece of power. And here it is. The guardian of the forest, the huge golem, literally knocked out the beauty with his fierce blow. Here, a godlike man appeared who tried to use his technique in order to pacify the giant. I decided to drive away this huge piece of stone, created from the matter of the earth, also adding that he was not invited here. The demon girl was inspired by the arrival of this godlike man, because she had never seen such power before. She was in love. The woman's habits spoke for themselves. She wanted to copulate with this godlike man. But then she decided that she would heal herself. After the golem hit her, after all, she flew off like a tennis ball. But there was one amazing fact. When he fell asleep, she sucked out his life energy and blood. This left him bewildered. He embarrassed her very much because his body was a solid pile of muscles, but at the same time it was elegantly combined with his godlike appearance. It's strange. It seems like the fairy sucks blood. It would seem that this is the lot of vampires, but nevertheless, she does not hide in the darkness, but is in direct light rays. She did not understand one fact. Why would he take such a risk to save her, dooming himself to the loss of spiritual strength? After all, the consequences would be completely irreversible. Poking her finger in the forehead, calling her a fool, answering, did she really not understand anything? What else is he supposed to do if he has met the sweetest creatures on his way? Of course, he will want to protect her, but also to provide her with some opportunities when he is not around. Now the fairy began to hug him, and he pressed her tightly to his body. There was peace in her soul, but she again decided to suck out his spiritual power and feast on his blood. Indeed, a fairy in demonic guise. And now, in his spare time, the godlike demon began to draw a picture, exactly the one in which our main character is now, and called it the world of God and demon. Now, it would seem that this touching picture will never end. The fairy demon was lying on the lap of a godlike man, and nothing foreshadowed trouble. She was happy, because in her heart, head, and soul she understood that this happens once in a lifetime, and she must grasp as tightly as possible the opportunity given to be with such an incredible person. But at some point the affairs of the godlike man on this earth ended, and he had to return back. She was amazed by his cruelty. Everything was so beautiful, and this harmony that reigned inside carried great love in her heart. But the godlike man realized that she had become much more mature and skillful. Now he simply did not have enough time to mess with her, so he decided to leave her. He also left her a parting message that human life is not at all what she imagines it to be. It is complex and bumpy, and it is full of thorny paths, but nevertheless, it is interesting. Now there was disappointment in her soul. Tears like rivers oozed from her eyes. It would seem like a demonic fairy could have her heart broken. And again, our protagonist's technique was able to reach the most distant echoes of the beauty's soul. He saw the true shell and the reason for becoming so evil and cold. He was even a little surprised at what she had to go through and what a path from little fairy to demon god. Namely, it was because she considered herself abandoned that she became like this. But Loki allowed her to speak out, releasing all this rage and setting her on the right path. And he also added the following. When the fun ended, she was an energy addict and like a vampire tried to fill this void. But he abandoned her, died, and left her alone with pain for several hundred years. Guys, this outraged me. How can you do this? What a merciless creature that makes you fall in love with yourself and then breaks your heart and disappears forever. After hitting our protagonist with a vine, she asked him to shut up. And what does he know about love and a broken heart? Pathetic little man. It would seem that Hannah is also ready to intervene in this dialogue. She was indignant and angry, but the annoyed fairy demon still could not calm down and fought like a fish on ice, proving the opposite, that the godlike man did not abandon her and did not lie to her. He promised to return in 10,000 years. Loki immediately called her naive, that she was used like some kind of napkin for a runny nose. And he also put himself in his place, saying that he would have done such a thing if he were not married, old and willing to have fun. But she continued to prove the opposite, and that the Supreme clearly did not use her. He simply had no other choice. But that Loki refuted her words with the native phrase that a man is a man. That's their way. Even so, but why then would he waste time transforming from a little elf into such a beautiful woman and endow her with power equal to the gods? The main character grinned again after the demon fairy's statement, because he understood his true plans right away in the pancakes on the picture inside this lady. He also managed to reproduce the picture of this event, so that everyone could observe from the sidelines. All this nonsense. He also reproduced the events of his transformation from a fairy into a beautiful, charming beauty. But our same dark-skinned guy began to pine for this whole picture, which literally drew him in. Loki also claimed that anyone who knows this technique will be able to reproduce this with maximum accuracy. Now there was some kind of sadness in her eyes. Before that, she believed in miracles, and then our main character crashed her ship of hope. And he also decided to reproduce events that would radically change her view of what happened centuries ago. That here he is, already an exhausted miracle worker, leaving this world, and as if it was all an illusion created by a godlike man. In her eyes, soul, and heart, there was an inexorable longing for the adored image of a man whom she had never met before. The picture was beautiful. After all, it would seem that she was reunited with her creator. After all, it seemed to him that they would never meet again in the vastness of the universe, and that this story would forever remain true. Touching her forehead again, he brought her back to those times that were long ago. A feeling of nostalgia overcame her more and more. She was shocked. She asked what was happening to him, if she could help him with anything, what was required of her. For a second, he realized that he didn't remember her at all. After all, it was 1,000 years ago, and he had countless such events. Now she was broken like a cup, because he didn't even remember her. And she hoped so much. And she waited, hoped for a reunion after tens of thousands of years. And then, they simply forgot about her. They wiped their feet on her. It was as if the world had disappeared from under our feet, and there was no point in living at all. However, the godlike man understood that there were many such elves on his way. And did he do everything right? He wondered. But nevertheless, Loki emphasized one point. With every elf he was alone with, he left a piece of his soul. And the soul, as they say, is immortal. Now, the beauty, like a weeping willow, literally touched the godlike man. He felt sin and guilt for what he had done. Looking around, he realized that this was a picture he had drawn earlier. After all, everything was painfully familiar. After all, the fairy demon managed to bring color to this gloomy, cold picture, and it seems she put all of herself. Now he tried to explain to her that this picture would soon come to an end, and when it disappeared, the godlike man himself would disappear. He also urged her to live her own life, enjoy it, and appreciate life. After all, she is alone, and now he begins to turn into a spirit and slowly disappear because of this enchanted place. It seemed to her that it was like a dream, and it was not true. After all, she was so happy when she lived with the thought that sooner or later everything would return to normal. The beauty began to release a huge flow of energy, which literally lifted everything up, as if the sky were magnetized. Now she saw no point in further staying in this enchanted place. Seeing her lose her powers and turn into a spiritual ball of energy, the dark-skinned guy who had previously fallen in love with her held her in his arms, calling her his wife. Now even Hannah understood that the picture would soon simply disappear. It was only a matter of a few minutes, and once the picture turns white, there will be no color in it. Loki will be able to use his spiritual bloodhound to find the door back to the human world. And here it is. It would seem like a portal back. It's like a small time period from where the light came. Loki hurried the guys, saying that they need to hurry up. The door will not last forever, and if the picture disappears, then they will disappear along with it. Now all that was left was the shell of a demon girl who was losing her vitality. She was annoyed, because the world that she puffed and tried to create was disappearing before her eyes and from under her feet. It would seem that her obsession was a huge mistake. She understood how mistaken she had been all these centuries. Falling into the abyss that opened underground, Loki rushed after it and rushed as hard as he could. He managed to grab her hand, preventing her from falling and being a lost soul forever. He became her savior. She was surprised. Why is this young man trying to save her from herself? After all, no one did this for her sake. She forgot what it was. Moreover, the status of the demon of God, which was given to her, is not entirely justified. She decided to exchange her life for unhappy love for the creator of this picture. But she was angry and brushed it off with words that he had no right to humiliate and underestimate her, because he was not in her shoes. How can he know what this is? But then he decided to throw her up, and he himself found himself in her place with his back to the abyss. She was more and more surprised. And is there really a more ideal option that suits her in this universe? After all, he called her a beautiful girl, and the fact that life does not end there by grabbing her tightly by the butt. Now her look has changed. At some point she was even in love with our main character, because in his own words he was able to reach her lost soul. And he also noted a very important point. Why does she need godlike ones when she can choose an ordinary average man and not suffer, not wait for him to return or leave altogether? I was very touched by this, and she herself could not believe that she was experiencing such a feeling. After all, she had not experienced this for many centuries. He also added, if she doesn't believe him, then he will show her the truth. But she was increasingly surprised by the fact that he was able to penetrate her consciousness and read her thoughts. But out of nowhere, the abyss suddenly appeared, rising higher and higher. She was able to grab our main character by the leg. The tentacles were unusually strong and ominous. Now there was clearly no time for jokes and no time for bickering. Drinking the abyss was becoming stronger and stronger with every second. If somehow it could drag in our main character, then life would end at that moment. And she really grabbed our Loki very tightly. It was necessary to urgently do something so as not to get stuck. Loki decided with all his might that the fairy would be the first to rise. He tried his best to raise her as high as possible. I grabbed this friend's breast very tightly because it was so elastic that you could really hold on to it. At the same time, she realized that there was no other way out to get out of this ominous place. Our main character called a dark-skinned boy for help. The guy was shocked because he understood how much he was risking. They could all get stuck in this endless abyss, and he threw it up with all his might so that the guys could intercept it. It seems that one life has been saved. Perhaps Loki at some point understood how this matter works, and was about to use his release technique. He wanted to release a large energy cocoon through which he could teleport to the point he indicated. But the abyss did not allow passage. Now it grabbed the hands of our craftsman. It seems that he was doomed. It turns out that without it is capable of sucking spiritual strength as well as physical one. And it was really scary. Now it was clear that she had practically swallowed up our main character. And this suggested one thought. If nothing is done now, then there will only be stories about Loki. Hannah had one desire, to try to save him as quickly as possible, because he had done this many times, despite the fact that she was once his enemy. But Chernish decided to stop her. In addition, the winner has not yet been determined and leaving him to certain death. This does not make him any better than other participants. Blade asked them to get as far away from this place as possible, because the abyss was getting closer and closer and seemed bottomless. All thoughts, All life seemed to pass before the eyes of our main character. Now it seemed to him that everything was over. His journey did not last long. But what gnaws at him most of all is the fact that he will remain a virgin and never knew a woman's love. He also thought about why he wasted his energy in vain. Because he could not bring anything bright and history could no longer be rewritten. There was complete darkness around him, a bloody theme. His breathing had already slowly stopped as he was being squeezed by the tentacles. But in an instant, he heard a voice calling him, and he tried to understand who it was, going through a bunch of thoughts in his head. He thought maybe it was Hannah who rushed headlong to save him, and why risk her life for someone? Now he understood that he had corrected himself with the task. If earlier he had passed tests that others simply weren't given, now he realized that he was an imperfect e-sportsman. He started shouting, "Darling, what's waiting?" His smile literally never left his face. A ray of hope was visible through the darkness. He immediately hurried, because he could have found himself at the bottom of this abyss from which he would never get out. He closed his eyes and was about to, it would seem, kiss the black boy. It looked terrible. He began to feel his face. At some point he realized that this was not a girl and clearly not Hannah. Blade managed to grab hold of our main character, and he saved him. One more moment and the end. Now our main character felt some kind of nausea and great shock seeing who came to his aid. He began to push back and push his savior as far as possible. They shouted that he didn't want this, most likely to copulate. The thoughts of our main character said that at some point he suspected Blackie of blue, to which he replied, "What is his fault? He's really just saving Loki and he's not blue at all." And he screamed. Is our main character ready to die? Or does he still want to get to the surface and continue to live? And he also added that he never liked men, and especially those who come back to life for some unknown reason. And in the air he was already buzzing all his ears. It seemed that at one moment, Chernish would simply change his mind about saving him. Now there really was a disadvantage. We had to leave this ominous place as quickly as possible. But Loki seemed to have gone mad. He began to rave. It was difficult to control him. He did everything he could to prevent his salvation, shouting that don't touch him, he can get out on his own and doesn't want to communicate with men. It was incomprehensible that there was continuous resistance on the part of our main character. But this cannot continue for long. He started yelling at him to get lost. It was as if they were stuck to each other. At some point, it looked very strange. But the abyss apparently was very hungry. It wanted to suck in the young guests as quickly as possible. At some point, they literally fell on the concrete and lost consciousness. Loki experienced terrible pain in his head. After all, of course, not everyone is able to survive a fall from such a height. Mine was surprised by one moment. He noticed what was happening around him and what was in his hand. It looked like some kind of fabric. It was leather, the skin of a dark-skinned friend. It looked terrible. In horror, Loki simply did not understand whether he had torn off the skin from Blade and could not come to his senses after what he had seen. He was even more frightened by the fact that a man was reaching out to him with his hand. He had never seen him before. They shout that our main character hurt him very much, because he couldn't even get up on his knees, as if he was paralyzed. Now Loki was shouting that he was wrong. He was ready to atone for his guilt. It was just panic and a rush of fear. The man looked like a demon. Some strange light sparkled from his eyes. It was terrifying. Our main character still continued to shout that he was to blame and would try to improve, closing his eyes. But at that moment, it turned out to be unnecessary. After all, a smiling girl with long hair stood in front of him. She laughed at the fact that he managed to scare our main character, but he looked like a rabbit. And then again, he met another beauty on his way. This is a really cool adventure for our main character. But the stranger began to be sarcastic, saying that he simply changed his skin. In an instant, Loki changed and also stopped making statements. Now he felt very vague. He could not understand what kind of appearance this was. The guy also added that he is not the one to whom he can now extend a hand. It turns out, Loki recognized him. This is Zeus from the land of waves, and he shocked the boy. How could he know about this? Now he was confused about how strong this young man was and what his abilities were in general. He hated this character from the game most of all, because he was unpredictable in all his manifestations. But at some point our main character remembered the cards that he drew in this game, and there was Zeus, incredibly pumped up. Then, out of nowhere, Melissa appeared again, and, as usual, surprised everyone with her presence. Sitting half-naked right on a duck with her huge jugs, which were hidden by her bra. Our main character was outraged by this. Why didn't she appear at the moment when he really needed her? And is she really passing through space? Moreover, since he was drawn into this game, I could have given some hints, really. To the same, she furiously answered our main character that it was she who helped to reveal the full potential of spiritual power and rewarded him. At one point, she was already smiling, taking her breasts in her hands, asking Loki if she had gained weight. The guys were salivating at what they saw. They wanted to immediately dissolve between these two hemispheres. Also, our main character cried out that it was he who went through all those difficult trials himself, alone. And also, he had congenital cardiac arrhythmia. Knowing the fact that he should not worry, he became overexcited and died while playing. Now she lowered her talents and was a submissive system of the game, which our main character completed in just a couple of days. In an instant, Zeus began to behave strangely towards the guys. This gave rise to strange thoughts. And the thing was that he was surprised by the very fact that Loki was able to seduce such a beauty. And why couldn't he do it? She also said, "But if Loki doesn't like me, then there are a lot of fans who like her." But he wasn't her type, folded her fingers, and she was just about ready to give this upstart a slap. And she really hit Zeus with all her heart. It would seem like a simple girl, but here it is. Now he was repulsed and agitated, and there was nothing he could do about it. "You can't give back to a girl." And he literally collapsed to the ground after the click. Loki was shocked by what happened at that moment, asking what she did. After all, he saved him. Why did she hit him? And most importantly, why? She smiled and said that he is not worthy to own such a system. Incredibly beautiful, sexy. Now she said that Loki may not count on him being the only one on whom the blade converged. Having asked what she meant by this statement in general, she also noted one point. Does Loki know what kind of place this is? The abyss of destruction? Where did he end up? And it was really scary because in the distance, he saw someone's silhouettes, as if he was looking into pitch darkness. He literally froze in place because it was beyond his imagination. His world was now crumbling into 1,000 pieces. It was simply impossible to explain. The silhouettes looked like our main character, and it was driving me more and more crazy. And the moment he appeared in front of them, he was completely stunned when he saw this. He was as puzzled as possible. These were his copies. Melissa smiled sharply and asked if he was scared now. Before that, he was so self-confident, all of himself. But he immediately refuted her, saying that he considers himself a fairly attractive man, and no matter how many times she creates them, she idolizes him. But she was surprised by the fact that he is not afraid. After all, there is literally a huge pile. What will he do with all this? They stood for a long time and were touched by their appearance, enjoying the picture of themselves. Perhaps this can be called falling in love. Melissa was also very angry that he did not take her seriously and looked down on her, although Loki argued that everything could have been different by doing everything right. She also waylaid him because this is the most terrible place in the game, the abyss of destruction and oblivion of the soul, from where you simply cannot get out. But he smiled more and more, as if he was not afraid of anything at all. A self-confident, self-sufficient, and narcissistic young man. Now this can be called a full-fledged trap, because there are literally thousands of Lokis like here, and their dark power is so sinister that this can happen endlessly, like a vicious circle. She also tried to convince him that it is really very scary when you can't control yourself, and it's like you're going against nature. Our hero continued to stand his ground, self-confidently saying that this is a bug in the game, and this is not according to the rules. This must be fixed. She immediately went over to his side and confirmed that he was right in everything he said, because the guy was not stupid. In many games, when such a situation arose, it was necessary to write to the developers. Now he has already figured it out and extracted from her a very unexpected admission of his insolvency, which violates the game mode. And this will entail the consequences that people will simply refuse to play it. Isn't this a joy? Noted Melissa. When you find a bug in the game, therefore, your chances increase significantly. The funny thing was that you would be in a fierce struggle with yourself, and this amused the system more and more, Melissa. Laughing, she also noted the nuance that they seemed to be fighting for her. To achieve her and copulate, that's what the victory of one of the clones meant. Our hero stood unapproachable and indignant. I don't know what to add to the above because this is absurd. Moreover, This is the most stupid thing, to fight for a woman, killing each other. Is it really impossible to live in a world of goodness and peace? Now she was terribly infuriated by the fact that they thought so and discussing her. Some people like big breasts, some don't like it. It irritated her terribly. And she also decided the following: if the winner is not chosen soon, then they will all die. This is the law. The clones also noted that they could easily kill each other. What is the point of this when you want to live a little? Moreover, they also thought that if they worked together, they could definitely get out of this abyss, which infuriated the beauty. But in an instant she had already changed, laughing at it all. But the very fact that they didn't want to fight for her made her very sad. Now there were doubts in her thoughts. Perhaps she was wrong about our main character. It turns out that he is not so keen on her. She was in despair and wondered, didn't anything trigger our Loki from the very beginning? To which he answered her that some parts of her body really did not go unnoticed. It was somehow cruel to her, she thought, after all. Loving only for some parts of the body is a perversion. Now she listed all his friends and asked, "Are you really not worried about the guys at all now and their future fate?" Loki was dumbfounded by this statement. Right there in his mind, he thought about all the girls who were in his company from now on, and literally worried. Now the battle had already begun. Apparently, it was inevitable. Our main character wanted to rush to the exit. More precisely, he tried to find him, telling everyone that he was real and deserved it more than anyone else. She stopped the charlatan for the same thing. After all, it wasn't real. It's just that literally everything is in dust because of this battle that she reigned. Now, I wasn't gloating that everyone was fighting, but at the same time I wasn't glad that they weren't fighting for her, but for something incomprehensible. Techniques of spiritual power literally sparkled from everywhere, which surprised our main character. After all, this is a piece of him, which is divided into several hundred clones. He also didn't understand why everyone was aiming at him and literally wanted to kill him. After all, they should be grateful to Loki for their existence. But everyone did the math. So if you have to start with something, it's with the main present, and by killing it, they can free themselves. But now, Melissa's system was very excited about this, because the guys were in earnest. They were ready to fight at full strength with the original. You also noted the fact that it would be considered cheating and an automatic loss if several attacked one. So the look of our main character has changed. She really worries about Loki's life. After all, without him, the game is over. Going behind her, he hugged her tightly and whispered in her ear that he wanted her with soul and body and could not live without her. After all, the fact was obvious. They don't want her and don't accept her at all. Therefore, our main character decided to play on these feelings, because he is special, and his heart belongs only to Melissa, Loki asserted. To no one else. After all, she was always there throughout all the trials. Therefore, he wanted to receive reciprocity after what he said, since he values, loves, and respects her like no one else and no one will ever. Errors began to appear in Melissa's head, as if her processor and motherboard began to overheat due to what our hero said. But other copies were literally indignant about this. They were not satisfied with such a situation that all honors and freedom would be given to the original. But what about them? They began to shout that he had become soft-hearted and was unworthy to be even a man, forcing himself to fall in front of a lady. Now they were serious and determined to take the life of their original so that he would not interfere with them. Our main character decided to stop them, asked for an opportunity to explain himself to them. After all, they are him, and he is them. But they didn't listen to him. They were like a pack of dogs, ready to tear them apart for a piece of meat, as if they had never been fed at all, but were tortured. He decided to distract them, saying that they seem to be similar to him, but they do not have what the original itself has and will never have. And now they have already cast all their gaze, looking at the original and listening to him carefully. They were interested in what he meant. Since they were interested in actually trying to listen to him, he decided to act mercifully towards his clones. With a wave of his hand, he pointed his finger where they clearly did not expect. Although it would seem that they are part of the original, they should have guessed. He was referring to the symbol that was indicated on the kimono of the province of Chi. This is the symbol of a bird that can be summoned on a given occasion. The clones were very puzzled. They didn't understand what he was talking about. And why are you talking about this whole conversation? What does it change? Everyone has already decided to rush to look at their farm, that is, at their members, saying that it is already big. Now his leadership qualities were really visible because he is able to manipulate the crowd, even himself. Now he decided that he would do the following. Everyone must show about 1, 2, 3, what they have under their kimono belt. Even Melissa's eyes widened after what was said. She clearly didn't expect this, but nevertheless, she believed that, well, at least she thought that Loki's device was not small. It was like a flock of chickens that were chirping and flying from side to side, just creating a crazy atmosphere. Previously, they didn't notice that there was a traitor among them, and they thought that they needed to get rid of him so that he would not be their blood. And this was one of the plugins that our main character kept for a long time, like an ace in his hole, but he didn't know when to use it. He never thought that when he would need you, the stolen bird of the head of the old Moon clan. But she was very weak, and our main character decided to endow her with his spiritual power by casting a spell and forming symbols. And in an instant, Loki managed to perform an incredible transformation. It would seem that an ordinary bird suddenly turned into a winged elf of violet color. Also, our main character gave her the title of the most worthy demon in the flesh in this game, and believed that she had no equal. He immediately gave the order to the demon so that she would bite him right under the skin and absorb him with spiritual power and blood. Having bitten our main character, he seemed to be transported to some kind of astral plane, previously unknown. It was really painful. Sharply pushing off from the ground, it would seem that he was about to threaten to attack his clones. Hey, a craftsman! It turns out he had a backup plan. Now Melissa was shocked by how he did it, and most importantly, she understood that he wanted to destroy all the created clones with one attack. Immediately, they seemed to have given up their hands and understood what fate awaited them. It was time for them to return to oblivion. Melissa realized that she underestimated our main character, and she doesn't know him at all. Character is character, but what he can prepare remains a mystery. Of course, he apologized, but his chakra spiritual power was so ominous that it terrified everyone present. Of course, he wanted to prefer a more different death for his clones. After all, they are all with his habits, feelings, thoughts, and the like. But unfortunately, he cannot control the bird that gave him energy. Accordingly, the force used. He cut them, as if cutting them into pieces with the most sharpened samurai blades in history. Parts of the body literally flew apart. The system was in the deepest shock. How is it even possible that some bird could have supernatural spiritual power? The energy was so enormous that our main character simply did not have time to digest it. It literally oozed from every cell, from every pore of Loki. He noticed this bug a long time ago, and it's strange that Melissa didn't sense what he hid from her. After all, she was in him all the time, inside. At some point, he managed to concentrate all the spiritual power in himself, more precisely, in the abdominal area. And it looked like a nuclear warhead that was about to explode. Now she was terrified because this would affect her, and she would have to recreate herself. But this is not 1 hour of work in general. Our main character was able to expose her again in one moment by controlling matter and enjoying her magnificent, beautiful forms, noting the moment that he likes this body much more, and he wants to always admire them. Taking Zeus on his back, it would seem that he is about to leave the abyss. In the picture that was there before, suddenly a picture of the abyss appeared. But according to the conditions, the scroll had to be destroyed. But it's not like that. Now all the other wars and the inhabitants of the Valley of Glory were in deep shock. They empathized with the participants. It seemed to them that they were about to die. They would all die at one moment. Hannah and the evil fairy were also very scared. They were haunted by the fact that Loki was still there. He was in danger, and even worse, death. Sana immediately ran up to her and began to accuse her. Why didn't she take our main character with her? Why did she leave him to certain death? Also, everyone thought that he was in some kind of trap, from which it was simply impossible to get out. It would seem that everyone who was inside was doomed. Hannah was confused. The girls tried to bring her to her senses. After all, our main character had become very close to her. After all, he rushed to save her when the abyss swallowed her, throwing her into a safe place. He himself fell into a trap. And this just didn't fit in Hannah's head. The elders were also horrified. These dark-skinned guys also found themselves in this abyss. They now did not know what to do and what to do. She also almost attacked one of the elders, accusing him of not getting them out of this ominous picture in time. Grabbing him by the kimono, she insulted him in every possible way and wanted to know what was on his mind. Was it really a special idea to leave the guys there, in obscurity? But Yutaro immediately became defensive, trying to calm her down and not be impudent and reckless. The second elder began to justify his brother and convince him that he was not to blame for what was happening. In this picture, this is some kind of wrong combination of circumstances. She was incredibly filled with anger, and she wanted to commit punishment against the elders by coming up with such a stupid task. But we also shouldn't forget that he saved her more than once, and she doesn't want to be obligated to him. I never lost hope that Bloki would still be able to save himself, because without him, there is no point in these competitions as a whole. And in general, now Hannah decided on a desperate act. She decided to go back to this portal in order to save our main character. Mafia Demon said that without her, there is simply no chance. After all, only she has power in this illusion, and no one else will bring people out of this picture alive. The demon fairy reasoned that if she had subjugated this entire illusion for quite a long time, then the painting was really afraid of it. But at the same moment, the elders explained some point that the painting had already been destroyed. By entering it, you would die. But then, out of nowhere, voices began to be heard straight from the picture. This gave the best hope to the guys. Immediately, everyone was overcome by shock. They closely watched what was about to happen. Intrigue was literally in the air. And finally, our main character and the guys climbed out. He literally flew out of there, as if he were a rocket about to take off into space. Loki also noticed one point that he is really underestimated by the elders. He still has a trump card up his sleeve. Everyone was delighted with this charming appearance. After all, it would seem that a little more and they would never see our main character again. There was a smile on Loki's face because he was glad to see his girls again, whom he missed so much. And it would seem that they are about to literally besiege him with their slaps in the face because he made them worry so much. But what angered his bride most of all was the picture itself, because he was holding Melissa in his arms. Jealousy knew no bounds. She was incredibly worried about the life of our main character. After all, they never got married. Sister Aurora asked what they were doing there, to which our main character, well, I just didn't know what to answer. When chaotic thoughts rush from side to side, it's difficult to put it all together. He even jokingly said somewhere that the battlefield seems to never end. There is always some kind of swearing, some kind of emotional outbursts. But nevertheless, he was incredibly happy to see these charming creatures, because there in the dark, it's as if you're alone with yourself. Aurora was madly worried. It would seem that she herself was already ready to rush into this ominous picture where the abyss commanded. And they didn't notice someone else with whom Loki arrived in the Valley of Glory of Zeus. They began to ask him what kind of person he was. They had never met him before. He was a slightly effeminate man. Why the hell did he get out of the portal along with our main character? She couldn't believe that Loki managed to finally get to the surface and asking what happened there, why he didn't come out with everyone. But at the same moment, he tried to explain himself to them, saying that this was still the same comrade who stepped into the picture with him and Hannah. That Chernish, who took the guise of this young man, possessed some kind of individual thing. These are the eyes. The eyes cannot be confused. And the funny thing was that at some point the bride of our main character would think that this was a girl, but with muscles. To which she replied that the whole picture looked very unconvincing and wanted deeper explanations about this. She was annoyed all these inquiries, questions, what, why, and why, as if our main character was on some TV show. Loki began to dissuade his beloved from her guesses, because they don't really allow him to say a word. They think everything out for him. But the most amazing thing was that Zeus emanated a smell that was literally devilish, because the spell was being released from his body non-stop. But it turns out that it was far from his smell. And that magic, ominous, it was reminiscent of the moment when birds entered the forest and bewitched everyone. At one point, Loki was amazed who stood behind him and appeared so unexpectedly. It turns out that the smell comes from this person. It turns out that in his technique there was simply an incense that carried behind it such a trail that it's simply impossible not to pay attention to. Hika smiled sinisterly again because his eyes were not visible, and emotion, as a rule, can be deceitful, considering when your eyes are hidden behind a blindfold. This time, everyone here perked up, seeing this assistant of the elders in the past. What is your purpose for coming? What does he want? Now the competition was over, and the elders were interested in the appearance of the unexpected head of the Waning Moon clan. Utara decided to assume that apparently his clan does not agree with the results of the competition. And are there any questions about this? The elder sounded so convincing, and would really make anyone believe what he said, even this guest. Now the head of the Old Moon clan turned directly to Hannah. Apparently he needed something from her. This was intriguing. After all, the victory was well-deserved without resorting to any tricks, cunning, which the rules prohibit. Hika showed up for a reason. He had an invitation from the Old Moon clan patriarch. He asked if they would honor him with their presence. The patriarch very much admired the abilities of our main character. It was even a little suspicious. Where did such interest in the guy come from? Conveying the invitation, he also added that the patriarch wants to have dinner with Loki. An ordinary dinner. You just need to come to their house. But then Master Chan appeared. He suggested that our main character refuse this offer. After all, it is meaningless. His daughter also didn't mind visiting some unfamiliar people, and plus the patriarch's karma was far from pure. She also added that the guest who arrived looks unconvincing and ominous, and she thinks the same thing about the patriarch. There is nothing good in this invitation. After all, it seemed to her that he seemed to be planning something. Yes, it was not visible in his actions, but in his habits it could be noticed without looking. And even if the Old Moon clan are not some kind of rich people, their influence in the area is quite serious. It would be rude to refuse them. Immediately, the bride decided to convince our protagonist, shouting at the elder that in the old days, this clan tried to kill her groom. Why on earth would he come to them? But our main character took her hand and tried to calm her down. He told her not to worry. This is an ordinary dinner, nothing bad will happen. He also asked if the invitation was sent only for him, or if he could take his comrades with him. It would be rude to leave them bored. Sana was surprised. After this phrase, she also didn't really have a desire to come to this mysterious clan. Hika hastened to declare, "But if you want, even with the whole herd, come. It doesn't matter. The main thing is that Loki will come to dinner." But in principle, this was a polite question for Loki, and he understood that he would not come there alone but with his company of ladies. Hika understood how pure, bright our main character is, and how his intentions are always good. He cannot create danger or problems for anyone. But despite all this talk, our main character had one condition upon arriving at this house by invitation. He wanted all competitors from other clans to receive an invitation so that they could have a banquet and not just a boring dinner. Now Loki was even slightly surprised by the fact that the patriarch had become so influential. After all, previously he was usually a criminal. But, as they say, other times come and you have to adapt to everything you can't live in the past. Our main character was flattered that he was the main guest at this event. The patriarch indeed, Loki admired. The combination of politeness, good intentions, but at the same time, the possession of such incredible strength and control of the spiritual chakra is truly amazing. Hika hurried to make a little adjustments about our main character, calling him arrogant, and that for the sake of glory he wants to invite the rest of the competition participants from other clans. But the patriarch immediately shut him up, because the will of our protagonist really deserved to give some instructions and adjustments to this dinner. But abruptly, he grabbed Hika by his suit. It would seem that his soul would sink into his heels, and that there would be some kind of torture over him again. Pulling his servant towards him, he explained all this by saying that, most likely, Loki wants to strengthen and establish his influence in the Valley of Glory, as well as in competitions. The head of the clan was infuriated by one fact. How is it? An ordinary little man, a warrior who died, suddenly resurrected, and achieves incredible glory and respect. But the patriarch also said, "This does not give the right to give a damn about all the other clans. After all, what is the point in all this if only a few know about you?" The patriarch also said about Hiki himself that he didn't become famous only after going through a thorny path and wanted to earn the respect of everyone and fame inclusive. Hika now just wanted to shut his mouth and not add anything more to the above because it's all pointless. Moreover, There was one thing that distinguished them. Loki had good intentions, uniting everyone, that by cooking something for his enemies, he could get to the depths of the soul of any subject. Also, Hika was very exhausted. He felt unwell, so he asked for leave, or rather rest. The patriarch did not disagree with this, because there was someone to serve besides him. Also, the patriarch noticed something presence that he hoped would go unnoticed while hiding behind the figure. It was a girl. She convinced the patriarch that he was really insensitive and cruel. The incredible beauty did not want to get into the conversation and somehow interfere with the great patriarch. She was extraordinarily beautiful, and her curves were very appetizing. It was Hika's sister. They were even similar in some ways. Firstly, in terms of hair, their eyes were almost identical, as if they were twins. It seemed to her that her brother was not happy to see her at all, as if he had some strange feelings towards her. Asking the patriarch a question? Why? But there is one fact that is difficult to dispute. It infuriates him that he is compared with anyone, and especially with his sister, who is a magnificent person and an incredible beauty. Moreover, she was already being sarcastic, hugging the patriarch and laughing at her brother because he was nervous. However, Hika was far from a simpleton. He also asked to leave their environment, saying that he was not feeling well and needed to recover. And rest, after all, by the way. And now she had already gone into the distance, and the patriarch followed him with his gaze. But he was tormented by some thoughts about what was happening to his servant. His sister also said that he does not fully respect the patriarch, and does not take him seriously at all, that sooner or later he will stick a knife in his back. But he immediately hit her in the face, and she fell to the ground like a sack in her beautiful, incredibly clean white dress. He was infuriated that she was trying to figure out his place. He didn't give her such a right. After all, she's just another geisha and nothing more. The elders were discussing something about how their elder brother was always reserved and wise, but today, he literally lost his temper. Manipulative due to the fact that the competition is about to come to an end, and this forces you to be more attentive and closely monitor the course of events. But he was also haunted by another fact. This is a dinner party to which our main character was invited. And will the patriarch be able to accept the conditions that Loki set for him? Also, one of the brothers emphasized the point. Is he really that worried about our main character? Something is wrong, and it was just a joke. What bad can happen at the end of the competition, when all the cheaters and hooligans have been exposed to the limit? Plus, the entire Old Moon clan carried some kind of hatred and danger towards everyone. Maybe it wasn't visible, but there was a feeling. After all, their authority was really serious. The elders also understood that they shouldn't interfere either. Or maybe this is really some kind of trap. Who knows what awaits Loki. Let's wait and see, as they say. And do not forget that the Old Moon clan may fall behind their back. They have always been distinguished by an extraordinary approach to many things. But it didn't matter at all, one of the brothers thought. After all, what should be will be. Fate dictates this. Our main character was quite ardent, and he is literally unpredictable. What he can do, no one knows, and he is still too young and does not have wisdom. In general, everyone was puzzled how to react, and what was the most important thing. Maybe we should leave everything as it is, or we should still get in. Zeus arrived immediately. His appearance was unexpected. What is most important? Why? What does he want from the elders? Having said that he is Zeus, and don't they really recognize him? This even infuriated him very much because he considered himself a legend. But before he had different hair, what happened and what is it connected with? After all, he was one of the brightest representatives of the land of waves. But the guest's facial features gave him away, because they could be used to check whether he was Zeus or deceiving the old men. Moreover, once earlier, Zeus swore an oath to abandon the clan forever and leave his province, and then, out of nowhere, his return. But, nevertheless, Zeus was not very angry about this. True, he was a little annoyed after all. Before they often needed his services. He performed various tasks, and he also doesn't want there to be any misunderstanding between them again. After all, elders can create a lot of problems for a person. And now he rushed into the distance, leaving the dining room where the elders were enjoying lunch. But his thoughts were not about them. Plus, to all this, he didn't think he could make friends with our main character. It was taboo and unimaginable. After leaving the old men, they felt very bad. Someone even spat out blood, because his sinister technique was simply indescribable and incredible. He was able to unsettle anyone who stood in his way. He found our main character and tried to dissuade him from taking part in dinner at the patriarch's house and that problems awaited him. But Zeus just fell out at some point. The video makes this picture look like some kind of paradise on the beach with a cocktail. Loki huddled on a sun lounger, sipping a drink, and from above the bride gave him a massage and everyone was having a blast. They were relaxing on their sun loungers, half naked. Plus, on top of all this, the patriarch himself was lying on the next lounger. This shocked Zeus. He didn't know how to react to all this, but the patriarch liked this kind of vacation. It was unusual, huddling in the sun, drinking cocktails. It's worth a lot. He also liked the landscape, which he watched as incredibly beautiful girls enjoyed the rays of the sun, enticing them with their curvaceous forms. Having hit glass into glass, they decided to make a toast to world peace because of such a successful meeting. After all, you can dream about something like this, to meet the patriarch in an unusual atmosphere. To Zeus, this touching picture haunted him. It infuriated him greatly, because he knew the true intentions. Or maybe he had a guess about the patriarch and the clan of the waning moon. Loki finally cast his gaze towards his friend, and he could not understand why he was standing in such a bad state. After all, his cat, together with Anubis, the servant of our main character, ran around the yard, and the cat shitted everywhere. But then both of them perked up. They tried to understand why he was so tense. Is it really impossible to relax after such difficult competitions? And the patriarch also asked if the guest wanted to ask what he was doing here and why he was lying in the sun. But it turns out, it was his mansion, the mansion of Zeus. And this fact that they were resting on his territory, plus his yard was dirty, everything was torn up, and they were drinking from his glass, made him angry. Plus, he was surprised by the fact that our main character is so close to the patriarch. This led to very strange thoughts. Plus, Zeus owed an unpaid debt to our main character, and sooner or later, he will have to repay this debt. Here others have already perked up. More precisely, passers-by hear what is coming from the courtyard of the mansion. They were interested in visiting there. Loki and the patriarch continued to be sarcastic about the fact that they seemed to be close friends. Yes, it was strange to watch this picture. So rumors spread that the patriarch decided to make room in the clan for our main character. Someone was against the patriarch, and someone was against our Loki. The elders were also quite annoyed by the fact that these two devils reunited and became friends, and the fact that the elders realized from the very beginning that Loki would be the winner of the competition. After all, he is the only such leader with unsurpassed abilities. Accordingly, they didn't pay attention to the fact that they didn't even think about such a moment. "What, Loki? When will you be able to become close to the patriarch?" The guys were very drunk. They were about to lie on the floor, drinking glass after glass of very drunk sake. The drink that they drank was exactly our main character, and the patriarch liked it very much. The patriarch, it seems, began to ask for the recipe for making. The patriarch also has a huge basement in which he stores alcohol reserves for decades, which is what he wanted to invite our main character to do. They suddenly grabbed our Loki by the hand and took him to rest accordingly, because he had drunk a lot. But tomorrow he needs to visit this same friend. Another cup after cup. While drinking, the patriarch thought what kind of fruit Loki was and how to bite through it. But what is he capable of? Hika had already come to his senses and was ready to carry out the orders that the patriarch would give him, because, as it seemed to him, he was considered a very faithful servant. Now he was already giving instructions to his master regarding Zeus. After all, he can somehow reason with our main character not to come to dinner. The patriarch was sure that Loki was a man of his word and would never miss this meeting, but on the contrary, he would appear even before the appointed time. Moreover, the patriarch was convinced that, despite the number of Loki's friends, girls, brothers, sisters, by his own free will he is like a lone wolf. And this is all just entertainment for him. Plus, he is surrounded by such wonderful creatures, beauties who are somewhere even a motivator in making their dreams come true. Moreover, the patriarch saw somewhere a resemblance to Loki. But this is in the literal sense of the word. Firstly, character. Secondly, the feeling of a leader's qualities more precisely. And even more so, if you said it, then you must do it. This is his path, and he will never leave this path. He is stubborn. Where others stop, he will move on. As they say, we managed to achieve the goal. After all, the patriarch wanted to stir up the interest of our main character so that he could come to meet him at the mansion. But having stood up, the patriarch was about to collapse to the ground. From the amount of drink, his legs were already giving way, and his head was spinning as if he was being turned left and right. Loki at some point simply passed out to drink liters of sake, and without even having a snack, he had to be a complete madman. Leaning on Melissa's incredible, firm, beautiful breasts, he blissed out in the bliss of sleep. Continue to be the same virgin. But Zeus perked up again. He was very excited by the moment that our main character, the patriarch, had become friends, and he believed that this union was wrong. But Loki simply brushed off words from Zeus in every possible way, because he had been gone for so long. Having a cool drink, the beauties give you a massage and you enjoy the state of affairs. Zeus inexorably tried to reach out to our main character with the words that the patriarch is a traitor and he will definitely do some dirty tricks for our Loki. Moreover, he became associated with such a clan, which everyone considers traitors. Yes, they may be afraid of him, but they will never respect him. After all, they are rotten from the inside. Now, Loki accused Zeus of not understanding the whole situation. He also continued to get high on Melissa's chest. I don't think about anything. Plus, to all this, Zeus added that he previously saved the life of our main character and considers him to be the brother of some scoundrel, not him. To which Loki replied that it was just a coincidence. He decided to relax with the guest and nothing more. Moreover, our main character was very interested in being in this mansion and also eating for free, since he might even get something as a gift. He also really liked Sister Hickey. After all, this was his favorite character from the game at a time when he still spent 24 hours a day on the computer. Zeus was very annoyed. After what was said, he felt uneasy. It would seem that he was about to find a friend, but it's not so simple. To which Loki responded with a phrase that he clearly did not expect, that he does not have breasts, and he is not a charming beauty. Why would he devote time to Zeus? But now the already enraged Zeus began to pour out questions about why our main character saved him from the abyss. After all, he could have left him to the mercy of fate. But then our main character became puzzled, explaining this by saying that he couldn't do it any other way. How else could he be left to die there? Loki also added that he was distracted by the beautiful Melissa's breasts, and he did not care about other things. Plus, to all this, Eagle's vultures literally flew around Zeus, ready to peck him at any moment. The only thing that gave hope was the summoned creature of Loki, which endowed him with such power. And he immediately dealt with his clones in a few moments. And at that moment, Zeus was more happy than ever that his life was saved and that no one on this earth. After all, he had never had friends before. Loki again used one phrase that he originally told Zeus that he was not gay and he did not have feelings for men. Again, our main character began to feel nostalgic for the mysterious place he was in. There he felt great, because all his comrades relied on him. And then Melissa remembered the moment when Loki managed to summon this creature. A poisonous bird, then turning it into a winged girl who bit him and endowed him with incredible power. But whatever one may say, Zeus still said the following, that, no matter what, he will remain a devoted friend, brother to Loki. Moreover, Zeus liked it. This is an incredible technique that our main character was so skillfully able to implement. Loki suddenly started up, slapping Zeus in the face. He told him to wake up and not believe in fairy tales. Melissa watched this picture with joy. She liked it when our main character experiences several emotions at once. He also hit her chest with his palm, promising that someday they would have intercourse, and he would show her who's boss. Even after the slap, Zeus did not feel any malice towards Loki, but on the contrary, considered him the closest person who was allowed to do this. Squeezing his hand tightly, he again thanked and showered our Loki with compliments. After all, without him, he was no longer in this world, and no one ever stood up for Zeus. Zeus walked like a lone wolf along these thorny paths. He didn't even have the opportunity to think about support and help. He immediately pounced on Loki, hugging him tightly like his brother, and squeezed his bones so hard that our hero couldn't breathe. After all, as implied, brotherly love was special in that you are ready to give everything, starting with a piece of bread and ending with your own life in exchange for the life of your brother. Loki again added that he only likes busty girls who look sexy in swimsuits, and he does not want to hug men. But Zeus was so moved. He didn't care at all what our main character said. He seemed to be in love with Loki. Now he could no longer just stand there and listen. He instantly sobered up after such fiery speeches about brotherhood, love, and friendship. And so the guys entered the room, dropping on the ground ice cream of a bright crystal blue color, which was made from rare berries. Everyone was shocked after what they saw. It would seem that all his friends, as well as the girls who were incredibly sexy, did not expect to see this. Loki was aged. He now did not know how to justify himself for this situation that they observed. Two men making out. The bride was very, very disappointed. Once again, some kind of sadness hung over her. After all, she was terribly jealous. And the funny thing is that she mentioned her flat chest, which she exposed in the bathhouse in front of Loki. Now it wasn't so hard for her. Loki's gaze and facial expressions looked like a thin, scary gnome when he heard what his bride said. After all, for him it was a terrible dream. Now there was complete silence in the room. You could hear flies flying around. And it's not at all clear how to react to this. Aurora immediately came out with her statement that Loki really likes men more than women, and how can this be? Well, he was horrified by what was said. After all, he is a lover of women, a lover of huge breasts and sexual pleasures, plus those swimsuits that he had previously given to the girls. The Chimera immediately added that Loki adores her breasts and gets madly high looking at her. But the bride immediately hastened to disappoint the beauty by the fact that he treats all women this way. But at the same time, she was angry with her fiancé. After all, he is literally a womanizer. How can he behave when his bride is alive? Plus, she also mentioned that they are in relationship status as bride and groom, and it's only a matter of time before they get married. The sister of our main character did not understand at all why Loki cares about the chest and not the soul of a person. After all, they seemed to have been raised correctly. Hannah, remembering Loki's kindness and how she slept with her, tried in every possible way to protect him with her contradictory phrases about the fact that Loki is the most decent person and that he will never fall for other girls when in a relationship. She also added that her breasts also attracted our main character. However, they had very little time to spend time together. It was invaded by a fairy, a demoness. After all, she had the most beautiful, most elastic and large breasts, which our hero grabbed, falling into the abyss. And not only when he was flying, the fairy was able to cushion him with her tits. Now the system realized that it had gone too far with the endowment of such external attributes to the characters who overwhelmed our hero with their beauty. Now the ladies are all perked up, wanting to get an answer. So what kind of breast does our main character like, and who has a chance? They seem to be hungry, about to almost pounce on a piece of meat. Loki, as always, was able to cause mass discontent with his answer, saying that doesn't he have both breasts? The Chimera immediately began to ask Hannah if she didn't care. She, some time ago, was the personal killer of her main character. Now Loki understood that when he was surrounded by so many ladies, it was difficult to control himself and choose one thing. This, as they say, you want to eat the fish and dangle your legs. Anubis was in some kind of mixed state because he had never seen girls fight for someone like that before. Moreover, such beauties are by nature. Therefore, he was gladly ready to share these passionate ladies with his friend, who also happened to be a servant. Now Zeus, watching from the side, understood that he was also jealous of Loki for these ladies, because our main character really impressed him. Loki realized that he shouldn't take all these ladies to meet him, because it would all come out sideways. They won't give him life. Now our main character rushed to enter the castle of the Vanishing Moon clan, where he was greeted by the head of the clan with his fan. The girls couldn't just let Loki go, and they decided to go with him, not letting him go AWOL for a moment. Now it's time to go, because the banquet is about to begin. It will be ugly to be late, and with so many sexy ladies, it will only embellish this evening. There was an incredibly pleasant smell that came from one building. Loki became curious. Who was it? It was Hicky's sister Loki. In a fit of love, literally fell off his feet and ran to her. After all, this was his favorite character in the picture. That's one thing, but his joy knew no bounds. She was surprised because our main character knew her. So she asked where they could have met before because she doesn't remember him at all. Not from any events. He immediately began showering her with compliments, but at the same time he was glad to meet her in person. After all, she was unimaginably tender, sexy, but at the same time had a feminine charm. While they were sitting together, flirting, a war literally broke out behind Loki, because the girls were furious, as he rushed to another lady, and as if he had known her for 100 years. Well, the patriarch himself appeared on the threshold, adding that he praises her and she is not as beautiful as he sees her at the moment. After all, she appeared as the patriarch's entertainment program. She sang for the guests, and was also the keeper of the chambers. She was so outraged by this. After all, the patriarch had just tried to disgrace her in front of the guests. No one, like our main character, showered her with compliments from head to toe. She was already in a misunderstanding of the picture. What was she to blame for? But there was one fact. The patriarch did not like it when his servants played with someone. Plus, to all this, he decided to add about this girl that Loki should not start any kind of communication, and especially not spend time with him. But he couldn't stay away and be calm, because it was his dream to someday see his favorite performer live in the game. Also, in addition to all this, Loki pointed out to Zeus that he would also be present at this dinner since he is a brother in spirit. But the patriarch didn't mind. After all, as they say, guests, anything is possible, especially since he's invited. He should feel at home. But Loki's thoughts were about one thing. Well, firstly, it's to eat to his fill. And the second thing is that he madly wants to take this girl with him. This is his goal. Melissa became interested in the train of thought of our main character. He seems to be evil, but at the same time so sweet. And now the guests were meeting our main character because he had become famous throughout the area. Everyone wanted it. They wanted it so much, they were eager to meet him personally. And this was the patriarch of the Valley of Light. He arrived just recently and was also invited by the patriarch of the Old Moon. It was as if the presidents had gathered at this banquet. Loki had never heard of this clan before. He doesn't even remember such references from the game. Therefore, his inner world was a little shaken. And Melissa, as usual, gloated, saying that Loki cannot know everything about everyone. Then the game will cease to be interesting. Now he was shocked by the number of bigwigs in his provinces and valleys, and everyone wanted to meet him and drink a glass of sake. He recognized someone. After all, some of the representatives were part of the Chi province earlier. They just decided to leave it at some point. Rex was also invited to this event. He wanted revenge. His eyes glowed with some kind of furious flame towards Loki. The patriarch will not tolerate any conflicts in his house, and even more so, instructions were given to provide services for Loki in every possible way. Now the guys were talking about how to calm Rex down, because he was furious, and it seemed could do something bad. Rex decided to shut them both up, telling them not to interfere. This is his decision, and it is not discussed. If he wants to kill Loki, then he will kill. Also, Rex was not afraid of the patriarch, because he considered his goal much higher than meeting someone's expectations. He had not yet recovered from the shame that our main character committed above him. Therefore, I sat and drank as much as I could, glass after glass, without feeling the moment when I needed to stop. And as they say, alcohol adds an emotional component. At the same time, he was confused. How can he carry out his revenge when there is such a support group from Loki? Now Rex has not gone unnoticed. The gaze of our protagonist at the moment when he began clinking glasses with one of the patriarchs literally scanned Rex. And now he recognized Rex. Of course, when such a series of events more than 10,000 opponents, of course, try to remember everyone. A fake smile never left the face of this pitiful dog. And now he greets our main character as if with respect. Recalling the first round where Rex participated and they had to fight against each other, also adding that it would be great to fight again. Loki finally recognized him. Rex immediately began to make excuses, saying that he did not harbor any hatred or malice towards him. Moreover, when the alliance came between the clans of Loki and the patriarch of the Old Moon, everything can be left in the past and not stir it up. Loki was surprised that this pathetic dog was standing in front of him, because it seemed to him that Hannah had killed Rex with her fierce attack. Sana, taking her fiancé by the hand, also added her 5 kopecks so that he would not intrude and interfere in his life, because the consequences would be irreversible. Even Aurora was not in a happy mood when she saw her former enemy, who had kept her captive for a long time and wanted to get her innocence. It would seem that Rex repents of his actions that he committed earlier and asked for forgiveness for causing problems to his comrades. Loki wasn't particularly worried about this. After all, how can any dog compete with such a master of his craft and a magnificent warrior who has control of spiritual power at the highest level? But he did not forget the main thing that Rex once did. Depriving a girl of her freedom is a sign of the weakness of men, and you can pay a lot for it. The patriarch decided to lighten the situation a little, saying that all the guests here belonged and no one was going to create inconvenience for each other. Now Zeus has already decided to change his position regarding this event. After all, he still considered the patriarch an enemy and a person who could do evil. Well, the others didn't stand aside. They took Zeus aside because he was right. Why invite all the enemies to a banquet who obviously can't stand each other? The Chimera also tried to defuse the situation, saying that there are a lot of people here and you shouldn't swear in public. And let's all live together. Loki noticed that she also entered the hall for the banquet. His thoughts were simply overwhelmed, and the feelings he experienced were incredibly strong towards her. He was distracted by the beautiful Alice, at the sight of whom he seemed to freeze and saw nothing else but her sexy appearance and feminine figure. But then she rushed back to the exit. Apparently, she felt somehow uncomfortable in relation to all the guests. Or maybe she was told not to appear here. Our main character was very upset by this, because he dreamed of being surrounded by her, and even more so it would not be out of place to have sex. Loki began to follow her with his eyes without ceasing to think about her. And he didn't understand what was happening. It seemed to him that her life was more like a raspberry than all this. He would like to be alone with her and have a heart-to-heart talk. After all, he had something to say to this beauty. After all, his dream had come true. Why did this character attract him so much? This is simply because she was distinguished by her character, sophistication, and determination. Plus, in addition, she was extraordinarily beautiful in all aspects. It was as if he was enveloped in some kind of nostalgia for the game and the way he followed this character. He was literally stuck when she appeared. She needed to prepare some dishes for the guests. She asked all the servants to leave the premises. She waited for them to disappear from sight. "What are you?" Her letters were very gnawing, did not give her peace, but at the same time tormented her. The beauty got to work on her main job. In addition to her feminine attractiveness, she also knew how to cook quite unimaginable delicious dishes. Now it was clear why she didn't need extra eyes and ears. After all, she was really starting a revolution that would solve her problem. A huge frying pan with the most delicious goulash with a smell that literally provoked you to pounce with enthusiasm and eat everything. She decided to add some substance to her master's favorite drink. Apparently it was poison, with which she wanted to overthrow the ruler. She continuously dripped this essence of poison into the teapot with the drink. Apparently she wanted to increase the concentration of this substance. Suddenly a shadow appeared behind her. It was our main character who said the following: "Poison even of this level cannot poison the patriarch." After all, his body was saturated with poison cells. He once suffered from a terrible disease, and now this rubbish won't take him at all. It just causes slight dizziness and loose stools. She tightly grasped the jug that contained this potion, like poison. It would seem that she was very disappointed after hearing this fact. She turned on the fool, saying that they understand what he's talking about, and that she's just going to pour the patriarch his favorite drink. Nothing more. In addition, she said that these are just spices that enhance the taste and make it much sweeter and more desirable. Suddenly, Loki took the teapot, into which she had previously added supposedly spices, and decided to drink such a delicious drink. According to her, but then he changed his mind and said, "Let her drink and try this drink, since it is so great." But she threw this cup aside, and in an instant it broke. Some kind of rage burned in the eyes and in the actions of this sexy girl. She was about to prepare for a high kick to the area of our main character's head, apparently wanting to knock him out with one blow. But he easily parried this attack, catching her by the ankle because they don't take him. Ordinary predictable blows even amuse, and he pressed her against the locker and raised her leg high. You could see her panties. She asked in bewilderment, what was he doing? Well, our main character asked the question why Alice wants to kill the patriarch, and most importantly, for what reason. Life is very simple. Since Loki respected the Old Moon patriarch of the clan, he wanted to immediately punish his servants. He continued to be sarcastic because it was funny to him. He believed that she was the patriarch's beloved woman, and this infuriated Alice very much. She asked to be released and asked about further actions, guessing what she was really going to do. But passion reigned in the eyes of our main hero. He invited her to copulate with him in exchange for the fact that he would not betray her to the patriarch. But he also added that today is not the time to poison the patriarch. Firstly, it is dangerous. He also added that one must have great patience and wait until the last moment. After all, not everything is as simple as one sometimes thinks. He was very interested. It literally excited him. For what reason did Alice come to the conclusion to poison the patriarch? What could have been the reason? But the beauty was perplexed as to what our main character was talking about. And in general, she was surprised by the fact that Loki knew her, but she didn't know him. She was also amazed. It would seem that he can now ask from her whatever he wants, but he was interested in precisely the reason why she decided to do this. Or does she want it differently, so that he abuses her first and then listens to her story? Now she understood that our main character has serious intentions, and he is an incredibly unpredictable, arrogant, but self-confident guy. Here, out of nowhere, the patriarch himself was already standing at the door. After all, he was looking for our main character, but did not find him at the banquet. Now he understood that Loki liked his maid, since he decided to exchange acquaintance with influential people for this friend. The guys were at a loss. They were simply perplexed, especially Loki. What should I answer? Or was it a rhetorical question at all? Alice was horrified. She thought that the patriarch knew everything, and he guessed the true intentions of his subordinate. Loki pretended to be a simpleton, pointing out that he really has a crush on girls. He likes their surroundings, and especially such beautiful and sexy ones. He also whispered to the patriarch that if they were considered brothers, would he lend this girlfriend to provide services? But the girl was terrified, and she tried to stop Loki. With his wishes, confusion was happening in her head. Wanting to get out of this situation, Alice decided to come up with a story that Loki was helping her in the kitchen to prepare the rest of the dishes. And Loki supposedly came to look at the sake varieties. And to complete the story, Loki added that she did not give him the opportunity to treat himself because she was busy cooking. The patriarch immediately accused her of being wrong in relation to the guest, who is considered practically the main one here today. The patriarch took a teapot containing sake and poison, intended specifically for the patriarch. The situation was tense. Now Loki realized that he had painted himself into a corner by saying it without thinking. Why did he even make up this story about sake? When suddenly Alice screamed to the patriarch that the drink was not ready yet, and the appropriate ingredients needed to be added to enhance the taste and richness. Loki, without thinking twice, took the jug with both hands and began to swallow this drink in huge sips, not thinking about the consequences. He also thanked for the opportunity to try this wonderful sake, and that he drank plenty, even greedily somewhere. Now Loki began to ask the patriarch in general about his estate, and how many people worked for him, and whether he was going to sell everything. In the eyes of the patriarch, it was clear that our main character liked the sake, and nothing unusual clearly happened. He hugged the patriarch and asked him to rush to the valuables and treasures that the Lord of the Old Moon clan kept. So the patriarch began to boast about his collections and trophies. After all, he was unusually rich, and he inherited most of the things from his ancestors. Melissa was pitifully worried about our main character. After all, his body contains an incredible amount of poison, which should have taken effect long ago. He, grinning, was a little surprised that the system was worried about his well-being and state of health in general, when suddenly our main character rushed to shock her, saying that he hadn't even taken a sip of this drink. And everything was very simple. Once Loki practiced magic tricks, and he managed to beat the patriarch, who was visually looking directly at the vessel. He began to pat Melissa on the head, thanking her for being worried about the hero's health. And the patriarch stood aside and wondered what was happening. He was surprised by the grimace that was on the face of our main character. But Loki was not taken aback, saying that he felt a little drunk. Now the patriarch began to take a closer look at Loki. Will he feel generally ill after drinking a jug of sake? Also, the patriarch decided that it was time to hurry up, since our main character wants to take a look at all the wealth of his clan. But our hero was called from behind, saying his name. His gaze was wary, because he did not understand what was happening. Sana was terrified. She screamed that her snake Megara was missing, and that she searched everything she could, but nowhere, even if yes, did she find her pet. Our main character asked for more facts, and how she realized that she had lost her, at what moment she determined this, and most importantly, where she was. I seemed to be interested in the loss. He didn't understand what we were talking about. He went through 1,000 thoughts in his head, but never came to the point. Plus, as the girls claimed, Sana drank sake along with her snake, but did not pay attention that the snake unraveled and got off her body. She was in incredible shock, because since childhood, she had not parted with her pet. Now Loki understood what she was talking about. She was talking about the snake. Some guest suddenly ran into the yard. He was in a state of panic and ran as fast as he could. Let's just say, without even looking back. It turns out that he was just running away from this snake, which attacked people indiscriminately. She was also in a panic. And now he was literally approaching our friends. Sana was focused on finding her pet, and therefore began to interrogate the stranger. Grabbing onto the runner, Sana began to interrogate this distraught man, who was terribly scared. Well, he also added the following. The snake somehow managed to take the form of a woman and bit him. Loki was a little wary because it's hard to imagine something like this. Maybe he imagined this phenomenon. Out of nowhere, Hannah appeared. She turned to our main character. Apparently, she needed something. Sana gave this stranger a nice slap in the face, and she couldn't come to terms with the fact that he was calling her a snake. After all, they had been like inseparable water since childhood, and it would seem that she was just about to start beating him. Loki's distraught bride no longer understood what she was doing. It seems that she was even ready to kill the stranger. At the same time, Loki began to calm her down and said that he would help her find the snake, so that this would not happen. After all, he has a search technique after all. It's just that the snake was dearer to her than anything else in the world. It's like a best friend, like a pet at the same time, because she's with it through thick and thin. Moreover, without the orders that Sana gave, the snake cannot harm anyone, not a person, not another, or any creature. She was submissive. Now Loki began to interrogate the poor fellow, showing with his foot that he was about to start beating him. Everyone began to look for the snake in the surrounding area, but there seemed to be no trace. Screams, too. Not a single sign that would indicate its location. Where was this snake last seen? It was a beautiful ornamental garden. Apparently, she was looking for a cold place to hide from people and from this scorching sun. It seems that our main character was able to notice a snake sticking out between two boulders. It would seem that the tail of a deadly viper. Most of all, Samo was surprised by the fact that the snake was able to pass between two enchanted boulders. It was incomprehensible. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the snake's tail literally pierced one of the huge stones, so much so that it shook it in an instant. Loki, abruptly taking his bride, rushed to the side so as not to harm his beloved. The snake did not look like itself. Some kind of incomprehensible rage shone in her after all. This was the most ordinary boa constrictor, who was as calm, concentrated, balanced as possible. Loki began to think about how he could return the snake to its owner with the least risk to herself. But the snake managed to shock our main character. It grabbed him as if with a rope around his body and squeezed him very tightly. Plus, to all this, her skin was literally on fire, because Loki felt some kind of boiling water literally on his body. It was inexplicable. He began to think about the technique, how to apply it in such a way as not to harm the pet. After all, he had previously used it only on people. He managed to create a shield around himself with spiritual power and literally threw this snake away. Immediately it collapsed to the ground, immobilized. The snake again decided to hide between the boulders. It behaved very strangely. It was difficult to predict it because it became simply unpredictable. Loki began to talk to her and asked permission if he could approach her. It looked, of course, very strange. As soon as he approached, some kind of devil's hand literally burst out of the boulder. At the ends of the fingers there were terrible claws, similar to hooves. Loki managed to return from this attack, grabbing the hand of this demonic image. He was already wondering who was inside. The strength of this demon was unimaginable, but Loki decided to use a special technique of exploding a flying phoenix. The same demon will understand that the matter smells of kerosene. Therefore, he must hide his hand inside this stone in order to escape. But it seems it was already too late. After all, Our main character directed the phoenix bird's attack directly to the area where the hand came out. Right before our eyes, the boulder seemed to have shattered into a bunch of small pebbles. It was truly magnificent to watch from the side how tiny ones appeared from a huge stone. Loki began to be sarcastic because he managed to shred this balloon and get to the true goal, and suddenly something similar to a tail appeared in his hand, which he managed to catch. Because of the huge dust cloud, nothing was visible. Our main character was very surprised to see the true picture of what happened, and did not expect to encounter this. He literally hit his face in the chest of a girl who had a raccoon tail. It was just something with something, and also watching it. It was so strange. She was all naked and covered her genitals with her tail like a raccoon. An effeminate raccoon, thought our main character. Now he realized that he had made a mistake, having confused a snake, or rather the tail of a snake with the tail of a raccoon, which was completely naked. Our hero was confused, but nevertheless, there was some strange tail near her hand, and it was difficult to determine whether it was Sana's snake or not at all. The raccoon girl suddenly perked up and literally rushed towards our main character. She tried to attack him with her claws, but we all know that Loki is not a timid guy. He may not fight women at all, but he can stop their attack. Grabbing her by both hands, he decided to throw her back to the ground because she didn't understand what she was doing. An even stranger moment. She doesn't even speak. He somehow manages to cope with this friend and ties her hands. Suddenly, she began to acquire some kind of transformation. Her breasts were huge, but elastic and beautiful, and she was reincarnated into some kind of girl, looking like half a mermaid and half a snake. Her hair was white as snow. He could not take his eyes off, firstly, from the breasts, which were so alluring, and secondly, from the image itself. It turns out that the raccoon moved in the other direction, and our main character again wanted to tie her up with his networking technique. Loki has already gotten up to cast a spell to completely chain her. After all, she was a truly dangerous female representative, but the beauty of this girl was simply unimaginable. Her breasts were about to burst out of her bra. Loki managed to handcuff her and accordingly put her in a swimsuit, which he had in store in advance. And the snake, which was humanoid, at that moment simply lay there not understanding what was happening, as if its consciousness had been turned off. Now our main character asked if everything was okay with her and how she was able to turn into a woman. But Sana's snake was terrified, and even more so handcuffed. She didn't understand what was happening around her, and tried to remember who was in front of her. Loki decided to scan her with his spiritual cleansing technique in order to get rid of this rage. What was in her before? Our hero got down to business. She looked like a mermaid. I don't regret it. Like a snake and even incredibly curvaceous in female form. Now Loki understood that everything was in order, and there was no need to worry about the further development of events. At the snake. He sat and was sarcastic but did nothing. Thus, he only angered the snake, which was clearly in a bad mood. Immediately, he got hit in the face with the end of his tail. Blood began to gush from his nose. What did he want? Snake is a wild reptile animal. She would have refused him. She, already tied up, managed to lean on the stone. Her eyes were somehow furious and blazing with anger. Now he received it with such force that he simply flew away like a comet. The snake was very aggressive. It did not fall into his hands. Sana saw a picture of her hubby getting hit in the face by the tail of a snake and quickly rushed, afraid for her groom. Our main character literally flew into his lover. She was in incredible pain, and he hit her flat chest. Where is so in the head? Consciousness at the moment was upside down for Loki, but he understood. If she had large elastic breasts, the blow would definitely be softened. He immediately turned to the bride with a huge request that when something like this happens, it won't be her who catches him. Namely, the girl is a demon. Let her catch him. She does it pretty well. She is, firstly, agile, and secondly, she has a means to soften the fall. Now, it seems, she flew seriously at our main character for his words, which he said without thinking about Sana's early feelings. She was really glowing clearly and was annoyed that she was again bowing about her breasts all day long. Now this time she hit his beard very accurately with her back fist, which carried our main character to the side, and he began to fall. At this point the snake itself started to perk up. Video of how Sana beats up Loki. Somewhere I even felt sorry for the main character, watching such a picture. Now suddenly the freed snake stood in a bra in front of its owner with tears in his eyes. And the hostess herself burst into tears and bejac each other because they missed each other madly. Consider that they were inseparable from childhood. She didn't want the snake to leave her. After all, they are so close. And by blood, in the literal sense of the word, both the snake and the bride are both of blue blood. Now the snake began to apologize to its patron because she allowed herself to leave her. This is firstly, and secondly, it also creates panic among people. Our main character had the opportunity to mock the servant of the patriarch because the incompetent violated discipline. But the poor fellow did not agree with being somehow punished or evaporated. After all, it was not he who attacked the snake, but it attacked him. And the fact that he ran into the estate, he had no other choice. So Loki got involved. He asked to shut the mouth of this incompetent because the consequences would be dire. How dare he contradict the master? Now Loki decided to ask the snake whether this man was mocking her, and whether he was lying about not taking part. Sana began to justify her beloved snake, talking about the factors that her animal is disciplined and educated enough to get to the bottom of someone. At that same moment, the snake Kamui replied that it was all her fault, and it was something like fun for her and nothing more. She also added that she transformed into the guise of a girl because he annoyed her with his actions, and she decided to drink his blood in full. The crying poor fellow, who begged for mercy and to be released, began to ramble that he was accused and that the snake did not stop sucking blood. In an instant, she raised her favorite snake above herself. After all, she couldn't get enough of the fact that they were finally reunited again. But in an instant, the face of Loki's bride completely changed to an angry one, and it seemed that something was about to happen. She threw her favorite yes with such force that it flew like a baseball across the entire field with a whistle. Now Zeus managed to catch the snake. He smiled because he was deprived of female attention from the very beginning, and he did the same thing. Beauty, snake. The guys began to apologize to the poor guy, explaining that they didn't look after their pet Dukovny enough. What struck our main character most was something else. Yes, it really did look strange. There was a strange cut on the poor guy's robe that looked like claws. Now the old man was surprised when this happened to him, but he pointed to that busty raccoon that our main character found next to the snake. It was also the guest of the raccoon who was able to cut the handcuffs that were shackling her with her claws. Loki laughs because of the appearance of this unusual girl. Yes, she was indeed very feminine, and she definitely had beautiful curves. Now the raccoon pointed directly at the snake and asked why they only laugh at her if it is a friend, also half-naked. Well, it's just that, apparently, Loki found it very funny because his tail was sticking out of his anus. This probably made him laugh the most. Well, the second moment, the snake looked sexier and more than the raccoon itself. Who would have thought that when the snake transformed, it would be such a beauty like a mermaid? The naked raccoon was furious because our main character mocked her literally and figuratively. Now she adhered to the opinion that other animals told her that people are really capable of irritating animals and mocking them. Loki turned to the patriarch, asking if this was his animal, similar to a raccoon. But the patriarch didn't remember, because there are quite a lot of animals on his estate. But the beautiful Enotika thought differently. She had a great desire to punish our main character for ridiculing himself, but in an instant everything changed. No one expected to see this. She, it turns out, didn't come alone. She had a whole army of living creatures with her. Everyone's eyes were burning furiously, as if they were ready to eat people alive. The picture was really not the best. Plus to all this, some strong, demonic spiritual energy was observed, and it literally filled the entire atmosphere, both inside the estate and around it. Hannah was also amazed by this huge demonic force. It was something unimaginable. She had never seen anything like this before. At the same time, the patriarch understood that it was clearly not his animals who were practicing witchcraft themselves because it all looked scary. They all seemed to have fallen into a terrible demonic atmosphere from which it is impossible to get out. How did they manage to do this? Don't forget, our main character had quite a lot of fights involving animals, so he knew how to act in this or that case. But he also joked that if a woman leads the attack, then this is always fraught with loss. No options. And this vulgar man again began to fantasize about the real appearance of girls. He thought that they were all curvy and long-legged beauties. He immediately began to use some technique that he had previously used in battle against both Anubis and Rex. And now, It would seem that the technology has already been activated, and we should expect trouble for the animals that came to disturb the peace of people. It seems that our main character is fantasizing too much about the image of those animals that are hiding in the crowd, and he should hold his horses. Silhouettes began to appear through the demonic aura of spiritual power. Huge, lush breasts were already visible. It seemed to him that he was right with his guesses. His joy really knew no bounds. It seemed to him that this was not demonic hell, on the contrary, heaven. After all, our main character was so preoccupied. But he was shocked when he saw the face of one of the monsters, and they weren't just scared by their appearance alone, not to mention their abilities. Loki was already rushing to run away in the other direction. After seeing this, he clearly did not expect the body to be beautiful, and the face of an animal, and a scary one at that, a saber-toothed one. Loki very quickly hid behind Hannah's body, grabbing her breast tightly with both hands. This outraged her greatly. The zombie army seemed to be ready to enslave the guys who had simply never seen such a phenomenon before. Sana also wondered what they would do with all this, because it looked like some kind of trap. It was the Countess who stood in front who was able to draw out all the life energy. Therefore, without her, you die and turn into a vegetable. Loki was a little confused. He didn't know how to fight against these guests who came out of nowhere, and it was clearly not like him. Aurora somehow understood what the problem was. Most likely these zombies were poisoned with some kind of special poison, and they were controllable. And it is for this reason that the gender of the body is like this. The gender of the body is like this. Due to insufficient control, it is difficult to complete the last transformation. But Loki was interested in something else. Why didn't the beautiful raccoon change her appearance? She remained the same. The raccoon was enraged by Tolstoy. She is considered weak due to the fact that she has not transformed like other animals. Now it has become clear to Loki what is what and how to deal with it. He has techniques of submission, but it is not a fact that it will work on the damned, and he also still pitied them. He wanted to see what these poisoned animals under witchcraft were capable of. But, nevertheless, he wanted to taste these animal girls. Loki's sinister desire really sounded strange. The faces of these animals were similar to the face of a crocodile, but with an incredibly beautiful shape of the chest and butt. Aurora took out her secret weapon, a bell, and is trying to collect energy in it, trying to heal these animals. But nevertheless, she also managed to create an aura so that I could not touch them. But our main character's hands were itching. He desperately wanted to try these animals and test their strength. In addition, Loki asked for help from the demon god of the girl. After all, she already has experience in transformation and reincarnation. But this beauty was quite proud, and she believed that these werewolves could be transformed by snapping 2 fingers. But he got tired of listening to her. He sweated her hand, and they rushed to the zombie battlefield. She just couldn't keep up with our main character. Plus, Loki really liked looking down on her, because the view from above opened up a beautiful picture of her 2 huge elastic jugs. How he wanted to check the shoes, whether they were the right size or not. He had an endless desire to compare. He decided to use his skill on the demoness's foot so that she could probably fit into these shoes. That's what got interesting. At one moment, she changed. She felt either pain or joy, but she screamed quite loudly into the sky, and it was incredibly pleasant. She felt a thrill from the power that Loki used. It would seem that she was already completely under his influence. The feeling was as if a current had passed through her, and she was in warm milk and was enjoying herself non-stop. She also very coolly bent her back in front of our main character because he stuck his 2 fingers into the waist area. The girls watched this whole picture in horror. What was happening before their eyes? They didn't know what to do. Now the guys were surprised by another moment. The field of demons immediately changed at one moment. The guys were confused. Now it's time to transform into a demonic fairy. She began to grow, and incredibly quickly. Sana was very angry about this. Now her breasts were already much larger. She was infuriated by one fact. Why didn't Loki offer to do this on her? He also tried to reassure her by saying that a flat chest also has a lot of advantages. You just need to accept it and move on. Plus, to all this, you need to learn how to emphasize it. After all, every part of the body can be emphasized so that in appearance, it will look simply incredible. It was interesting to watch how Loki selects the right words so as not to upset his bride and not drive her into a state of apathy. Now our hero glared at the beautiful demoness who stood behind him. He was completely smitten. Her body was simply magnificent, incomparably sexy, and the alluring girl devil was very good. The raccoon focused her attention on our main character. She was surprised by the fact that he has amazing strength. Plus, to all this, he didn't have to recover after using his difficult skills. After all, not everyone is capable of this. Now the raccoon seemed to have chosen a target to eat, and it was Loki. She wishes you wouldn't enslave him. Now the werewolves rushed to attack our friends, and it's unlikely out of the kindness of their hearts, but they didn't want to pierce the guys' bodies. They were incredibly scary and nasty. They also had huge claws that could tear flesh with their sharpness. The demon girl looked down on it all, and it didn't scare her. But she was haunted by the fact that they were behaving very impudently. In front of them, she demonstrated her attack of sharp petals that circled as if in a tornado. She was also not mistaken about these werewolves. Their strength is not as powerful as the demons once had in her dimension. She asked Loki, will he also stand or attack these werewolves, who will sooner or later break through the defense? Also, the demon girl tested the power of her skills to try to begin to control these beasts. Without thinking twice, she again sent her incredible petals, which seemed to turn into a blade. Or one could imagine that these were shurikens. She terrified all the werewolves with her bright attack. The petals really fascinate with their beauty, and at the same time strength. Loki even began to worry about what if she suddenly slaughtered them all. And then what to do? He asked more softly. But the beauty, smiling hippily, was not going to kill them, but on the contrary, she had some kind of plan. After all, her eyes burned and did not go out. So, and after a moment, they were all lying on the floor, wounded. Blood was flowing out of them. It looked scary, but she did it for a reason. She wanted to test how much influence they have over them and how to break this spell. It seems that the werewolves were already returning to their former selves. They all fell to their knees and could not understand what was happening to them, and there was blood everywhere. The demon girl's technique was most often associated with the use of blood when activating spells. The raccoon was amazed, but she wanted to protect her clan. Now her goal was clearly not Loki, but the demon girl. The grandmother detained the raccoon, and also added that she should not do stupid things for which there would be consequences later. But in the eyes of Raccoon, there was a misunderstanding. Why doesn't she want to let her take revenge for the entire clan and how they treated them? The grandmother was an extraordinary beauty. Having risen to her feet, she declared that the raccoon girl was no match for the demon. Now our womanizer also began to look at the raccoon granny, and he liked this body. He came literally close to her with you to look into her eyes and skin. Yes, her hair seemed to be gray, but the charm technique was incomparable. He also pointed to her granddaughter and asked a question. How did it happen that she was able to turn everyone into a zombie apocalypse? The demon girl, taking our main character by the hair, sharply threw him towards her, so that he would not approach the unknown. He immediately collapsed to the ground and tried to recover from his fall. He was confused. Why was she treating him like that? But the view from below simply amazed him because the demon girl's breasts were incredibly huge. I literally covered him from the sun. Here, both our main character's sister and Sana were discussing the raccoon's appearance. But there was one interesting point about her breasts. Even the raccoon's breasts are large. Plus, the raccoon was seriously angry that she was being underestimated, and they were laughing at the clan because of their incomprehensible transformation. Now she was already on her knees, sad and disappointed. After all, the position of her clan was not the best today. The raccoon was especially young, which surprised the guys that she was that age. Well, the cans are clearly not small. The rest of the girls from the clan were also relatively no older than Inotica. And even on the contrary, there were also younger ones. Now, the demon girl looked very pitifully at this whole picture and how these girls behaved. Considering the fact that the estate is about a year old, how could a raccoon sneak in there and place the entire clan there? Grandmother said one very serious fact. Since the demon girl was able to suck out all her demonic power, they are no longer so fierce, even as animals. The clan was surprised at this moment that some people were capable of such desperate actions without causing harm. Put her on one of her knees. She asked that their clan be left alive and allowed to continue wandering. Loki thought about this whole situation, and it really wasn't that funny. Grandmother also asked our main character for help, but there was some kind of too evil smile on her face, but it was strange. But Loki at one moment was simply horrified by what he saw. Very strange. Looks like such a sweet grandmother, when suddenly she stands up sharply, and with her hands, or rather her nails, tries to get into the throat of our main character. But, to the old woman's great regret, Blocks managed to return and catch her hand. Once upon a time she made an attack, to which the grandmother replied that Loki moves very predictably, and it's easier to predict him than a steamed turnip. After all, in fact, the goal was not this blow. The goal was to activate the bloody werewolf crystal technique. It was simply incredible. An ordinary grandmother outplayed our main character and literally stuck this blood crystal into his body. Everyone jumped up wildly. After all, they didn't expect this either. Loki was always at the highest level of skill, and then the old woman jumped him. There was one fact. She had no idea that this crystal was intended specifically for people. She believed that it would only be used on animals. It seems that this was already a dead end. After all, the crystal did not give our main character the opportunity to move or use any technique. It simply sucked all his spiritual power out of him. Suddenly, Loki began to smile, and then loud laughter began to be heard. Something was wrong. He was not under the control of the crystal, most likely. Now there was some confusion on her face, introducing that he did not obey her blood crystal. He grabbed her beard and slowly moved her towards his lips, holding her right hand so that she would not resist. This suggested one thought about a kiss, but the crystal froze at one moment. It could not break through Loki's defenses, and it seems that the old woman was confused. She hoped so much. There was one more moment. It turns out there were lessons. There was also an ace in the hole. Thanks to him, the attack was interrupted. After all, she hit the crystal directly into the belt of the symbols of the clan of the Chi province. Immediately, she bounced back with some unprecedented speed, and the crystals scattered in all directions. She immediately fell to the ground and experienced terrible pain, because the ricochet is always much stronger than when you shoot directly. Our main character immediately blocked the movement of her hand, pressing her to the ground. He was interested in the main question. Where did she get this crystal from? After all, this is a very rare phenomenon. Great spellcasters possessed them. She immediately brought him to this place, where the energy of this crystal was. The air smelled of incredible power. It was simply terrifying. The patriarch began to ask his grandmother whether she had broken off a piece from the crystal, or had sent one of her. He was incredibly beautiful, but due to the fact that he filled the room with enormous power, it was impossible to even breathe. She immediately began to explain how she ended up with a fragment of the bloody crystal. One evening, in a clearing where carrots grew between two stones, a raccoon decided to have dinner. And it was dark. You didn't have to worry about being noticed. But in an instant, she saw huge clots of red bloody color emanating from the room. This scared the raccoon very much, and it seemed that we had to run as fast as we could because there was danger. A piece of crystal, out of nowhere, flew out of the window of this house and flew straight into the raccoon's forehead. The whole body was burned, as if on a fire. Some dark silhouette was seen in the distance, but it was difficult to see who it was. Here is a short story of how she became a human-like creature. It is, of course, amazing that the crystal was able to transform from one creature to another. Based on the fact that the crystal was able to change her in this way, she endowed the entire clan with this ability, and therefore their appearance was already much different. Now she begged for the mercy of her clan. She also suggested that she could be taken to pieces, but she asked the clan not to touch him. He is not guilty. Yes, it was a little for the patriarch, because he knows how soft our main character is when it comes to women. The patriarch also turned to the demon girl, so that since she was able to settle the issue about werewolves from the very beginning, it would therefore be up to her to decide whether to punish her grandmother or not. Loki was delighted after the patriarch's decision to trust the demon girl, who was slightly surprised by such a decision. Loki also tried to convince her that they were the same flesh and blood. Therefore, taking someone's life would be unwise. Plus, Loki's kindness had no boundaries. He decided at some point to just leave these animals and let them continue to multiply. The demon girl didn't even argue, because she understood that her savior was standing in front of her. If it weren't for him, she would have remained forever in the bloody abyss. The patriarch approached his crystal, and it would seem that it should have weakened after a fragment was broken off from it. But he was also very upset by the fact that the full-fledged crystal looked much more beautiful. What will he show to the guests? Now it seems that it can be thrown into the trash, since it no longer has the value that it had before. Also, everyone will laugh after I show them this extraordinary crystal. Plus, they will think that I have won sloppiness in the estate. The patriarch proposed to restore this crystal, which had lost its charm, which it had previously. He also had doubts about this. Will Loki really be able to turn everything back? Now Loki realized that in some way he was not just fulfilling a request, but somewhere even an order from the patriarch. Besides all this, there was one fact that should not be ignored. How was the crystal able to work? Like on animals? Loki added the following. He had used up quite a large part of his spiritual power and needed restoration. The patriarch was not such a womanizer as our main character was, but on the contrary, he even despised women for their existence. He smiled maliciously, asking our main character whether he could or not, or whether he should look for another way. To this, Loki replied that he could not help at the moment. The patriarch's emotion happily changed to anger. Now he was angry and thirsted for revenge, because the crystal was his trophy. He grabbed Alice by the throat and, it would seem, was about to take her life, tearing out her Adam's apple. The cruelty of the patriarch was incommensurable. The Lord of the Old Moon clans believed that whoever was responsible for this outcome of circumstances should suffer a punishment such as execution. Alice began to make excuses. They say that it was not her and that she was not involved at all. Moreover, she did not even observe a single silhouette in the room where the blood crystal was kept. Loki hastened to convince him that it's not worth it to mock women. Moreover, her guilt has not been proven, so it's stupid. It turns out that the patriarch was not a weakling at all, since he managed to lift a girl who weighs about 60 kilograms from the ground with one hand. Plus, to all this, the patriarch added the following. Let everyone think that he is not straight, but gay. In this case, all this happened due to the fact that one day Alice was able to undermine the patriarch's trust, which led to such a long chain. Moreover, she had the key to opening the doors in the room where the bloody crystal was kept, or rather a copy of the key, and as was previously accepted, they could be quartered for theft. And they could, in principle, start with the hand, since this was allowed. Her eyes were incredibly shocked, because earlier he had told her that this crystal had no value and was just ordinary to admire. But this was originally intended. To say that it is a simple trinket with no value would suggest that the crystal could be stolen. Our hero was gnawing at a completely different moment. The fact that it would seem that the patriarch was crucifying about trust. He himself substituted his own subordinates. This is not good. He immediately began to shake the truth out of her. Why did she need the crystal? Who sent her? And why did she need it in the first place? Her justification. She said that if the patriarch really does not believe that she is not involved in all this, then let him take her life. You can't cut from the shoulder if you are not convinced that you are right. Our main character tried to convince the patriarch. The patriarch, smiling maliciously, understood how kind Loki is to all women, and then also to his servants. At one point, the patriarch decided to let his concubine go after all, so as not to harm her at all. But he also understood that the driver of actions, or how to force Loki to act, is to create a danger for the woman who is important to him. He also took our main character at his word. After all, earlier he said that we need to figure it out, arrange an investigation. The technique of 3 linear space, that is, the counting that the patriarch could activate, had very interesting facets. Also, everyone who enters through this space automatically leaves an imprint either on the shield or on themselves. Therefore, he wanted to check the innocence of this young lady. The patriarch was very merciless towards his servants, and he could only trust himself. Having demanded that she undress, he also added that he would check her for lice and innocence. After all, if she really did this, the mark in the form of a seal on her body would be visible even to the naked eye. Alice was terrified because the patriarch was about to disgrace her in front of the others, and he didn't care about feelings. The other girls perked up because they thought it was unfair to force her to undress. They thought it was disgusting. The patriarch has already decided to show everyone clearly that since she doesn't want to undress, it means she feels something deep inside her soul, and release it to her. It will only be possible if coral returns to its previous form, but not otherwise. Alice, through her tears, said the following phrase in rage. that she was ready to take off her clothes since her owner didn't believe her. Plus, she also didn't want our protagonist to give up his spiritual power in order to be used by Patriarch Loki, who tried to dissuade her from doing so. Now annoyed that the Patriarch did not trust her, she slowly began to expose her body. Suddenly, if earlier it seemed impossible, then she did exactly that. I don't doubt in the slightest that I was right. She was in her underwear, and it was clear that there was no mark left on her. But what she felt was indescribable. Immediately, the Patriarch mercilessly demanded to take off all her clothes, since she could hide it anywhere. He infuriated her even more. Her ardor was so hot that, it seems, the thought crept in to take the life of the Patriarch. Now the spiritual power of the Patriarch grabbed Alice's underwear with threads, so much so that she didn't even notice. How he immediately exposed her completely, in front of everyone present. In an instant, she realized that this was a shame. His goal was also to get his way from this touchy one. Because if he orders, then it must be obeyed, he believed. The handsome man saved the taxes by abruptly putting his cloak on her, so as not to let her completely disgrace herself in front of so many people. Alice was shocked after our main character provided such a truly worthy service, and thereby saved her. The Patriarch was angry because his actions, his orders were never discussed. This made him more and more furious. Our main character approached the crystal. Touching it, he activated his spiritual bloodhound in order to find the culprit of the incident. How suddenly Loki managed to reproduce a picture of that ill-fated evening. It was observed how a man in a ninja suit entered the room through this shield. Also, with his spiritual technique, he managed to destroy the spell that the Patriarch had previously activated. Alice was terrified after she saw this ninja. After all, she, being a girl, what can she oppose? What if he kills her completely? The ninja, thinking for a long time, watched as the crystal emitted a huge bloody light and fascinated with its beauty. Apparently he enjoyed. The ninja began to use some special technique. Apparently the technique was intended to unlock the shackles that held back the blood crystal. And now the sinister technique literally bound the crystal. It looked like some kind of black magic, as if a warlock's spell. But at one moment, in some strange way, a piece of crystal literally cracked. After this witchcraft, since the protection on the crystal was activated, the huge vortex that emitted from the trophy was unusually strong, so a piece of the crystal flew out of the window. The force was so enormous that it simply broke a thick layer of glass and thereby hit the raccoon. The ninja himself was incredibly frightened. It seemed to him that the crystal was about to deprive him of his vitality. Moreover, what power it contained. Aurora. I was surprised by another fact. It turns out that the crystal had some kind of genetic password. Not everyone could touch it, and even more so, use spells similar to black magic. Now the Patriarch understood how skilled a warrior and master of his craft Loki was, because he had never seen such a level of skill in spiritual search before. If our protagonist was originally going to use this great technique, then why did he allow Alice to strip naked? To which Loki replied as follows, "But what if it could be hidden precisely under her underwear? We had to make sure." Plus, our main character did not expect that the Patriarch was so cruel to women and did not respect them. After all, they are weak creatures by nature. Loki grabbed Alice tightly by the waist and pressed him as hard as he could. Apparently, he had a plan for this. Holding her close to him, he also added a statement to the Patriarch that the ninja who invaded was completely flat-chested. This was clearly visible. And what can I say when the Patriarch's logic works in the opposite direction? He just wants to punish someone and make fun of someone. The Patriarch did not like the way our main character managed to put him in his place, thereby making others doubt his power. The guests have already arrived, the patriarchs of other provinces, clans, probably all because he was not at the banquet for a long time. This made them worry. Now the old man, who was once also in the Old Moon clan, asked for forgiveness for such an outburst. What he saw a moment later made him just fall out first. He was hugging the concubine of the waning moon patriarch. He also noted the point that this cannot be done while visiting the patriarch and with his servants. This is out of the ordinary. Sana seemed ready to attack this useless old man. How dare he draw conclusions without knowing what happened here? From the crowd they began to insert their 5 kopecks. That this is not at all according to their canons. You can't do this on the patriarch's estate. But most likely, it was just envy. The old man also wanted to put himself in the place of our main character. but could only choke in his own saliva. Now Sana understood that no one needed her comments at all. They'll figure it out somehow. The patriarch raised the power of Loki and added that everyone else should not even think badly of our main character. Loki considered this to be some kind of flattery. Why is the patriarch trying so hard to, perhaps, ingratiate himself with trust, elevating him above everyone else? Others were indignant. After all, the patriarch provided a service, firstly, and secondly, he rewarded with his kindness a guest such as our main character. The same old man, like a mongrel, began to rant about how they should be at the feet of the patriarch, but not do what they want. The patriarch objected to all this, saying that this is a family matter, and he will not allow anyone from the outside to interfere, even guests with such rank. Also adding that it was just a dispute over the crystal. The dispute has been resolved. Everyone can be free. Now the patriarch understood that it was necessary to create such protection so that the crystal would never be damaged, let alone damaged, so that even a stranger's gaze would not rush at it. Plus, Loki brought everything to perfection. The crystal must be made by the patriarch, but by no one else. Others wanted the opposite, so that our main character would start repairing the crystal. But there is one thing. When you come into contact with a crystal, it begins to devour your spiritual power, thereby weakening you. Loki. From the very beginning, he understood that if he gets at least a piece of the spiritual power of our main character, then it will be a complete gift. Our main character immediately turned to the system. After all, Melissa practically knew the answers to all the questions. Alice was surprised. Who is our main character talking to? To which he replied that it doesn't matter at all. The main thing is to find a way to close this issue once and for all. But everyone understood that they seemed to have lined up against Loki in the expectation that he would share his spiritual power with this crystal. And they gloated. It's like a flock of turkeys gathered to watch our protagonist restore this blood crystal. Loki didn't see the point in this, specifically in repairing this crystal. After all, as they say, even if you manage to mend a broken glass, it will never be as beautiful as before. Our main character has already begun to wonder whether he should do this or simply ignore the patriarch's request. But from the outside, something completely different was visible. It was as if everyone wanted to own this artifact. Only now have the guests figured out what this crystal means and why should you keep it. It turns out that our main character didn't care at all. He did. The patriarch's concubine seemed to be in love with Loki. The patriarch became more and more angry that our main character instantly became a hero. But for his comrades, that's right. What does he care about the rest of the incompetents? But something had to be decided, because we couldn't leave everything as it was. In any case, Loki was somewhere even in debt to the patriarch. He decided to personally obtain this unusual crystal in the Coral Valley in order to resolve this conflict, and accordingly, to save the concubine from future bullying. All the guests were very outraged by this, because previously, no one had managed to come from Coral Valley alive. Now the patriarch had some kind of confusion on his face. He understood that not everyone would dare to do this act. And he was really crazy. The old man was also perplexed, because everyone knew how dangerous this place was and what it was fraught with. People either became sick or disabled, or even died, but no one ever returned from it. It was a very ominous island. It had a lot of secrets and really a lot of traps that were capable of dragging anyone away. After all, the valley was guarded by the most ferocious creatures from all over the planet. They were drugged by the crystal, as we previously saw what happened to the raccoon clan. The patriarch considered this a joke, because it is impossible to fight the most ferocious animals. Yes, it smells like suicide. Loki continued to insist on his own, but he had one condition. Without this condition, he would not do this. He said that Alice, the patriarch's concubine, would go with him. Her eyes became more and more filled with Loki's admiration and love. After all, it would seem that he is nothing to her, and she is nothing to him either. And he puts everything on the line. The patriarch again began to gloat. He doubted the intentions of the concubine regarding departure to this terrible darkness that reigned on the island of Coral. Loki again managed to defuse the situation by saying that everything would be fine and she would be by his side. Plus, he added, doesn't the patriarch himself want to see how our main character can get the blood crystal? The former servant of the Old Moon clan was indignant. How is this even possible and not comme il faut for the patriarch? Here, everyone was already excited and wanted to get into this deadly valley, so that according to legend, there are a lot of treasures buried there that can make you rich. But the patriarch was overcome by a feeling of fear, and he considered everyone idiots. Who even thought about paying a visit to the Valley of Crystals? And without thinking twice, he allowed our main character to go on this journey after all. Plus the idea that he drew in his head, that when our main character is already powerless after fights with monsters, the patriarch will kill him. They shook hands. It would seem that they had already reached an agreement. Now they had to wait for the day of departure to Coral Valley. Our protagonist's fiancé soaked a rag in water to make a compress for Loki, because in such a transport he was very sick. This, as they say, since childhood, when our cyber player was present. He fell asleep and was very delirious. His temperature rose, his body was burning. He couldn't do anything about it. This is the reaction to the trip. Melissa thought differently. That our main character felt bad because there were a lot of women in the cabin who literally inhaled, and there was no air there at all. Sana was very indignant because jealousy did not give way regarding the relationship between Melissa and Loki. He felt very bad. Most likely he had some kind of fever, he was motion sick and dizzy, he felt very bad. Then suddenly the snake of his bride appeared in his hand. Apparently she had some thoughts about this. And he took this snake and put it to his face because its skin was really very cold. Hannah couldn't stand all this nonsense, and the price was a little cruel in nature. Accordingly, she decided to start up with a blow to the nose of our main character. Loki's sister was aware of the whole real picture of what was happening, because she understood that at some point she would have to protect our main character from the patriarch. The Chimera asked why Loki was risking his life so much. After all, the place of the Coral Valley was supposedly cursed and not worth the candle. But she was the main character and didn't say the easy way, and he chose the place to travel for himself. And do not forget, his true goal was not the extraction of crystals, but the salvation of the beauty whom he fell in love with while still playing this game. Therefore, this is a matter of honor and courage. And he decided that it was his duty to take his favorite from the clutches of the patriarch. Now everyone has perked up. Sana guessed about the powerless intentions of our main character regarding the servant's girl. Now everyone has already arrived at this terrible place. Loki watched the picture of how Hika was amusing himself in the carriage. Apparently he didn't feel well either after such a long journey to this terrible Coral Valley. He also understood that his abilities were really not the same as those of the patriarch, and he was weak after all the torture over him. But the thirst for revenge still did not leave him for a minute. But in fact, apparently it was Hika. He thought that by stealing the crystal, he would weaken the power of the patriarch. It was as if a conspiracy of two of his minions, because earlier she tried to poison the patriarch. But this would not have been successful if not for Loki. Now she decided to go to the patriarch, so as not to make him worry about any reason. After all, she was still his servant. And then there's our main character, who was literally ready to spend 24 hours a day with this beautiful Alice. He also noted the moment that she was unable to perform a spell that could hide their carriage from other eyes. He easily discovered it. Loki concentrated his spiritual power on his fingers. He was going to do the following. He decided to treat the head of the waning moon clan. It's strange. How could he even notice this? He immediately began to thank him. After all, no one had noticed this before, and could not notice what level of skill one must have. Plus, our main character understood how important it was for Alice that her brother was healthy and alive. Therefore, somewhere he even asked for Hika's blessing regarding his sister, saying that he liked her very much. But our main character was even more amazed by the fact that he asked to be left alone with Alice. And he launched it, like Hika the Comet got into the carriage with the girls. They were amazed at his unexpected appearance. It was as if he had broken into some kind of female harem. And there really were a lot of them. They probably even discussed women's secrets. Sana immediately calmed him down, saying that everything was fine. Just before they appear so unexpectedly, you should at least knock. This is where the demon girl began to open up. She told him to sit down, don't lie on the floor. Alice was outraged by the actions of our hero. And what does he want from her that for the sake of this, it was necessary to get rid of her brother for a while? He took her hand tightly. Apparently he had something to tell her, since he so deliberately disturbed their peace. He demanded the truth from her, only the truth and nothing but the truth. It seems that he guessed what the brother and sister were up to. She asked him to let her go because she did not want to continue this conversation, saying that he should not care. And I also understood that our main character wouldn't just let her go. He wants to know everything and has the right to do so. After saving her, to which she said that he could just break her hand. She doesn't want to tell the whole situation now, but he realized that he had even gone a little too far somewhere. He felt uncomfortable because this beauty was his ideal in the game. Standing aside, she was a little evil like Manga because he really squeezed her hand, quite weakly. But the goal of our main character was precisely to help somehow. After all, he saw Alice's condition and could not leave it just like that. She also added that Loki helped her simply because he is a womanizer. He likes to be surrounded by women. Moreover, she had only one thought in her head. How can you kill the patriarch with the least consequences? She also asked our main character not to interfere in anything other than his own business, because this is their enmity, and it in no way concerns him. But he immediately stopped her by saying that, firstly, she was not indifferent to him, and it was unpleasant for him when she spoke like that. Immediately, she became embarrassed, and already changed her point of view slightly in relation to Loki. After all, he really sincerely wants to help her. But she was more and more interested in what motivates our main character. Why is he constantly trying to solve her question? Well, he answered her the following. What didn't she immediately understand what feelings he had for her? Firstly, he fell in love with her even when he just started playing the game. And secondly, he wants her, being a virgin. She called him a stud and hit him hard in the beard area. Thus, our main character was a little shocked and annoyed. She was irritated by another fact. Having in his harem a bunch of women with immense shape, with beautiful bodies and so feminine, he decided to choose her. But our main character did not retreat. He asked what difference it made if he only needed her and no one else. Now he tried to convince that he was not so bad. Firstly, he was on his own, beautiful by nature, that's one thing. And secondly, he was very strong, both spiritually and physically. Plus, he cannot pass by when he offends the female sex. He instantly stands up without thinking about the consequences. He is ready to risk his life. He also pointed to his groin area, explaining that he has a very powerful device. The fact is that he wants to create some kind of idol where he does not despise women, but on the contrary, they love and appreciate. Plus, he also added that it would be difficult to find someone better than him, because everyone pursues their own goals without thinking about others. Alice added to all this that she could be herself if fate had in store for it. Loki, without thinking twice, objected to her that if they were together, he would make her much happier than she was before. Plus, finally his dream has come true. Now he can be next to his favorite character from the game. Now she understood that it was pointless to argue with him, since he was sick of her, both in soul and in body. He was eager to get her. Suddenly, Loki got distracted for a moment, because his carriage suddenly stopped and Alice stopped her. She replied as follows. If he really wants to be here, let him stay. She immediately left this carriage, but Loki felt sad about this. He couldn't just come to terms with it. Go outside. She came back saying that someone was blocking the way. It was quite unexpected. It looks like the adventure has begun, Loki thought to himself. We must be on guard and very attentive. He looked out the window, wanting to make sure that everything was fine in order to take action for further driving. It turns out that this caravan was stopped by wild animals that live in the Coral Valley. They were very hostile, and it seemed that they were thirsty for battle, or rather for the blood of the uninvited guests. After all, this mysterious place also had its own ruler, and without his knowledge no one had the right to enter this land. The patriarch became curious. Did these animals decide to rob the caravan and harm the health of the guests? But the old man put in his 2 cents about the fact that you shouldn't pay attention. You need to move on. But one of the evil beasts quickly closed the old man's mouth with his ferocity, because the consequences are unknown. The old man seemed to feel the field under his feet. Apparently he did not realize that he could be in danger. Yes, there is danger, maybe even death. The patriarch has already volunteered to somehow diffuse the situation, hinting that he clearly doesn't want any hostility. He just wants to continue on his way. Now the beast has reduced its ardor because he realized that he was dealing with a competent person. The fare, let's say, was spiritual power, which is what this crocodile, looking like a muscled dinosaur, demanded. But the patriarch was indignant. Why would he give his spiritual power to some animals? And I thought there was no need for it. The rest, who also participated in this journey from the caravan, took it as a challenge. Apparently, a battle cannot be avoided. Then the other patriarchs perked up. Now they were hostile, and I liked that in order to just travel, you have to pay, and also with your spiritual power. This is absurd. It seems that Loki began to remember the script of the game that he had been playing for a long time. He also tried to understand what kind of animal it was. But initially in the game, this Lord Crocodile was in the role of a pointer. And now he also has associates. It seems that he could no longer stay on the sidelines, and he decided to intervene in this verbal skirmish. Then, Melissa climbed out of one of the carriages, where there was a harem of girls, pulling back the curtain in order to exchange a few words with our main character. Loki is already self-confident, narcissistic, and a spiritually strong hero of this time, ready to get down to business. He was wondering where these animals came from, because previously the crocodile was a loner. Is Melissa involved in all this? She too was going through her thoughts. Why on earth unexpected characters suddenly appeared? Moreover, it was something like a quest in the game. Well, now she understands. This is all due to the fact that Loki is becoming stronger. Consequently, the complexity of the scenario changes at all, and also becomes much more complicated. Plus, to all this, the program is so smart that, seeing how the main character is progressing, it begins to select opponents equal to him. Alice, in some kind of excessive surprise, watched the picture of how our main character was holding Melissa in his arms. Her guess about the fact that he was a womanizer was confirmed in her head. After all, in her head there was the following terminology: that a girl should be the only one for her man, but nothing else. That's what she really wanted. Then, out of nowhere, a trap appeared that resembled a mill made of axes. The axes were so sharp that they were capable of cutting through the air. The patriarch suddenly stopped his horse in order to discover this danger. But the horse itself is not stupid, seeing what threatens it. It would seem that he was already ready to use his technique in order to get rid of this obstacle that exposes his life. A herd of crocodiles, having taken homemade copies, are about to be more ready to throw their weapons at the patriarch in the form of him taking off. And now they have already rushed towards their goal. It seems that they very much wanted to direct this upstart. The patriarch decided that he would not retreat. He was still ready to accept the battle and continue on his way. Now he was very serious. Since the animals could not calm down, he decided that he would calm them down himself. He took out his blade of the 7 seas. The patriarch had not drawn this sword for a long time. During the extermination of the ominous Moon clan, only then did he use it for the last time. He managed to repel the attacks of these monsters by cutting their weapons to smithereens. He also somehow miraculously was able to create a ricochet effect. Now the monsters realized that they were really in danger, because the weapon that they seemed to have recently thrown was flying back. The animals managed to evade this attack, but apparently the patriarch did not particularly try to kill them. The Lord of the Crocodiles, these nasty creatures, was also very surprised at how skillful the warrior was in front of him. Now the animals threw away their weapons and were ready to use the spiritual power of the 5 beasts. They also had aces up their sleeves. The attack resembled a clot of energy, which, when released from the lizard's body, instantly dissipated, yes, of unprecedented size. It looked like a flock of birds, black as pitch darkness. Crows were about to rush. The patriarch didn't even blink an eye. It seems that he was not afraid of such a primitive attack. He understood that the birds would soon come to an end. He was able to create an energetic sun behind him, whose rays, like arrows, pierced the birds through and through. But the chief lizard gloated in a different way. After all, he was simply testing the guest's abilities. But out of nowhere, the crows finally released some strange attack. It looked like swamp slime. Now, the patriarch's self-confidence was going somewhere. After all, he understood that this attack would not go unnoticed. It looked like some kind of bird droppings. Maybe that's what it was, because it literally blinded the patriarch, and he seemed to get stuck in it. Now, after a moment, he realized that it was the poison that the birds exuded, and most likely it was deadly. The crows did not stop attacking. Now the entire caravan was in danger, one that they did not expect while sitting, shouting from the crowd something like, "Why are you afraid of these animals?" In horror, in panic, all the patriarchs, their wars, began to scatter in different directions because the consequences would be terrible. The patriarch was enveloped by the stems, as if the roots of poison ivy, and did not completely fetter his movements. It seems that he was doomed. But this was done for a reason. They specifically wanted to immobilize him so that the raven could deal him a fatal blow. The patriarch managed to dodge the attack. The raven flew inside the flower. It looked strange, but it turns out that it was our main character who managed to save the patriarch by changing his location with his spell. Plus, to all this, Loki kicked the patriarch in the face so that he would not interfere with him using his technique. Now the time has come for Anubis himself to get out of the portal. He also sent some attack towards the enemies. He managed to catch the raven with his teeth using his bloody technique. After all, do not forget that one should not underestimate the wolf's strength. Now, having created a huge bloody network, Anubis literally turned the ravens into scraps of feathers. But the main power of the demon was that it absorbed blood and became stronger. In this case, it also absorbed poison. The patriarch was at a loss as to how this little guy deals with the attacks of the lizards. Plus, in addition to everything, he also eats these ravens. And all because apparently he was very hungry and he had no other choice. But also his strength increases at the same time. Loki's skill in controlling portals and also sharing the abilities of Anubis was simply amazing. Now Zeus has climbed out of the portal. They say that Loki is wrong. Why did he call them? After all, he could have dealt with it himself. They looked at each other and realized that our main character was a little carried away with the use of technology. Well, Zeus mentioned earlier that he refuses to go with our main character to this murderous Coral Valley. But he rushed simply because Loki took the patriarch with him. Therefore, his life was in danger. Yes, Zeus also liked the picture of how it devours these summoned creatures and is satisfied. After all, he was specially attracted by hunger. Now Anubis began to tear off the flesh from the animals. It seems that he was completely maddened by the blood that stained his entire body. The animals were terrified. How could some boy with a wolf's appearance be able to cope with such masters of their craft? The lizard was terrified. He was in great pain and realized that he was bleeding, but the piece that Anubis tasted would obviously never heal. It was as if a child were eating this meat. It reminded him of fish, and crocodiles were always considered a delicacy. It seemed that a crocodile's bite should be much more powerful and stronger than a wolf's, but the boy proved the opposite. They immediately decided to measure their bite powers with Anubis. But they forget something else. He is half a demon. Now the spiritual power they began to use strengthened their body, and also strengthened the bite of their mouths. They looked like demons from the underworld with glowing red eyes and were about to tear everything to shreds. It seemed that the army was already preparing for an attack. There were really a lot of them, and they were all furiously hungry to eat human flesh when such an opportunity came again. Loki did not expect that these crocodiles would put on a whole performance. After all, both chakra and spiritual power were simply as sinister as possible. He was refused. They were about to rush into battle. They were very brave warriors, even while wearing crocodile skin. They took an unusual by nature, probably the main position, lying down. This will help them gain speed, and also the shifted center of gravity will add much more force to the bite. It was truly terrifying. After all, they were determined to devour everything in their path, and it seemed that nothing would stop them. And everything is simple. They were provoked by an ordinary little wolf cub. Now the wolf cub is simply nothing compared to their true appearance. But don't forget, Anubis also has his true appearance, which feeds on blood and becomes many times, what's more, 10 times stronger. Our main character hurried to tell him not to rush. Doesn't he really remember how the absolute reincarnation into a beast ended? The guise of Anubis simply demolished everything in its path and did not distinguish where a friend was and where an enemy was. And he really was dangerous in his true form. That's why our main character advised him to fight these animals with his brains. After all, they are stupid, yes, improbability. That's why it lost last time. Loki threw the little wolf cub up as fast as he could so that he could show what he was capable of in his human form. But the little friend had no idea what it was like to think humanly without a beast. It was really difficult. It puzzled him. Now the boss of the crocodiles, with his enormous size and incredibly toothy mouth, was ready to devour the wolf cub, and he managed to do it successfully. Anubis landed right in his mouth. It seemed like that was it. His life was over. What a cunning crocodile. But at the same time stupid, because he does not realize all the danger that he has created for himself. Aurora was very surprised why Loki threw his part-time friend to be devoured by these beasts. Well, something suddenly began to happen to this lizard. He felt uneasy. It seemed that he was ready to swallow this human lump, but the little wolf cub had a lot of strength. He also literally opened his mouth, which can squeeze his prey with up to 2 tons of force. Now he really understood what it meant to win with his mind such stupid animals that have no intelligence at all. Now it is took out its secret bag, which contained a lot of secrets, which crocodiles simply did not see before. He rolled head over heels from the mouth of the sinister saber-toothed lizard. Now his life was not in danger. All the techniques that Loki was able to contribute to the development of Anubis were truly amazing. It turns out that a wolf can also be trained. Now the little wolf cub had no doubt that he really was able to find his owner. The power that was in the bag was unimaginable, because it was knowledge that had been accumulated for a long, long time and appeared as a secret weapon. He wondered how he could cope with it, with this power that he had never seen before, much less used. After all, our little wolf once had a brother who also gave him instructions so as not to be lost in this world. He also studied everything from books and was a skilled warrior in the guise of a wolf and went down in the history of the Ashenval forest as a genius of his time. And in the bag there were some strange things. They looked like items for role-playing games. But nevertheless, there was one peculiarity. The bag that allegedly contained the treasures was passed down from generation to generation. And Anubis finally became the happy owner of this treasure, since he reaches 10 years old. He was endowed with certain abilities and this gift. But the main feature of this treasure was that as soon as you are driven into a corner, and you will already be on the verge, only then you have the right to open it. Anubis began to take out the treasures from the bag. The first thing that fell into his hands was a ball that looked like a red and white ball. Now our main character and Anubis stood in confusion. What power can an ordinary ball bring? Loki was furious, because he didn't expect this either. Was it possible that such trinkets were passed down from generation to generation? But it should have been noted that there was some kind of trigger button on the ball. It intrigued the little wolf cub. The ball opened, and a certain element, which looked like a round stone, was pulled out of it without. Some kind of spell was written on the stone, but this spell can only be activated by the wolf family. But it seems one didn't guess how to use this secret treasure if it was intended specifically for him. Now he screamed that he would kill everyone who stood in his way. He waved his hand, taking it, tightly squeezing this stone, and was ready to throw it. The spell that was written on the pebble was the divine spiritual power of several elements. Unfortunately, after he threw this stone, nothing happened. It hit the leader of the crocodiles, as if it were some small pebble, and so he bounced to the ground, and again, nothing happened. It seems that the crocodiles are about to start laughing at this situation. As expected, they really began to mock him with loud crocodile laughter. They were funny because it seemed that the little wolf was about to use some kind of secret technique, but they didn't suddenly become wary. And then there was such a misunderstanding. Everyone who was behind Loki, as well as Loki himself, could barely restrain himself from laughing because it's unimaginable. And he already understood that it was in vain that he placed such a thing as initiating a battle on the shoulders of a little wolf cub. Anubis was confused because his brother told him that this was the secret weapon of their wolf clan. And it turns out that he lied to him. The crocodile rushed to take this stone ball with his claws and probably wanted to see it up close. When he brought it closer to his eye to take a closer look, he realized that no aura and no spiritual power was emanating from this small object. The crocodiles continued to mock the situation because even in many centuries they had never seen such a thing. The thought was, will this thing explode or is it just some kind of tablet round because it's dangerous? It clearly didn't look. Now it was clear that they were just trying to fool the crocodiles. They were already sitting and thinking, where is the catch? Returning to the world underground. When Anubis's brother enjoyed the lava springs, they sat, sipped sake on the shore, hot fiery lava, and talked about everything. The beauty who basked in this hot milk asked brother Anubis for a cup of sake. He poured it right away. He smiles maliciously, but the smile was somehow fake, but there was a feeling. But suddenly his nose itched, and he couldn't do anything about it. Such an uncontrollable state. A friend who was having a blast in the lava asked him if he had a cold. What is preparing for a sneeze? To which he replied that it was just some kind of itch. It happens. What would that be for? For money or for getting drunk? She. As they say, when you sneeze, perhaps someone remembers you, and this brought to mind Brother Anubis. Is it because of an old gift that he gave to his younger brother? What a joke it was. A friend who was basking in the lava asked her. Apparently she was intrigued by it, and it really made me laugh. After all, it's so easy to deceive your brother. You also need to be able to do this by slipping him an ordinary pebble with an order instead of some secret. But he did this simply because he thought that Anubis was still a small child and would play with this bag, running through the fields. Also, in addition to this pebble, he stuffed all the junk that was in the house, which was truly inherited. He explained this by saying that he wanted to teach his younger brother a lesson regarding trust, that before you trust, you need to check. The friend remembered what values the Wolf clan had at that time, and they were both grinning at it. True, this was tens of thousands of years ago when wars still happened literally every day. The same barbarian who could control the wolves of the shadow fought for lands that were no one's in a matter of days. And wolves at that time were like stray dogs, but in order to survive, they had to work for someone. So they rushed headlong from one place to another. And then one day came when Varvara was killed by his own enemies, because he always loved to go against them alone. The wolves were sad for a long time, because it seemed to them that the person who was above them, who gave them shelter, food, and the meaning of life, did not exist. And what was written on the stone that Anubis threw at a flock of crocodiles was precisely the spell of the 5 elements that the barbarian owned. Now being drunk, she wondered if it could have happened that he really gave him a spell with the power of the barbarian of the 5 elements. But the little wolf's brother fell in horror because, well, it was unimaginable. It was simply impossible. Then suddenly he began to ask the witch what the chance was that this could be exactly the spell that Anubis could use. But she had already fallen asleep on her beautiful, huge, lush breasts could really captivate any man and make him fall in love with her. Seeing such a picture, he was really surprised, because he had never had such an opportunity to gaze at the beauty's huge jugs. He rushed to look at this beauty because the view from above was truly mesmerizing. Now Anubis's brother didn't care what happened to him. After all, in front of him was such a picture that not every day you can see, and now he is already reaching out to touch this beauty. The seer was able to bind anyone. Zeus could no longer stand aside, and he wanted to take revenge for the little wolf cub who was being mocked by crocodiles. He tried to somehow verbally, morally support him, because his world literally collapsed. After all, he thought that this bag really was some kind of special thing. But suddenly everyone rushed their gaze to this black pebble with inscriptions. It began to emit some kind of ominous aura and was covered with cracks. Loki at some point realized that something really bad was threatening, and perhaps it would affect everyone who was in the radius. Also, our main character asked Aurora to take out her bell again, apparently in order to organize her shield. Aurora immediately set to work on witchcraft, trying to recreate a cheat as quickly as possible that would completely counter the threat. Also, our hero hugged Aurora in order to strengthen her spiritual power, so that the shield was much more powerful than before. Who could have known that the surprise from Anubis would take such a turn of events? The lizard who held the stone in his hand seemed to already realize how dangerous it was, because some kind of purple lightning with a demonic aura was erupting from it. This was quite unexpected. Suddenly the magnet was activated, and all the lizards began to be magnetized to this pebble. Now it looked like some kind of crocodile ball. They couldn't do anything about it. It seems the force was simply unimaginable, but that's not what they were most worried about. They weren't worried that in an instant this pebble would simply incinerate everything with its explosion, but he began to radiate this demonic aura more and more. The concentration of energy in him was simply amazing. It began to look like some kind of funnel. Suddenly, all the crocodiles began to fall in. The lizards were also sucked inside. Trees, stones, earth, everything was uprooted and swallowed into this incredible dark abyss created by the stone. And the more the funnel absorbed things into itself, the more it stopped with a larger and more powerful force. The patriarch was horrified by the power that this funnel was spewing out. This had never happened before in the human world. This is something from the outside, he suggested. He was also powerless against the power of this demonic force. Now he really began to worry about his life. All smiles disappeared. From under his sleeve he managed to get some kind of object. The object looked like a turtle, only round and with some kind of engraving. The funnel is inexorable. It continued to suck in everything it saw on its way, sweeping away and leaving the surface of the earth clean. The saddest thing was that there was no way to even grab onto something to hold on from this magnet. Everyone who was sucked in, even our protagonist's comrades, shouted that they would find a way to get back. The incredible funnel now began to take on a completely different shape, and it was no less ominous. It seems that even the shield which created by Loki and Aurora was about to crack, but for some reason it still held on. Loki and Aurora were literally at the limit of their strength. They could not hold back the onslaught that this sphere had on them for so long, but at one moment she simply disappeared. Everything around was destroyed, and it was as if a huge pit had been dug below. Aurora was terribly frightened by this and the terrifying power, because she had definitely never seen anything like this before. Even the demon girl was amazed by this energy, because the sphere was similar to the elements that surround us, as if it were the power of thunder. Hika and Alice were also terrified. They sat on the laps of the overturned carriage and did not utter a word. On the one hand, she was delighted by the phenomenon that the patriarch had disappeared, and she asked her brother if there was a chance that he died. The head of the Waning Moon clan, shouting that they were free, literally pulled off the bandage that was over his eyes. It seems that Loki was forced to upset them by saying that no, he did not die, and that they had ended up in some other dimension. Well, you also shouldn't avoid the fact that it is capable of destroying everything and anything that gets into it. But there was hope for something else. Since Anubis does not know how to control these 5 elements, 110 of the total power was activated. Hannah asked if they were all just pulled into the sphere and could they survive, to which Loki replied, yes, they could. Sana was in emotional horror. She was worried about Anubis and Zeus, who were sucked into this incredible funnel. Loki hastened to calm her down, saying that if there is a demon next to me, he will not let them die. But on the contrary, our main character had a definite plan for this. Apparently, when he played this game, he knew a way out of the situation. But he didn't understand it right away. He only realized it after the explosion occurred. It was as if a light bulb had lit up in his head. The picture that he saw in front of him filled him with one thought. He once saw this poisonous swamp in the game, and in the middle of the game. The swamp itself was very unusual. It hid many secrets that were unknown to anyone. He remembered one thing when he was performing one of the missions, that somehow the demon race began to come to life from under the swamp. It was then that Hannah managed to gain incredible strength, with which she was able to defeat the main character of the film, Loki. Now our main character has suddenly gathered all the guys around him to announce some news. Loki urgently asked everyone to get ready for the journey, so that demonic forces would soon appear here, and problems could not be avoided. He also emphasized another point by taking out a scroll, which apparently contained some important information. This was a map on the map of the Coral Valley, and at the same time the safest place, because there one of the godlike ones was wounded and regaining his strength. Well, what about the girls? At some point the demon couldn't even believe that this was possible, but knowing our main character, she was still ready to take the risk. Now it's time to hit the road. You can't stay in this ominous place for long because surprises cannot be avoided. Birds were flying in the sky. Everything around was clear and clean, but voices were coming from somewhere. Strange. Our guys were already walking along the forest, passing these thorny paths, following the map that introduced them. Sana again experienced some strange panic. Apparently, she heard these voices that irritated her. Loki turned around, asking if something was wrong. Why was she so excited, and what was stopping her from going further? Most likely, she imagined something, and she heard some strange voices. Moreover, the voices were similar to the voices of the guys who were walking with her. Our main character has already decided to calm her down, patting her on the head, smiling and saying that everything is fine. He also continued to be sarcastic about the fact that she hears the instructions of her fiancé. Also call it some kind of technique, as if it is being improved every single day. Again, he acted unpredictably, breaking a branch of one of the trees, wanting to demonstrate something. He was overcome by vanity, and he began to imagine himself as a wizard. And this is a broken branch, supposedly a magic wand. Hannah was beside herself seeing him fooling around because just a moment ago they could have all gotten stuck in this funnel. Suddenly Loki began to explain one non-obvious thing. and he needed a branch to show it with a clear example. The goal was to disperse in 3 directions. He also suggested that the patriarch was taken to one of these directions. Therefore, Alice and her brother must find the patriarch as soon as possible in order to establish contact with him again and thereby gain his trust. Well, what should Loki do with all this company? He smiles. He was thinking about traveling, passing these thorny paths. Hannah was outraged by the way our main character reasoned. After all, he didn't miss a single skirt. But he immediately tried to refute this fact by saying that, on the contrary, he was looking for a safer way for them. But Hannah was still in the mood for something else, that our main character was just playing around and leading everyone by the nose. When suddenly he stopped her, taking her face with his hand. She was even slightly confused by this action. Being at a loss, Loki asked her to watch her speech and rely on his wisdom and, in general, trust him. And again, this girl with a cold heart was fascinated by our main character, and not for the first time. And then a smile appeared on his face, and he slightly reassured her that there was no need to worry, and he knew what to do next. The goal of our main character was to find the lair of the head of the crocodiles. But, however, there were a lot of dangers on the way to him. The girls seemed to begin to worry again, especially having experienced the kind of stress that they saw in the swamps. Therefore, our main character decided that there was no need to rush in order to avoid all sorts of surprises that could overtake them. Plus, don't forget that he had the spiritual power of a bloodhound and couldn't calmly organize a spell to find the slow one in this place. Suddenly, they saw a sign with an unusual instruction, but they had to get closer to see what was written there. Our main character guessed it was the lair of the main crocodile, so he was terrified. Now Hannah was laughing at Loki. I tell you, he is such a self-confident guy, then let him lead everyone. Now he didn't feel as confident as before. He stayed behind while the girls moved on. More and more bewilderment overtook our main character, and the understanding that they were about to stumble upon a crocodile's lair. So again the girls were puzzled after what they saw. There was the same sign, but with a specific direction. Sana was never so happy. After all, they walked for a very long time through these thorny paths of the forest in the swamps of crocodiles. Hannah dreamed of only one thing. To take a bath, that is. She was sweaty, dusty. Lucky felt more and more insecure. He couldn't understand what was happening to him. He did not expect that he could make a mistake. After all, he studied cards in a few seconds and knew where to go. Like a friend, he remembered as if he were playing this game again. He saw danger ahead, looking at a very familiar area. He jumped up and decided to stop the girls who rushed forward, warning them of the danger. It turns out that all the signs that were depicted were a complete illusion that had to be ignored and not paid attention. Now our main character has decided to explore the situation around him and what lies ahead. How can he wait? He immediately focused the lady's attention on himself and said, "Wait, something's about to happen." They decided to look at the larch tree, what was happening behind it. Allegedly, there was a crocodile's house ahead. But then everyone immediately turned pale because the picture made them literally dumbfounded and frozen in place. But Loki himself was horrified by what he saw. He simply had no words, and he also could not express with emotion what he was experiencing. This picture was really unexpected. Small arena, stands, a bunch of animals watching it all, and the jury. Our main character was literally going through his thoughts. In honor of what is this competition, and how can such a thing even exist? Aurora was horrified. Because those demons, monsters who sat in the stands, really caused fear. But it seems that our main character began to guess why these competitions are possible. Perhaps the Lord of Crocodiles is looking for a mate. So the hero began to be sarcastic, telling all the girls that he too could fight among all these demons of men. Jokes aside, but something had to be done. The bride inquired, "What are the next steps?" Hannah immediately woke up saying that everyone must be destroyed and killed in order to cleanse the world of evil spirits. Loki hastened to cover her mouth. After all, if they were noticed, then all plans would collapse, and it would become impossible to capture the Lord. Loki had the crazy thought of fighting in the competition of these demons and monsters and winning there. He also joked that this would be the greatest confrontation between demons and people. The Lord of Crocodiles will appreciate. Sana, as always, was on the side of our main character, since she didn't doubt him for a minute, but on the contrary, she supported him. Now there is only one catch left. How can you get inside? What if demons and monsters notice them? This will have consequences. Loki seemed to be a generator of ideas, an idea for ideas. He was thinking of using his spell to move to the epicenter of events. and what it thought was truly amazing, since it decided to carry out a complete transformation on itself similar to a demon. His image became truly terrifying. He looked like an orc with a huge mace made of bone, from which teeth protruded. The girls were amazed on the spot. After this transformation, our main character knew how to surprise when you didn't expect him to. Aurora also underwent transformation. She looked like a squirrel with a demonic image. Sana reincarnated as a snake demonic image so as not to be different from the others and not attract special attention. Beauty Hannah looked like a nine-tailed fox with huge ears, and tails covered her body instead of clothes. Oh, that Loki, you pervert! He really did his best to transform the ladies. Of all the images, Hannah got the wildest one. She was sexy but completely naked, and it was killing her. He considered his to be the coolest costume, since it resembled a demon who strikes in the heart. Apparently, he made the image of Hannah in such a way as to admire the beauty of her external world. And her breasts were not inferior in size to the chimera. Loki also kissed his friend's tail, enjoying the fur itself because it was incredible, silky and soft. But then, out of nowhere, an attack was made on our main character. A folded fan flew straight into his forehead. This was one of the leaders of the Fox clan of the ancient forest. They were always hidden, cunning, but at the same time smart warriors. Our main character was furious after this someone dared to disturb Loki's pleasure. There was one peculiarity of this clan of foxes. They went out to hunt only during the full moon. During the day, they practically did not travel. But with the exception of these competitions, now that he saw the nine-tailed fox in the role of Hannah, he was already thinking about reproducing and reviving their entire family. This greatly puzzled our main character. He clearly did not particularly expect such a turn of events, that someone would invade his space. The fox was very angry towards Loki. It would seem that he completely wanted to destroy him. He also greeted the nine-tailed fox, but this time he was already smiling, but it seemed fake. Yes, he also greeted other demon girls. It's been a while since he met such beautiful ladies as these. The girl wondered what this strange man with the resemblance of a fox wanted from them, but in appearance he did not pose any danger. Loki immediately objected to this wanderer and said that these were only girls and might not even count on them. What infuriated our main character the most was that this fox literally didn't notice him, as if he wasn't there at all. All his attention was focused on the girls. The fox's gaze was quite cold. It seems he had a couple of tricks up his sleeve, so you need to be careful with him. How he immediately showed his true appearance in the perfect form of the many-tailed fox, wanting to scare our main character and watch his speech. Turning to the girls, he asked for an explanation of who Loki was to them and what he meant. But they stood there, dumbfounded, and never said a word, as if ignoring our main character. But suddenly, at some point, the girls cast gazes towards the fox that had appeared, forming seals. This wanderer was about to release his spiritual energy. Don't turn it into an attack against Loki. He managed to form an energy sphere from his spiritual power, which was filled with considerable energy. He called this attack the lunar constellation. When hit, it could permanently hypnotize a person or a demon. Because of the lady's jokes, events began to take a completely different turn. Now Loki was serious. Loki was somehow miraculously able to create the same sphere. Not only was it fiery like the sun, it sounded somehow lyrical. The sun against the moon. And now two incredibly powerful, unimaginable spheres came together. They were really hostile to each other. It would seem that some guest came to protect the girls, who were not in danger at all. What dust has risen around? When these spheres hit each other, the air was filled with incredible energy. We suddenly decided to distract these two young men by pointing out that the place was not suitable for a battle. With his ordinary mop, he managed to absorb two energy spheres that were crazy in their power. The guys were horrified how the old man managed to deprive him of his strength and reset the control of his spiritual chakra in one moment. It looked fascinating, as if sparks from a firework had fallen from the sky. A skilled sorcerer, our main character thought. The old man looked like some kind of old monk. Behind him, apparently as a defense, there was a turtle shell, and his weapon was an ordinary mop, a broom. It was also not clear where all the spiritual power that the craftsmen were able to collect was absorbed. The old man didn't even pay attention to who he was interfering with. He simply rushed further along his path. Loki suggested that this is a hermit who owns the spiritual chakra of a huge turtle. This very minute, the hermit had already turned to the guys, since he obviously wouldn't have been released without an answer to the question. He told his story that his clan and he himself lived all his life in this place, and how many hot fighters and hot demons he saw. It all ends with the same thing. He also asked our main character whose family he was and what clan he represented. Loki immediately became confused. He was going through 1,000 thoughts. He clearly did not expect such a question, but I had to answer without hesitation. Alice hastened to introduce himself to this monk as a hermit, who is a demon, the fox of the moon. The old man also added that those who know him personally, he immediately dedicates them to his friends, and those who do not are completely enemies for him. Loki couldn't find anything else to do but answer him that he was an ordinary demon. He was on his own and wandered with his friends. Plus, to all this apparently, the old man had some kind of special telepathy technique. He was able to penetrate the consciousness and read a person or demon like a book. Right there with his fingers, it would seem that he was ready to make some kind of special spell. You had to be on your guard. His eyes took on a different hue and there was a strange symbol on his face. I wonder what this old man is capable of, Loki thought. The stupid fox sat and was amused by the fact that the hermit was about to injure our main character. He managed to summon huge mountains in the sky. The spiritual energy of this old man was truly amazing, as if he had been accumulating chakra all his life. The fox was completely amazed. After all, he had never seen anyone use such a super demonic technique before. Our main character hastened to sharply justify himself because he felt how great the danger was, saying that he was one of the descendants of the demon god Ray. Ray? The old man asked again. His eyes seemed to be on his forehead, as if he froze in an instant. The stone covered a considerable part of the sky, and it would seem that it was about to collapse. The old man increased his spiritual energy, probably with the aim of leaving no chance for the guys. An incredible picture, because there were also faults underneath, and all this was caused by some pathetic old man, the turtle hermit. Loki now really began to worry about his life. It would seem that he was reborn only to die again. This did not suit him. It was extremely difficult for him to even move, because his movement was constrained as much as possible, as if paralyzed. At one point, the stone appeared directly above the head of our main character. It would seem that it would simply crush him soft-boiled. He was horrified because he couldn't do anything about it. This is truly a great technique, and its size was simply amazing. But wait! Suddenly, instead of a huge boulder, he had an old man's broom in his hands. It seems he was saved. Loki was seriously delighted, but at the same time surprised. Out of nowhere, and the broom was literally before his eyes. The old man laughed at this whole situation, as if he were on a comedy show. Turtle Hermit decided that he was a humorist. After all, he had been played so often before, and he still couldn't get used to it. Our main character seemed to have gone to his heels in his soul. He really became scared as never before. He already wanted to be at the computer again, like before. Here already from the evil grandfather. He looked like an ordinary poor fellow in a dressing gown with a long beard, a gray-haired old man. Loki could not come to his senses for a long time after such stress, and he even began to think, maybe the old man is completely sick and crazy. Apparently, grandfather had to go, since he was in such a hurry. But before that, he still had fun with Loki like never before. In an instant, he almost disappeared from sight somewhere between the trees. But good riddance, thought Loki. The fox was very surprised by the fact that our main character managed to strike up a friendship with the old hermit. The young fox also added that today, Loki was born literally in a shirt because his grandfather gave him life. But most of all, he was worried that he would have to actually fight our main character. Somewhere I even tried to threaten him with my stupid fan. But you can't underestimate the opponent who stands in front of you. And this only amused Loki. After all, he fought with such formidable opponents that some kind of fox, and on the way to his goal, it's just dust. That's why more than one part of his face didn't tremble, because the fox sounded not the least bit unconvincing. But the girls' outfits were really amazing, especially Hannah. She had to hide her charms with her tails. Loki also added to all this that they set him up in front of these guests, and especially in front of the old man. Hannah was annoyed that she had the most unexpected outfit, and in her heart, she was definitely not a fox. Why did our main character suddenly decide to reward her with this attire? Loki did not think that the moment would come when they would begin to mock him. In the beginning, an old man, and now a fox. thinking about why he wavered at the moment when the turtle hermit was ready to carry out his technique. After all, before he didn't even hesitate, and Melissa confirmed this. But we were haunted by the thought of what was happening in this village. Where did they end up? Are these crafts, systems, games? He twisted Melissa's hand and it really hurt her. Now her joyful laughter changed to "Let me go, please." Now the girls were watching from the sidelines to see if our main character had gone crazy, because he was jumping around like he was insane. Now our main character has let off some steam. He feels better, but he still experienced a lot of stress after meeting the hermit. Now he was already pushing Melissa back, who was trying to get out of him in order to let her think about her behavior. Suddenly someone called out to Loki. It was Sana. She found a petal on the grass that the demon girl had previously given to him. I absolutely loved the smell that this pink petal exuded. It reminded me of a beautiful valley of roses. How immediately our main character literally blushed, as if he had something to hide in front of his bride, and suddenly nostalgia overtook him. After all, when he was lying on the grass, the demon's girl kissed him deeply as a thank you. And apparently, at that moment, this petal fell out. Loki was very impressive after all. After the demon god, she had no one. And then there was such a man. Powerful, strong, and also smart. In a sexual manner, she climbed on top of him, and it seemed to him that this was about to happen, and he would finally lose his virginity. She bowed to him. It seemed as if her huge breasts were about to literally jump out of her dress. Well, she also closed the thought that before they went their separate ways, she would leave him something. But most of all, our main characters were worried that someone would find them in such a wilderness, doing something I don't understand. Loki suggested that they retire to a more reliable place, where no one would disturb them at all. I won't be able to dissolve in each other. Suddenly, she pulled out a pink petal from under her and handed it to Loki. Apparently, it was for good luck. Or maybe at the most important moment in some difficult situation, it saves his life. It meant a lot to the beautiful demon girl. After all, this petal is personally from her garden. This is her personal flower garden. She also named him so that he would protect this petal, because this means that the demon girl will always be there and will never leave him. Sana considered it completely differently. She thought that this was some kind of sign in the search for the demon girl. Plus, she thought that this was a kind of amulet for our main character, and that this petal would save his life when needed. Loki even lost all his thoughts because he thought completely differently. He believed that this petal was given to him only so that he would not forget her and remember how sexy she is and what beauty she is endowed with. A conversation was heard from behind the forest. It was about the fact that registration for the competition was about to end, and we should hurry up. And this was a raven who could talk. Some kind of enchanted place, our main character thought. Suddenly, as he already did, roughly speaking, he began shouting for everyone to hurry up, because then no one would take part in the registration. Now, Loki literally blew himself up. He was burning with a great desire to get to the competition as quickly as possible. Suddenly the raven took off and flew off into the distance. Indeed, this village was unusually magical. Since this beast is talking, Loki cried out to the crow so that he would wait for them and not rush so fast. Let him personally lead the guys to the reception desk. Immediately, Loki's team hurried to the tree in which a window was visible, and someone was there. Most likely, registration takes place in this place. The raven flew inside, as if a hare were a drone. At the reception desk stood an unusually sexy girl with very curvy figures, but it was as if some kind of face was being made. It seems that our main character will be smitten by the cook, because her beauty was extraordinary. As expected, Loki salivated again, seeing such a beautiful picture in the face of this beauty. Melissa reappeared out of nowhere and tried to get through to our main character, asking him how many more times will he jump to other girls' side when he has her system, and also a fiancé. She also reminded him that he did not come to this village to console himself with different persons. He had a specific goal. Suddenly his face literally changed. I was more determined than ever. Apparently, he wanted to make an impression. He stated that he wants to rule this village and be the only winner of the competition, as he considers himself the best of the best. Another fact that infuriated him was that he could not flirt with all the girls when all eyes were focused on him, and it was literally suffocating him. The demon girl never said a word and carried it away. She was amazed at how self-confident this guy was. She also reminded him that he needed to register quickly. She herself was a descendant of bats, demons. But it seems that her huge jugs in the form of breasts could really cloud Loki's mind, and he simply could not think about anything else. He was happy like a child, as if they had prepared a toy for him. But apparently he won't be able to touch it and play with it anytime soon. Hannah was furious with the way she was behaving. But with the main character, she tried to bring him to his senses by rushing at him unexpectedly. Now our main character began to study the map, and in general, he was interested in why such competitions could be held. The rules were as follows. To participate in these competitions, you had to wear a ring that would contain spiritual power. All the guys were very surprised by this fact, that they would have to, roughly speaking, fight these monsters with their bare hands. It was also believed that this ring belonged to the Lord Crocodile, and that it was considered truly a treasure. But Hannah was haunted by one moment of peace. Many clans, races of demons, beasts. Are you physically much more than people? Now it was an ambush. The girls tried to dissuade Loki from participating. After all, without spiritual strength, he simply could not survive. They also suggested that he think of another way but not fight them directly. After all, these monsters were incredibly strong, but a fire lit up in Loki's eyes. It seems that he no longer cares whether his spiritual power is blocked or not. He needs to fulfill this goal. His eyes sparkled with some kind of rage, and he didn't like the fact that they didn't believe in him, especially those closest to him. He also added that one must believe in him, and one should not underestimate the power of our main character, because he knew how to surprise, and he can. Even though he failed to comprehend the final stage of the heavenly demon, my determination was truly amazing. He took the ring from the hands of his bride and said that he would cope no matter what and would not give up on his goal. Now it looked very interesting and exciting. How our main character will fight monsters and demons without using his spiritual energy. He also pulled out his headband from under his clothes. It seemed to have some kind of symbolism on it. Having put it on, he declared that no one would ever be able to defeat him because he had the power of his ancestors and his close people believed in him, as it seemed to him. Now he was ready to fight any opponent. After all, faith in himself and plus the skills that our main character knows firsthand will not allow him to lose. Ahead of him was an unimaginable swamp that literally took anyone who stepped on it underground. Our main character was also surrounded by unimaginable demons and monsters from all races that exist on the planet. The girls wished him good luck in the battles, and that he would take first place. Without victory, he would not return. Loki began to warm up. He was so self-confident that it seemed to everyone that he had gone crazy without any spiritual strength to fight such monsters. It seems that the time has come. Now no one will help him. He will be alone with himself. And it all depends on him whether he will be able to pass this test or not. The paw of a huge, pumped-up tiger reached the shoulder of our main character. After all, earlier he had heard that Loki would punish all the animals. This outraged this dangerous-looking, furious monster, because the statements were for the sake of his ego. Apparently, he wanted to make sure of what our main character said. But Loki pretended that he wasn't even afraid, but on the contrary, he smiled, and in response asked if there were any complaints. Now the two warriors exchanged glances. Silence overtook them completely. It seems that they saw nothing except each other. Suddenly, this huge, massive tiger literally changed his face. He began to smile and answered Loki that he respected guys like him. He also hugged our main character, as if they were friends, inviting him to drink sake sometime. They hugged, as if they had not seen each other for a long time, and rushed forward. After all, they had to take their places before the start of the competition. All the other monsters were surprised. Why are these two creatures behaving this way? After all, this is not an event or a banquet. The young fox noticed how our main character and the tiger were hugging and considered it a disgrace for a demon to do so. But the tiger's hearing was extraordinary. He could hear what was happening, even close to 100 meters. This is what distinguished him from other animals. He was also outraged by the way the fox expressed himself about this situation, which he was observing. And it seemed that he was ready to shut up this upstart once and for all. Then our main character asked who this leaf is and why it looks so much like a person. From the tiger's point of view, this demon fox carried out some experiments on people at the same time. Therefore, he is considered a scumbag. However, the tiger added, God forbid he meets this fox on the way. he will immediately destroy him without hesitation. While they were talking, having already become friends, Loki and the incredibly strong tiger, the devil, descendant of bats, announced the start of the competition. Then she added that all the guys need to get ready. This competition is held once every 1,000 years. The official opening of the competition is about to start. Now our main character needs maximum self-control and self-confidence. A crowd of monsters and demons had just crossed the red ribbon, which meant that a start had been made. The monsters were incredibly angry and furious. They also looked terrifying. After all, they are a mixture of different races and clans. This time the demon monsters behaved somehow strangely. Some were jumping with happiness, others were simply rushing forward headlong. Above all the monsters, a monkey appeared that literally jumped through the trees without feeling gravity. A water snake was making its way along the river that flowed to the side. The river demon, that's what they called him. He was incredibly fast and insanely cunning. It was as if a mole was digging trenches underground, but it was an underground rat that was capable of making its way through the soil over long distances. The technique of this rat was literally mesmerizing. After all, he could literally run through the layer of the earth and nothing would stop him. The tiger was so wise that he immediately emphasized one point. The horror that the swamp itself could inflict on the monsters was incommensurable. It's in vain that they are in a hurry to die. Also, a huge king of beasts. The idea arose for these incompetents to clear the way for them like cannon fodder. But our main character felt very unwell. His stomach hurt very badly. He needed to be alone with nature. Now the tiger thought that Loki was afraid of something, because the tiger was familiar with the habits of demons. They always behaved like this. His main goal was to make our main character his bloodhound and minion. The very race of this incredible, talented tiger has always served people and carried out tasks. This reminded us of our Anubis. Meanwhile, as the others ran headlong through the life-threatening swamp, our main character was in the toilet. He talked about how primitive these monsters and demons are and have no intelligence at all, like a herd. But it turns out that our main character had a plan for all this, and he prepared it literally in just a few hours. The way to win these competitions is to first of all be able to somehow bypass this ring that was on his hand with the help of the demon girl's petal. But he was even more surprised by the fact that under his chest, where he hid the petal, he did not find it at all. Now he was horrified. He was able to recreate the events in which he last saw him and remembered. Most likely, Sana took this petal from Loki. Now all his wisdom, all his plans and self-confidence just collapsed into the toilet. He was annoyed, so Melissa's system came again out of nowhere, saying that Loki was inattentive and doomed himself to disaster. But our main character decided not to show that he was excited, saying that this small mistake would be corrected without this petal. He also added that he has an auxiliary plan, which, in the case of the main one, if it does not work, then the auxiliary one will fill this void. He pressed himself against Melissa's chest again. This sent her into a panic. She didn't understand either. He wanted from her. And why this hug? Then our main character answered one nuance. Melissa used a lot of energy and strength to resurrect Loki. However, during these days that the game lasted, she had already managed to fully recover. It seems that our Loki has matured a plan. Melissa believed that the main character knew more than she did, and this really surprised her. She began to wonder where she could get the power that she put into Loki's resurrection. It was incredible because he grabbed right at her breast, evil to find out more than he himself possessed. Our main character somehow managed to literally pull 2 energy balls out of her breasts. Loki now understood how limitless his power was, thanks to the help of Melissa, who kept secrets within herself. The most amazing thing was that at some point the system's chest literally evaporated. After all, our main character managed to pull this power out of it. She was very upset because Loki deprived her of the gifts that she received. Not quite that simple. Out of her madness and disappointment, she rushed back into the body of our main character. The picture was truly extraordinary. But since Loki had no other opportunity to gain strength, he promised that at the end of the mission and upon completion of the goal, he would return everything back. Plus, to all this, there was one huge minus. After all, based on the morality of our main character, his attraction to women prevented him from gaining strength. At the same time, he realized that his complete transformation into the wolf demon would be impossible if he lacked spiritual energy. However, If he possessed the petal of the demon girl, he could transform into his full form, the demon wolf. But since Sana stole the petal, he had to find another way. But now that he was able to gain the power that he stole from Melissa's game system, he had a huge chance for reincarnation. The energy was indeed unusually concentrated. It would seem that our main character would not be able to absorb it right away. Then suddenly the turtle hermit who had previously frightened our main character with his extraordinary technique ran into the toilet. Apparently, he couldn't bear it and had an upset stomach, because he wanted to immediately find himself on the toilet. He flew like a bullet into the next booth, because he couldn't stand it anymore and it looked strange, like a coincidence. Meet our main character. The turtle hermit immediately took off his clothes in order to hug the toilet, as everything was already coming out. He became incredibly prettier. As soon as he was in the toilet, he would be able to remove this burden that had been holding him for a long time. He ate very refined but incredibly tasty food. True, his stomach could not digest it all. As they say, old age is not joy. Now, at some point, he realized that he was not alone in the toilet, and in some ways this even alarmed him. Loki at some point gained unprecedented strength after absorbing the energy of Melissa's 2 cans. The energy literally glowed from him. It seemed that he was maddened by the concentration of spiritual power, so that it would flow over the edge. But he was also confused by another point. Why did Melissa spend so much chakra on shaping her breasts? Apparently, our main character could not cope with this incredible power that the system gave him, and he caused an explosion. The entire toilet literally shattered into pieces, creating a huge, incredible ball of smoke. It looked terrifying. Now it seemed that Loki was endowed with unimaginable power that was capable of overthrowing any enemy standing in his way. He took on the guise of a full-fledged wolf, a demon. A symbol of the unfinished phase of the moon formed on his forehead. It seems that at some point it seemed to him that he would not be able to control this spiritual chakra, so that the cups literally overflowed inside him. He felt great. Previously, he had never felt such power in himself. Plus, to all this, his adequacy remained. So how? Suddenly he heard a voice, but he could not understand whether it was being addressed to him or if it was just a glitch. When our main character looked at the voice that was calling him, it was the turtle hermit who had previously threatened his life, and he was amazed how the old man literally fell into the toilet. The insidious grandfather was surprised how our main character managed to blow up the entire toilet, and feces was located on the old man's head. Loki felt ashamed for this moment, which happened half a minute ago. After all, he respected old age while still at school. The old man was beside himself. It would seem that he would take revenge on our main character. After all, at the moment when you unite with yourself, no one has the right to disturb this idyll. Loki was seriously worried, as he understood the burden of the fact that the old man was not just some grandfather, but an incredible master of his craft. Our main character decided to create a distraction for the old man, so that he would be distracted and give time to leave Loki's place. The old man got excited, and it seems he believed our main character, looking from side to side, finding obstacles for himself. At some point, he noticed how Loki's heels literally sparkled in his escape from what he had done. The old man with feces on his head was furious, because he realized that he had been fooled by some kid whose literally milk had not yet dried on his lips. Loki rushed into the distance. His speed was unusually high, but the old man was literally on his heels, not allowing him to relax. Our main character was making fun of the senile man, fooling around and teasing him, forgetting about the consequences. Beauty, descendant of bats, she-devil in the guise, watched this whole picture and did not understand how to react to it. She had never seen something like this before, and it looked really very strange, like an old man trying to catch up with the demon wolf. Our main character rushed in front of her so much that he literally tore off her clothes, exposing her incredibly sexy breasts. But Loki was in a hurry to visit the Lord of Crocodiles in order to win the elimination competition. Among the forest and stones in the expanses of the swamp, a battle was teeming. Apparently everyone had gone crazy. Monsters, demons, a rat that literally ran underground fought with an incredible salamander, a snake that was poisonous. The underground rat felt superior to the enemy, as it was endowed with extraordinary abilities. The jock salamander was literally defeated by the attack of this rat. It was without a chance. How ferocious were the demon monsters participating in the competition. The strength that the underground rat possessed was truly extraordinary. After all, Without even breaking a sweat, he managed to punish the salamander. The point of the chase through the swamp was to steal the pills that the Lord of Crocodiles himself had scattered throughout the swamp area. But at some point, the underground rat Kachok realized that there was someone else's presence next to him. With incredible speed, our main character managed to get behind this rat, which caught his attention. He hit an underground rat with his elbow, whose balls literally went behind the rollers, and he experienced incredible dizziness and pain. Now one of the pills was taken possession of by Loki, who knocked out his opponent, and not at all weak compared to the others. This was one of the first pills of our main character. He was incredibly happy. It seemed to him that he was already one step ahead. There were still 17 pills left, which had to be found at all costs in order to overtake the Lord of Crocodiles. Loki also wondered how he could speed up the production of these pills given his position, which was behind schedule. Well, nothing else came to mind. How to defeat all the demons and monsters that participated in the competition. And only then will he be able to take victory for himself, which for him was not just a goal, the meaning of life in this picture. From behind the forest, from behind the mountains, a sound was heard. It was our main character who was forming spiritual energy seals and spells. He tried to concentrate in himself the power of the god of thunder and the dark moon, which was owned by the demon wolf in his guise. It is also worth noting that this task was not particularly simple. To form the seals, a huge concentration of energy was required. Our main character learned all the secrets of this technique, and his spiritual power was transcendental and defied any explanation. The chakra was truly sinister to the extent that it could change the position of the nature he was in. He was able to summon a huge cloud that literally covered the entire sky. Strength was equated with deities. He managed to create a moon that was hypnotizing and deadly in its beauty, which was capable of hypnotizing anyone who looked at it. In his hands were two elements, the nature element, the thunder god, and also the demon from the underworld. In addition, he was able to literally eclipse the entire white day with his huge cloud, riveting all eyes on the bloody demon moon. At the same time, two warriors collided, an incredibly strong tiger and a demonic young fox. Their spiritual energy was literally amazing. After all, the guys fought on equal terms. It was difficult to determine the winner. With his fan, the demon fox could create a huge whirlwind of blades that could pierce literally anyone in his path. And so he directed a huge concentration of his attack towards the king of beasts, the tiger, deadly by nature. This did not bother the Tiger King one bit, because with his fierce attack he literally scattered the fox's blades. The demon fox, never ceasing to amaze, decided to add another, especially concentrated attack to this attack. The Tiger King decided not to stand aside, making a counterattack towards the demonic fox in order to interrupt it. The demon fox was quite amazed because he had never faced such strong opponents before. The tiger's bloody, fiery fist thwarted the fox's plans, and now the tailed one was already defending himself with his fan as protection. If it weren't for the demon forest defense technique, the tiger's fist would have been able to take the life of this upstart. But the demonic fox did not retreat. He believed that the tiger was mistaken in his intentions. The battle was truly impressive. It seemed as if only these two skilled warriors remained in the expanses of the swamp, and the rest had completely disappeared. The tiger felt the presence of some previously incomprehensible energy, and this prevented him from attacking. Also, the demonic fox was struck down on the spot. Who could change the chakra of nature surrounding this bloody swamp? Tigro didn't care about external factors and outside guests. He was determined to behead the demon fox. The ghosts that surrounded the Tiger King were about to attack and break the ship of hope. They seemed to appear out of thin air, but nevertheless, they possessed incredible spiritual power that could defeat anyone. They rushed to attack the Tiger King, who was about to make his final attack on the demon fox. The Tiger King decided not to retreat. If he dies, he will definitely take someone else with him to hell. But everything was not as simple as this beast thought. After all, there were external factors that could interfere. After launching the attack, the Tiger King managed to create a huge dust cloud. Before this, the demon fox grinned. Perhaps he had an ace up his sleeve. Thinking that he had hit himself in front of him, at the same moment he discovered that he had hit the ground with his fist without seeing anyone in front of him. Everyone was surprised that the Tiger King, that the ghosts that surrounded him from behind, how the demon fox managed to disappear. Now a huge silhouette, which was slightly visible against the background of the pitch darkness of the sky, insisted that the Tiger King is the stupidest warrior. It turned out that before the attack of the Tiger King, the power of the demon fox increased to unprecedented heights due to the bloody full moon. The Tiger King smiled sarcastically because he was a self-confident warrior and fought all his life, unlike the pathetic demon fox. It seems that the demon fox was ready to resort to an unusual technique. And do not forget that his strength has increased significantly. He managed, out of nowhere, to form seals of spiritual power, and the concentration of chakra was quite strong. His 9 tails literally surrounded the moonlight of the full moon. He was able to gather enormous power using a natural element. Also managed to acquire the full appearance of the 9-tailed fox, sinister demon of the underworld. Now the look was very frightening. The level of power was commensurate with the power of God or a demon. This would terrify any opponent. Who would have thought that changing the phase of the moon, as well as the element of nature, would give so many chances to the loser? Now everyone rushed to run, both ghosts and the Tiger King, because the battle automatically became unequal. Apparently, the fox wanted to assert himself by killing the Tiger King, even if dishonestly. The most important thing was victory. One fact was not clear. How is he able to control the demonic power of the 9-tailed fox? The 9-tail's paw literally broke the earth, shaking the ground as well as cracking the soil. The power of spiritual energy was similar to divine or demonic, and was also capable of taking the life of any creature with one touch. After the attack, there were no trees in the middle of the forest, and only the trace of the demon fox remained. Our protagonist has now realized that the moon not only gave him an advantage, but also the other participants. Plus, someone was draining his energy thanks to the blood moon constellation. Our main character tried to understand who uses this incredible chakra, which he himself was able to recreate. Suddenly, his pupils changed their position as if his vision was like the divine moon. Divine power literally filled his body, and his level of skill increased to unprecedented heights. He easily mastered this unprecedented power and could control not only sinister power but also control time. He was also going to bring into reality one of the forbidden techniques of art, which literally eclipsed all previous masters. He managed to create from the pitch darkness the spirit of an incredibly ferocious wolf, which with its aura was capable of destroying any matter. The fox demon also transformed his energy into more sinister chakra. It seemed incredible. It seemed to him that gods and demons had come to his aid at the same time in order to give him the opportunity to reveal his full potential. Now his perverted dream is to become at the beck and call of the demon lord, or as the right hand, enjoying the caresses of devil girls. It seems that he fantasized every second, considering himself the leader of everything and thinking that everything was allowed to him. He considered our main character a pawn in this game before becoming the emperor of the whole world. However, in his thoughts, there was also a vanity that he was the most perfect warrior and a skilled master of sinister techniques. The spirit of the dire wolf, the demon that Loki created, saw in the reflection of the moon the demonic 9-tailed demon fox. Now the poor fox realized who he was dealing with, because his technique was discordant with the call from the underworld wolf's likeness. The wolf summoned by our main character could destroy the moon sphere created by the demon fox. The animals were terrified, because some paws with claws from outside were literally eating the bright blue moon. Even an underground rat fixed his gaze on this heavenly punishment. He understood that this was far from his level. The sphere of the moon began to literally crack in front of all the monsters and demons who participated in the competition. The demonic form of a wolf, incredibly ferocious, was able to absorb the moon, literally crumbling it. The demon fox became incredibly scared, and at the same time he seemed to freeze, seeing how the demonic wolf was cutting the moon into pieces. Blood literally gushed from his eyes, nose, and mouth as if he had been hit by a blow. He was in incredible pain. His eyes were bleeding. This time, he couldn't believe what happened. It was as if there were some other forces. The hand was bloody. He seemed to be reaching out to the unknown, not understanding what was happening, and was annoyed. He considered himself invincible and unsurpassed among all races of demons, but at some point they managed to upset him. Now already broken in both spirit and body, his insides were torn apart. He flew like a cannonball to the ground, collapsed with incredible power, immobilized and bloodied. It seems that this was his climax. The old hermit was also terrified. Observing the picture of pitch darkness, it seemed to him that the prophecy was about to come true. He understood that someone had managed to summon a forbidden technique that was simply unknown to this world before. Also, at some point, it seemed to him that the whole world had come to an end, that of monsters, demons, and also of human existence. He began to form seals using his strongest defense technique, similar to a turtle. The picture was frightening, as if the life of monsters and demons was about to stop in an instant, and there would be no continuation. After all, the divine demonic image of a wolf that our hero created managed to absorb the moon. No one has succeeded in this before. It seems that our main first even gaped, seeing this whole situation, and the powerlessness on the part of all the inhabitants of the planet. He realized that the energy that he managed to bring to life was incommensurable with anything, and he literally rewrote history. Old Man Turtle Hermit managed to teleport to the place of events where the energy of this technique was concentrated. He accused Loki of breaking all the rules of the 5 elements, God and demon, as he upset the balance of the universe. Previously, this incredible hermit fought to protect the emperor of the world when there were demon raids. It would seem that he is about to be able to inflict his attack with seals of weakness on our main character. Loki once again became convinced how dangerous the concentration of energy and spiritual power of the old man was for him. The old hermit wanted an answer to the question, why did our main character summon such an ominous technique? Having delivered his incredibly huge blow, comparable in strength to the gods, Loki stopped the old man's fist with his palm. Our main character replied that this should not concern an old man who is living out his life. This is the way, Loki. The hermit was burning with rage and bewilderment as to how he could have missed such a genius. The old man began to form seals using the earth. After all, he lived in these swamps for the entire period of his life and knew all the pros and cons of the swamp. But it was impossible to convince Loki. Now, if he had felt sorry for the old man before, now he could give him a thrashing. The blow to the hermit came with such force that blood gushed from his mouth, and his ribs were all broken. Also, his turtle shield that protected his back cracked instantly. Now the old man realized that he was just a cockroach that had been squashed, and was stunned by how his turtle's armor had been breached. Loki threw him into the nearest rocky stone with such force that the stone under the old man turned to dust. The old man was haunted by thoughts of how he could have made such a miscalculation, fighting at full strength with such a young demon warrior. However, our main character hastened to say that he used a small part of his power to save the life of the hermit. Now he has shown his true appearance as a wolf demon who knows no losses and is capable of enslaving everything that surrounds him. Now the world that was around was literally swallowed up by pitch darkness. Not a single glimmer of light, not a single ray of sun. Demons and monsters were terrified as their strength was leaving them. Demonic energy was sucking all the juice out of them. Even the shipwrecked demon fox was prepared with a feast for our protagonist. It was broken, and as the vitality was sucked out of it, it literally dried up before our eyes, like a rotten apple that fell from a tree and lay there for several days. Our main character was also consumed by darkness. The further the worse, and the demonic wolf kept absorbing the life force of the monsters. Now before you is the lair of the real Lord Crocodile, whom Loki wanted to find, but he was already in the darkness. Judging by the picture, the Lord was reaping the fruits and enjoying his dinner. He didn't care what was happening there outside his cave. The descendant of bats, the devil, immediately ran into this shelter in panic and in horror that haunted her. She began to turn to the Lord of Crocodiles, shouting his name, but nevertheless, she was terribly scared. She told him that someone managed to disrupt the competition, and this someone was much more powerful than the Lord and more terrible. The beauty was overcome by grief and sadness. After all the participants were practically destroyed, and the hermit was also seriously wounded. But the evil Lord Crocodile looked like a girl or a boy in the guise of a crocodile costume who was eating a chicken leg. The demonic wolf summoned by our protagonist continued to absorb the life force of all the demons and monsters. He was incredibly calm, and also pleased with himself and the whole situation in which he felt like a winner. The demonic wolf took on a completely different appearance and became even more furious and stronger than it was before. Now the moon took on a completely different color. It was swallowed up in darkness. Now it was impossible to dispel it. Suddenly the moon rushed to fall from the sky like an ordinary star to the ground. Yes, and at such a speed that it simply cut through space. Now our main character has managed to turn a huge, complex moon into a kinetic sphere with an incredible supply of strength and energy. Loki was mad. This is no longer the same guy, loving who enjoyed women's gazes. He was ready to destroy the entire world with one attack. Our main character was already about to swallow this sphere, which he managed to collect earlier. Melissa could no longer watch how our main character was slowly plunging into darkness. After all, he had now truly become half a villain. She was even more infuriated by the fact that our main character stole her breasts and turned it into a huge ball of energy. Melissa understood that the situation was out of complete control. Now, being a system, she has no power to turn everything back. She was incredibly sad, realizing the fact that it was her own fault that she allowed our main character to taste the darkness. But Loki tried to calm her down, saying that as soon as he completed his last technique, he would definitely return her breasts. And now, it seems, he was ready to restore this balance, which he managed to upset and almost destroyed the entire planet. But this force that excited the body and spiritual component of our protagonist was so alluring that Loki could not stop. Plus, in addition to all this, he still asked Melissa if he could later return what he borrowed. Now she, being in a state of anger, wanted to get back her magnificent forms and also deprive Loki of his dark powers. The Lord of Crocodiles observed from behind the bushes the situation that was happening. He was wondering who could cause such a resonance in nature. Apparently, the crocodile had the idea in his head that this was some kind of round dish, so he wanted to get it. It would seem that he had already abandoned the food he was chewing earlier and rushed to our main character for this incredible sphere. Melissa and Loki noticed how this Lord of Crocodiles was heading towards them, and even perked up slightly. In a jump, this little lizard managed to steal the sphere from the hands of our main character. Only God knew what this lizard was up to. Now Loki is left with a literal shell of this incredible, terrible sphere that he previously managed to piece together. This baby crocodile managed to swallow the spiritual power of dark magic as if nothing had happened. Loki and Melissa were horrified. Firstly, how could he take away the concentration of such chakra from him? Secondly, how did he swallow it and nothing happened? The game system attacked the Lord of Crocodiles, literally knocking him to the ground with shouts of "Bring him back to the sphere." After all, now her luxurious, huge, beautiful, sexy breasts looked like a board and 2 nails. But at some point, the lizard simply fell asleep, saying in his sleep that the feast was very tasty, but also other nonsense. It seems that Loki slowly began to guess what kind of baby this is, a toddler in the guise of a crocodile. With furious screams, he cried out that this was the Lord of the Crocodiles, and now he was even more surprised that he himself came to them. The second point that excited him was its very small size. After all, according to the descriptions, it was a very evil monster with enormous spiritual energy. Our main character tried to calm the police down, saying that everything would be fine, and he would compensate for what happened. It seems to me that she was already in a state of hysterics and did not hear at all. What is Loki trying to convey? He asked her to stop right away. This is all a farce because something had to be done. Don't leave the situation. So out of nowhere, girls ran to our main character, shouting his name, and with great joy in their eyes, they wanted to hug him. Sana was surprised by the image that she saw in front of her. After all, Loki looked different from before. He had a demonic image. She hugged him tightly with all her strength and calmed down both in her soul and in her body. It seems that I didn't need anything from her, because her happiness is nearby. She started crying about the situation on the battlefield. The sphere, which caused the sky to change color to an ominous black color, plus the monsters that all fell like stacks. Now Loki began to attribute all these actions to himself, saying that he is the ideal and powerful warrior mage in his generation. He also gloated about the Lord of Crocodiles, because when he was mentioned, everyone's hair stood on end. And here is such a touching picture. Suddenly, Sana decided to bring our main character to his senses, seeing the danger that surrounded the swamp. He was surprised by what was said. She grabbed his demonic hand, trying to give her love and show how important he is to her. Sana now did not want to let our main character fight with all these monsters because she and all the girls were terribly scared. But Loki didn't like it at all, because just recently he got a taste of what true power really is when the whole body is excited. Our main character managed to calm the beauty down, assuring her that she could rely on Loki. and that he would not allow anything to happen to them. Melissa was furious, but at the same time insidious, because she had mixed feelings. On the one hand, she madly loved Loki, and on the other hand, she hated him after what he did. Some kind of light suddenly began to emit from the guise of a short crocodile. It looked very strange, as if energy was being released from it. In addition, our main character, it seems, began to guess what was happening to the Lord, and most likely, everyone was in danger. Now it was clear what Loki wanted to do earlier, to swallow this sphere, in order to then create an incredibly powerful nuclear explosion. Melissa was also horrified by the game system, because she understood the whole scenario, but she was also worried that her breasts would never be the same. Hannah began to release her aura. It wanted to attack towards this lizard. But what surprised her most of all was the fact that Loki behaved calmly and did not even move, seeing how the situation was heating up. But the thing was that he again returned to his former self and watched the picture of Hannah's huge breasts about to fall out. Immediately he got hit right in the face so that he wouldn't be distracted anymore. And Hannah was a very hot-tempered girl. Then she dealt several more blows to the area of his face so that he finally understood how to behave. He was annoyed. He was interested in the question, why did he receive such blows? After all, it was her own fault for showing her charms. Now the girls were watching our main character. I hope that someday he will calm down and will not stare at boobs in front of his living bride. But our main character decided to justify himself by saying that it wasn't her curvaceous figure at all, but that he had a mature plan. After all, Loki had very big plans for the Lord of Crocodiles. He initially had thoughts about this Lizard King. In addition, earlier, when he completed this mission, playing as Hannah at that moment, the action also took place in the bloody swamps. On the other hand, the Lord had power over all races of monsters and demons, so everyone feared and respected him because he was unpredictable. But since Hannah was once wounded, she was weakened, and it took her many years to restore her spiritual strength. However, the Lord of Crocodiles did not appear to pose any danger. He was lying stupidly on the earth and snoring, Hannah thought at some point. After all, the main goal of this competition was marriage and the reunion of souls with the Lord. Loki confirmed this information since the winner will have to live with this Lizard King all his life. But don't forget, all this must happen in front of at least 10,000 demons, since the cultivation ceremony must be complete. Sana was puzzled because it seemed to her that the winner himself becomes the ruler and manager of all demons and monsters. But he hastened to stop his beloved's conclusion since she was wrong on every point. After all, as history said, a long time ago, a huge lizard fell from the sky, part-time a killer whale. He opened a portal to the other world from where demons and monsters began to land on our planet. And the goal of these competitions, like previous ones, is to have the experience of the great master, as well as strength equal to the gods. Aurora was also horrified by this story because they were all mistaken. They didn't think about how everything really is. But the game system... Melissa immediately stopped our protagonist, objecting that this mission was only about finding treasures that were hidden in the bloody swamps. But there was one moment after passing and winning the competition, there was an opportunity to fill your soul with incredible strength. However, Melissa now realized that she had a chance to get back her energy that she gave to Loki. You tried to convince him of this in every possible way, that she should be given a reward for winning the competition. Of course, after such shaking that she made over our main character, he immediately agreed. It seems that Loki began to lose control of this energy that filled his body in demonic form. He felt very sick and unwell, as if he was about to want to go to the toilet again and be alone with nature. Now, he has returned to his previous appearance as a demon, but without unprecedented power. He simply became an average demon. Hannah was incredibly annoyed by all the words that our main character had previously said. But Aurora understood why Loki restrained himself so as not to harass the Lord of Crocodiles. Sana looked at this Lizard King, saying that he was a child and shouldn't offend him. He's just a baby. Loki tried to justify himself in the sense that he could take away power by killing the Lord of Crocodiles. Moreover, when he was a child, such a thing could not have occurred to him. Sana wanted more and more to spend the night and day with our main character, and also wanted to have intercourse with him. But Loki was not interested in anything, except how to begin to participate in the ceremony of the great demon. But they had to enter the Coral Valley. But before that, It was necessary to drain the energy from this lizard king. Only in this way will the competition become valid. Loki became sad because no one understands or hears him. He seems to be talking to himself. Now he understood how difficult it was to be in a women's team. It's constant pressure and problems. It's like you're in a chicken coop. The Lord of Crocodiles took on a completely different appearance. He began to emit light as if like the sun. Too bright. The guys stood in horror watching this picture. After all, they could not do anything. Even our main character felt helpless. The second rebirth began to occur, or in other words, transformation, and the sizes increased. From a child, the Lord of Crocodiles began to turn into the likeness of a woman. At the same time, the costume itself increased in size. It seems that the Lizard King slowly began to come to his senses after this incomprehensible ritual that took place. The guys began to panic. They didn't know what to do, but Loki began to explain that this was a transformation of the middle phase of life. However, he added the following: that they need to pretend to be her relatives so that she does not suspect something is wrong. Moreover, it is she, the Crocodile Queen, who will help them get to the Coral Valley and nothing else. Apparently, when rebirth occurs in the middle phase of life, the Demon Lord loses his memory and seems to start living again. Therefore, in our main character, she saw her father. In addition, like a small child, she literally threw herself into the arms of our main character. On the other hand, Blocks understood that this, too, should not allow false hopes, because this is fraught with consequences. The girls looked furiously at this picture of another girl, who was previously a child, squeezing, as she thinks, her father. Loki tried to scream for the Lord of Crocodiles to get off him because she was so strong it seemed like she was about to strangle him. And also the Lizard Queen, using tactile contact, sucked the energy out of our main character due to his demonic power. Now he was trying to explain himself to the ladies. Why is this picture happening and this child girl, Lizard Queen, behaving like this? But they stood aside and stood their ground, not believing a single word that Loki tried to convey in his justification for this situation as a whole. However, he objected and said that this is in fact the case, but in no other way does the Crocodile Queen see him as a father, whose demonic power is much more powerful than that of the others. Only for this reason, she turned to him. The crocodile girl was perplexed. What are these people talking about? Why does the father make excuses to the girls? The picture was incredible. She picked the flower and gave our main character a token of love for her father. But he was haunted by thoughts of why the script took on such a character, and everything happens exactly this way, but not differently from what he had previously pictured in his head. Plus, the Crocodile Queen was a very naive girl, and Loki understood that she could be deceived. But since he had already admitted that she was her father, it was too late to do so. The hermit turtle was lying on the floor, trying to hold on with his last strength, because he had never recovered from the attack carried out by our main character. She-devil, descendant of bats, demons. She stood next to a literally dying old man and didn't know what to do. She asked if he could breathe at all, and what should be done to help him. The old man wanted to convey information to the Lord of Crocodiles. Trying to gather his strength and thoughts, he never managed to say, since in an instant the devil literally pierced him with her sharp claws, wanting to kill him. She, grinning, watched the old man die and enjoyed the moment. After all, her power lay in killing strong warriors and taking away their spiritual energy. She managed to tear his internal organs, completely spattering herself and everything around with the blood of the turtle hermit. It was a terrible picture. After all, the she-devil made a mistake. She should not have killed this old man. But at some point, she could not control herself and killed him for only one simple reason. Because the Lord of Crocodiles can no longer be reached. She was licking the blood that was on her finger as if in the likeness of a vampire. What a disgusting picture. However, she was confused about what she should do in the future. She received the power, and the meaning of the competition was no longer clear. It seems she wanted to copulate with the old man, as if she were a necrophiliac. In fact, she was a she-devil who had the habits of a murderer and at the same time a prostitute. The demon observed this situation through the mirror portal and cursed the descendant of bats. Demons. The eyes were scary, but it seemed like there was some kind of darkness hiding behind the appearance. What's outside? What's inside? The demon princess enjoyed how things turned out, but she was interested in our main character. She sat on the throne of Mount Myoboku and longed to plunge into the river of blood that is about to await this world. It seems she was ready to enjoy it forever, the way monsters, demons, and people suffer. In addition, she wanted to punish all those responsible for preventing her from reuniting with the Lord of Crocodiles. At some point, the guys almost found themselves on an airy white cloud. At the helm was Aurora, who had difficulty understanding how to control this transport. Due to the concentration, that is, the sinister energy, the body of our protagonist needed a massage, as the muscles and bones were compressed. He demanded to continue and not be distracted from the massage, since he really had the opportunity to experience the entire wrath of demons. For a whole week, they made their way through all the valleys and thorny paths. Aurora seemed very tired of being at the helm, but the main character said that there is no need to rush, because the cloud cannot be accelerated in any way. It moves in the direction of the wind. Hannah climbed onto Loki and began to literally crush him, knocking out all his thoughts about where they were going. Hannah somehow miraculously managed to master the technique of creating transport from clouds. She became very ill at some point, but our main character infuriated her. He couldn't shut up and didn't even try to praise his masseuse for such skills. The robe that Loki controlled himself allowed the girls to retain demonic powers and possess spiritual energy. This was one of the most basic techniques of our main character. He perfected it as much as possible. Now they can again use this extraordinary power in case of any troubles or uninvited guests. Aurora also liked her new look, as she had never felt so strong before. Hannah asked why Loki didn't create some attribute for her that could endow her with enormous powers and demonic capabilities. Our main character could not create a weapon for her for some time, because a colossal amount of spiritual strength was spent on the transformation of the nine-tailed fox. But he built an unusual, fluffy tail of demons. True, it was attached directly to the butt. Hannah was perplexed about what this thing at the end was and what to use this attribute that Loki gave her. He also decided to trick Hannah by once again giving her underwear that he made himself, calling it a demonic magical weapon that will transform her and improve her abilities significantly. It seems that Hannah has become better because she saw that Loki gave her such magical attributes with all his heart. He continued to smile maliciously. It looked like he was fooling around and mocking her. But she couldn't stand it and literally grabbed our main character by the clothes, wanting to slap him with bream. Now, it seems, she wanted to repay him in full by using spiritual energy, and apparently teach him a lesson not to fool around anymore. They approached an extraordinary valley, which was covered with many rocks, growing lands on which trees lived. Now they have landed in this amazing place. After all, the journey was very long. However, Loki realized that in the third they should make fun of Hannah, as this is fraught with huge consequences, but she continued to be offended by our main character because of his tricks and bullying. But since our main character had amazing charisma that could conquer women, he decided to set a goal for himself, to defeat Hannah on the spot in the future. The guys' gazes rushed forward. In front of them there was a gate through which they had to go. These were the magical gates of the crossing. The gates served as a kind of portal through which, having passed, you find yourself in another place. Sana was surprised, because they were going to go in a specific direction, and they were led to a portal that leads to a completely different place. But Loki immediately reassured his bride that the crossing was just to achieve the goal, to get to the Coral Valley. Also, based on the fact that our main character, as well as his friends, had full permission to visit all other countries and valleys, this meant his power. Aurora was very embarrassed by this, as she was slightly disheveled regarding the general situation of the guys. The path that lay ahead, Lessons On, is very mysterious, and also full of surprises that would really be worth thinking about. But nevertheless, our main character understood that he should not move according to certain plans, but that he should carry out actions chaotically. Sana and the Lord of Crocodiles were literally exchanging funny words about how to travel on a ship. The Lord of the Crocodiles literally mocked our protagonist's fiancé about the fact that they would have to travel further together. Hannah was completely blown away because she understood that the ship was very unusual and needed to accommodate all the children. There was fog all around, but our main character was already about to use his unusual technique. The technique was capable of transforming any object into the one you desire, a truly artificial spell. Now in front of them was an incredible ship, a frigate with large sails and of unprecedented size. Now, our main character rushed forward, but do not forget that on such transport he is often rocked. The guys were already sailing on a piece of cloud to this huge, incredible ship. The amazing thing was that all this was happening in the sky. There were quite a lot of people on the ship. They were also heading to the land of corals. The guys thought that they would be alone on this ship. Everyone present on this raft was surprised by the appearance of our main character and his friends. One of the ship's owner's servants greeted Loki and his comrades, saying that they would be delighted with their leisure time on this ship. And there were also many amenities, and the pay was not exactly great. Our main character was even alarmed somewhere how on such an incredible ship like the Titanic, such a low price considering all the service. The guys, it would seem, were already hungry. They needed a snack, although they had not traveled for more than a week. The ship owner's servant accepted the payment and promised to truly feed them to their fill. The peculiarity of this fruit was that the best dishes and drinks from all over the world were on the menu on this ship. Aurora was surprised where our main character got so many diamonds, because before he simply didn't have them. It turns out that he stole them from Hannah during the first competition in the Valley of Glory, so much so that she didn't even notice. She was beside herself because Loki really acted like a thief. He really wanted to get them back. Your diamonds were not simple. They were a piece of perfume. In the bag that our main character had, there were about 2,000 diamonds. You can live on them for half your life. Loki began to make excuses. They say that they accidentally fell out of her belt and he considered it a gift. But she couldn't calm down and continued to run towards our main character with her sword in order to teach him a lesson. It was one of the owners of this ship who observed the picture of these errands and was very rich and powerful. They were not afraid of pirates, since they themselves had quite a serious cover and guys who could intercede at any moment. The boss of this ship watched the guys for a long time and he recognized them, because there is a big reward for Loki if there is information about his whereabouts. The old man reached into his sleeve for a certain shell. It was a special walkie-talkie that worked over a great distance. He dialed the demon and said that the guys he was so actively looking for had appeared and indicated that they were on his ship. Friends of our main character worked in the lowest deck. Apparently they were either prisoners or they had to make payment with their labor for being on the ship. Zeus, like a raging bull, threw on several bags of rice in order to carry them to the place where they were shown. This ship was also unusual because it had a cabin or gambling room. The guys played a very amazing card game, the conditions of which were as follows. There must be 4 partners. Yes, there were the most vulgar thoughts since he suggested playing this card game for stripping. Hannah once again felt furious because Loki was fooling around like a child, and this infuriated her more and more. How could such a skilled warrior behave like this? Loki continued to smile, saying that if she lost, Hannah would have to strip naked. Since she lost, then, based on the argument, she must take off about 10 things on herself at once. Hannah denied in every possible way that she did not agree with this dispute, and offered to play again. The mistress of crocodiles rushed to the exit. Do not forget that at heart she was still a deep child. Without ceasing to scream, she literally ran out into the corridor, which alarmed the rest of the guests of this ship. Aurora was haunted by her thoughts and asked Loki why he always comes up with some stupid jokes about Hannah. Sana was also indignant. She was also infuriated by another point, the fact that he forced Hannah to undress, considering that she is his fiancée. Our main character forgot what female solidarity is and that girls will protect each other to the last. Hannah also freaked out and went out into the corridor, and Loki said that it wasn't his fault. It's just more interesting to play like that. He also said that it is not his fault that she is considered so vulnerable, although sometimes she gets angry and destroys everything in her path. And here the patriarch was watching our main character from the side and wanted to get him quickly so that he would be captured. He had some stupid plan. Apparently he wanted to perform some kind of ritual because he chained Alice and her brother. Also, our main character did not know that the Coral Valley is the homeland of the patriarch, and his forces here are simply not comparable to anyone else's. He continued to laugh at how these 2 poor fellows, who had been his servants for quite a long time, suffered. He was especially amused by how Alice was suffering. After all, from the very beginning, because of the closeness of our main character with her, the patriarch was planning something wrong. Now cutting through the air with a wave of his palm, he decided to give Alice a strong slap in the face. Yes, He hit her so hard that she, like a pear, began to rush from side to side, and her face immediately became swollen. Most of all, the patriarch was infuriated by another fact. He considered Alice a traitor, and it seems that he had very perverted thoughts about her punishment. Now he grabbed her very tightly by the throat, begins to choke her, and not allowing her to breathe a single smooth breath of air. The patriarch's deceit was indeed at the highest level, since he wanted her to apologize repeatedly for her betrayal. Hika begged not to touch his sister, and asked him to let him deal with him better but not to touch her with a finger. Blood was coming out of her eyes, and also her mouth because the patriarch was going to break her Adam's apple by squeezing his fingers. She continued to be silent and did not apologize, and the patriarch, this increasingly led to a state of rage. Then he could not stand it and decided to use his sinister witchcraft on the girl. He knew no pity. He used his black technique against Alice. Her body began to shrink with incredible force. It would seem that all the vessels and bones would simply burst into smithereens. Hika understood his helplessness, since he could not do anything. Being shackled, he felt horror and pain, the way his sister was suffering. However, the patriarch continued to amuse himself, and this gave him pleasure. How Alice suffers. He absolutely loved the way she screamed in pain, and now he was licking her cheek. His gaze was incredibly demonic. Immediately, the owner of the ship was given the order to move forward, because they were waiting for them to be given the opportunity to take part in the capture of our guys. Immediately, the boss decided to send one of his minions to carry out this plan. Meanwhile, our main character and his bride looked at the vastness of the sky and the beauty of the clouds, which captivated the spirit. Loki asked to look down because the ocean that was under the ship looked simply indescribable and beautiful from the outside. It really helped to hold your breath and feel the beauty of this moment. I wanted this to never end. Now our main character had a lot of thoughts upon arriving in the Coral Valley, where they would enjoy. Suddenly, at some point, everything literally began to shake. It looked like an unusual earthquake. 1,000 scrolls literally flew towards our main character, exploding every second. Also, all the fire fell on his friends, Anubis and Zeus. They fled in horror from this barrage of explosions. The entire ship, the lower upper deck, was literally on fire from these incredible explosions. Quite a scary picture. The exploded ship was about to collapse into an abyss that swallowed everything in its path. It looked like an endless funnel. Plus, to all this, for whom the boss of the ship was most worried was the Lady of Crocodiles. But the old man had some kind of plan. The patriarch was truly evil. After all, he enjoyed watching people die on this ship, and more filled with the power of hatred which was saturated through and through. All the people were terrified because they were literally burning and blazing from the fire. The biggest disadvantage is that the ship was made entirely of felled trees. Our main character also tried to escape, as well as save his friends, and it seems that he found a hole in the ship. He hurried the guys to urgently rush to the place that he considered safe, where nothing would threaten their lives. The ship was literally falling apart from these incredible explosions, and I had no other choice but to escape. The ship's boss's servant also ran headlong, trying to save his miserable life. After all, he had never experienced anything like this. His desire to survive literally saturated his entire body with adrenaline in order to allow him to escape. Suddenly, out of nowhere, literally burning logs fell on him, and it seemed that he was about to turn into ash. Unfortunately, our main character did not have time to do anything. The poor fellow was covered with burning boards. The biggest disadvantage of all this is that our main character could not use spiritual power since they were in the abyss, which blocked chakra. Now he realized that there is one place in the game in which you are powerless and cannot do anything about it. The fire literally made its way in whirlwinds into the room where the guys were. It would seem that life was about to end. After all, they were trapped. On one side, the path was blocked by burning boards, and on the other side, a flurry of fire pursued them. Also, the main door of these cabins was also locked, and our main character did not have a key. Simply, in a fit of rage and helplessness, Loki already thought that he had the strength to make his way to the exit, trying to knock down the cabin door with his body. Our main character fought as hard as he could against this huge wooden door, because there was simply no other chance to escape. It's enough to be he has spiritual power. He turned it into splinters with one finger. No, I'm at a loss. But not a single trace remained of the boat's actions. as if it were all useless and, it would seem, they would remain there to die. Now our main character panicked very much, because he understood that he could not cope not with the fire, not with this locked. After quick actions and efforts to open the door, Loki realized that he had knocked out his collarbone. The fire was approaching on one side, which made it difficult to breathe deeply, and on the other side, it was incredibly hot. Aurora, as well as his fiancée, were about to be on the verge. The heartbeat was getting heavier and heavier. Loki asked Aurora not to panic and save her breath. Breathe in small sips of air. Suddenly, a rather sharp blade literally passed through the door, since it managed to break through such a massive fence. And then, suddenly a combination of a sword swing literally cut this wooden door. It was Hannah. She guessed that her comrades were in danger, and searched literally throughout the ship for their location. Loki and the girls were very happy, because they were saved at the moment when there was no longer any hope left. Hannah gave them life. She herself was also on the verge because she was very exhausted, making her way through these thorny paths. But Loki, as always, was proud and said that he himself was going to save them and also find his current savior. She hit him on the head again so that he would finally come to his senses and not fool around like a child. But it was time to leave this place, because everything was literally filled with fire. Just a little bit, and the end. Also, with Hannah, came the Lady of the Crocodiles. Now they no longer rushed to escape because of this burning ship. The picture was terrifying. The abyss was incredibly dark. Flashes of lightning flickered everywhere, and it was raining from ocean waters. The guys managed to find a way out where they could take a deep breath. But the rain didn't stop. Now they were puzzled by what to do next. After all, they were in the ominous darkness of the abyss. Although our main character was horrified by what was happening, he had a plan for this to save lives. He asked his bride to let out her snake, reconnoiter the situation, having assumed his true form. The snake understood the burden of responsibility that lay on it, and clearly did not want to die with its owner on this raft. Sana literally threw the snake up so that it could save them, but she grabbed the tail herself. The snake began to transform into its true shell in a huge python. Its size literally amazed the veteran. Another unfortunate poor snake was this freshwater one, and now it's a king cobra. The snake asked to climb on it urgently, but its skin was quite slippery, especially during the rain. The guys literally grabbed the tail of this snake with all their strength and were ready for the incredible turns of this reptile. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Zeus and Anubis appeared on the ship, who asked them to wait and take them with them. Immediately, they jumped right on the tail. The ship was about to almost burn to the ground. Everything around was on fire, and clouds of smoke filled the space. Loki was incredibly surprised at the sight of the guys on the same ship. At that moment, he felt insane joy because the search circle had shrunk. Zeus had an incredible phobia of bonfires and fire, so for him it was a real pitch hell. The snake was able to enter the wall of water in order to hide from the spreading flames, and it seems that everyone is saved. The explosion was of incredible heights, literally engulfing the entire space, and also, do not forget, in such spaces some kind of explosion is even stronger, since air passed through there, intensifying the flame. The snake rushed underwater, but it didn't have enough air for very long, because the water in the ocean is quite dense and salty. Hannah was about to run out. Firstly, from panic. Secondly, when water passes through all the cracks, it is impossible to hold your breath for a long time. And finally, she managed to get to the surface of the water. The strength of the snake was incredible. Now the guys were moving through the air. The most amazing thing was that the snake could find a way out of this abyss. At some point, the guys said that Hannah had disappeared somewhere. Just a second ago, she was on the snake and suddenly disappeared. Due to the fact that she had been underwater for a long time, there was simply no air left in her lungs, and she collapsed back into the water, falling from the snake. Loki finally had an idea. He remembered the true fear of this hero. After all, Hannah was insanely afraid of water. Anubis and Zeus could not get enough of the fact that, firstly, they were freed from hard labor, and secondly, that they were saved. Also, they couldn't help but be pleased by the fact that almost all the guys were assembled, and fate had brought their paths together again. Grabbing the snake, he rushed under the water to save Hannah. But she fell lower and lower. This complicated the path to her rescue. He also asked the snake not to fly too far, because it would make it difficult to find Hannah in the bottomless ocean. Loki swam as hard as he could through the resistance of the ocean. He realized that a few seconds could decide everything in an instant. And so it seems, making his way through the salt water, he noticed Hannah and understood that he had to speed up. But she fell very quickly towards this abyss and it seems had already swallowed salt water in full. Our main character managed to swim to her and he grabbed her body with all his strength, but he himself didn't have much air. Realizing that he could not help, he realized that she simply swallowed water and lost consciousness. The thought flashed through his head that it seemed she was doomed. But he didn't want to give up and decided to put all his efforts into it. Grabbing her head tightly, he decided to bite her lips in order to give part of his air to her so that she would not die. At some point she opened her eyes, but since she was delirious due to panic, she could not understand what was happening, and in front of her was our hero. And then she came to her senses and was incredibly surprised that Loki literally kissed her deeply. Realizing this fact, she pushed him away from her with all her might. After all, in fact, she considered herself hard to touch. Exchanging words underwater, she called him a pervert, since he took advantage of her when she was unconscious. But Loki tried himself to explain to her that he wanted to save her. And it seems that he himself was already at the limit, because the air that he had, he gave almost all of it to save her. Suddenly, out of nowhere, some kind of sea monster was approaching them from the bottom of the ocean. It was a monstrous monster of oceanic origin. He was insanely hungry, and since he saw gurgling in the water, he opened a hunt. While Hannah was experiencing a misunderstanding, Loki immediately rushed to save her from the monster, which opened its wide mouth and seemed to be ready to devour them. There is such an expression as a fish out of water. They simply had no chance in front of this monster. Firstly, he was insanely hungry, and secondly, water is his element. The monster was even more angered by the way the victims were trying to resist. After all, in the underground depths, he had no equal. Loki managed to escape from the encirclement of this ominous devilish monster, throwing himself and Hannah to the surface. And so he found himself right on the beach, where he was surrounded by shore and sand. Most of all, he wanted to take a breath of air that he had lost. Lying exhausted, and my attention fell on the crab which was making its way along the shore and through the waves. Most of all, he did not realize where he had ended up, and how it happened that he was washed ashore. After all, at some point it turned out that it seemed to him that this monster fish had swallowed them. Therefore, he was at a loss. Looking around, he realized that there was not a single soul here, as if he were like Robinson Crusoe on a desert island. Suddenly, his eyes rushed down, and he realized that in front of him were someone's footprints that led to the palm trees. He was running through a bunch of thoughts and trying to understand who these footprints belonged to. Is it really Hannah? And why did she rush into the tropical forest without waiting for him? He also continued to stand like a pillar, trying to connect his intuition and analyzing the size of the tracks. Since this is an unexplored place, and the island itself did not inspire confidence, Loki thought that she was really in trouble and decided to follow these footprints. He ran at some incredible speed along these tracks. It seemed to him that he might be late. He began to call Hannah, turn from side to side, and each time he shouted louder in the hope that she would respond. His gaze fell on a huge monolithic monument. It was a sign. The sign meant that they were in some unknown place. However, Loki began to replay his thoughts, playing the game. Could he have stumbled upon this desert island as he thought? When suddenly he realized that they could be in serious danger, since he had not encountered this dimension in the game. He also noticed that the tracks led further behind the slab, and this led him to believe that Hannah was looking for a way out in a panic. But he didn't care about anything else except the life of his girlfriend. And he rushed to run further, making his way deep into the island. There was only one thought in his head, so that nothing would happen to her. Otherwise, he would not forgive himself for this. And so he took the next step towards this mysterious forest that excited his consciousness. And what was most surprising was the moment that he again found himself in front of this slab. It's like déjà vu, or a vicious circle, he thought. Now he was really terrified. Why is this happening, and what kind of illusion is this? Or maybe this is someone's sinister technique. Looking back, he tried to collect his thoughts in a heap. For what reason is this happening, and where could he have screwed up? He began to use logic, since this moment could not be explained at all. Why and for what reason is this happening? He again began to sort through his thoughts, remembering all the missions of the game that he had completed. But logic was powerless here. One idea came to him: to go in a completely different direction in order to break this vicious circle. After all, this cannot go on forever, our main character thought. How suddenly it tried to pass through the grass into this unknown, frightening forest that surrounded it. However, behind him there was a silhouette that was watching our main character. It seems that Loki was confused. It was Hannah. There were some octopuses on her shoulders that could talk. It seems she didn't know who was in front of her. Hannah looked like a zombie. Peering into the distance for a long time, she found the guy who was making his way deep into the forest very interesting. Two octopuses were talking to each other. It looked very strange. It seems like they had some kind of mission. It turns out that the octopuses were also here not of their own free will, specifically on this island, and most likely, they thought that our main character would show them the way out. The picture was also viewed. Most likely, Hannah is under some kind of strong hypnosis or maybe witchcraft. Now the octopuses have an idea to enslave our main character, that is, to take control of him. That's why Hannah looked so strange. Suddenly she began to move and rushed straight after our main character. It seems that these octopuses could control the mind and body. But most of all, they were interested in what a person looked like and what they could get, especially when they had such a beauty in their hands. Hannah approached the monolith and put her hand to the inscriptions. It seems that the octopuses formed some kind of seal with her help. But time passed, and the sun was almost setting. This meant that the adventures of our main character were just beginning. This place itself, this is a mysterious island, as if it was enchanted. The grass did not look like grass. It was quite dense. Loki was literally sweating as he made his way through these ears of corn, which were almost his height. However, he again experienced a state of shock, because the picture did not change at all. This began to infuriate him madly. After all, having made his way through the forest again, he ran into this monolithic stone and was terrified. He understood that it would soon begin to get dark. He collapsed to the ground on his knees. Besides his frustration, he also experienced other feelings, such as fatigue, temperature, and what alarmed our main character the most was that he was hungry. After all, he had never experienced this before. And what was even stranger was that your chakras were blocked. He could not use spiritual power in this enchanted place. It seemed to him as if this was a crazy dream. After all, he had self-control over his body and spiritual energy, and it didn't seem real to him to experience this. It seems that he guessed where he was, because fire was already sparkling in his eyes, and he was not so lost. He realized that he was in an illusion and this place was created, something like a bug but not reality. He approached the stove and seemed to realize that everything that was happening around him and in front of him was a fantasy of his mind. Standing at the stove, he said something like, "Stop," as if he were talking to someone at that moment. Suddenly the slab changed its structure. It looked like some kind of portal, but it looked very ominous. Whirlwinds were literally circling around our main character. However, Loki decided to enter this ominous dark portal, since his intuition and skills in other games led him to success. He did not doubt for a second that he would deal with this illusion. He found himself in some kind of infinite matter of dimension. A view of some figures in the form of steps opened up in front of him, and around him it seemed like space, where there were a lot of stars and planets. The thought crept into his mind that this was outside the game system. It looked like a bug, not real space. He rushed up these steps, which literally hovered in the air, and in front of him there was some kind of door like an arch. Now he appeared in front of this huge stone door and began to think, how does it open? But, nevertheless, he was also overcome with interest about what this dense stone fence could hide. With both hands, he began to open this mysterious door. Some kind of light was emanating from it. He seemed to find himself in some kind of corridor. The corridor was illuminated by torches that were on the wall. Our main character decided to say hello to someone unknown, claiming that he had come for his woman. It looked very strange. Hannah seemed to be under hypnosis, and she was clamped by two octopuses against her own will. Loki was horrified by what he saw. He could not understand under whose control Hannah was and why she was behaving so strangely. He was even more amazed by the fact, why was she surrounded by these octopuses? How and what is this connected with, really? Hannah began to speak, but it was clear that it was the octopuses speaking for her. Apparently, she could not resist the influence. She stretched out one of her hands, but these were not good intentions. It seems that she was given some kind of command. Her eyes were white. She looked like a zombie. Suddenly, she was about to attack our main character. The octopus tentacles that Hannah released literally tied Loki up, thereby immobilizing him. Hannah began to attract our main character. It seems that now he really has problems. She continued to rave, saying that she would kill Loki without thinking. The octopuses understood that our main character had some mixed feelings towards her. It seems that he understood that he was trapped and also tried to guess why she was possessed. The tentacles of the octopuses were also on Hannah's chest, and now Loki was already perplexed as to how he was not allowed, but the octopus was allowed to feel them. Although Loki understood that Hannah was under the influence of evil forces, he was pleased to watch this picture of her breast being caressed by an octopus. At some point, he simply wasn't even scared anymore. Or he felt discomfort about the fact that he was in another dimension. The octopuses were really terrified, since our main character was literally not afraid of them, but on the contrary, he walked towards them with open arms. At the same moment, they noticed that Loki was acting very strangely. They could not understand what the problem was. Maybe it was the shock of how he ended up in this dimension. Our main character noticed that the octopuses were exchanging words among themselves, but he simply did not understand them. Now Loki was trying to literally go to war with them, because he clearly didn't want to fight these ominous monsters, and also in a world where illusion reigns. But suddenly one of the octopuses tried to establish a common language with him, saying that they were just a tool, and the main figure was not here. They called themselves one of the guardians of this holy place, as they believed, and anyone who falls into this dimension immediately falls under their control. But at the same time, our main character understood that this place was as poor as possible, since nothing valuable could be found here. It seems that two octopuses have decided to create a challenge for Loki in order to allow him and Hannah to leave this dimension once and for all. Now, they have already begun to explain the conditions of their tests, and if, according to them, Loki manages to pass them, then they will be free. But don't forget, our main character had a masterful approach to solving all sorts of puzzles. After all, she beat the game. However, he understood that all this was not real and was invented by the system itself, that is, by Melissa, who was in him. In addition to the freedom that one of the octopuses spoke about, it would also be important to receive some kind of reward. But there was one thing. But if our main character fails to solve the riddles and pass these tests, they will forever be imprisoned in this place. Now the start command was literally announced, and the time had come to act. But Loki was not at all confused. I know him from all over the gaming space. He really was a master at passing difficult tests. Now one of the octopuses began. He named the first riddle, which, it would seem, should have stunned our main character. But Loki was not embarrassed at all, since his intuition was at the highest level. He would not have completed so many games without relying on it. The second riddle was more sinister. It was about what our main character can hold in one hand, but will never be able to hold in the other. He managed to defeat the octopuses on the spot, since it was elementary and simple. You will never be able to hold your elbows with both hands. Now came the last test, which was very intriguing. The octopuses were very arrogant. Loki managed to pass all the tests without difficulty, and for him it turned out to be the simplest task, since his brain worked like a clock. They were literally amazed as no one was able to answer these riddles or pass this test in general. Now being shackled, A did not decide to let him go, and in the literal sense of the word, since he managed to break the system. Now it seemed that the octopuses had literally become friends with our main character, as if they were walking side by side. The octopuses were very touched by this, how he managed to go through it all without even thinking, and thanked him for his participation. Loki was not at all interested in whether he could pass through or not. It was important for him to find out the most important thing, whether he could leave this dimension and take Hannah with him. One of the octopuses allegedly ran away from answering, saying that their master was very powerful and his permission was required. These freshwater sea animals said that they needed to leave our main character for a while in order to present him with a reward. Loki tried to revive Hannah while the octopuses were passing through a portal to another dimension. However, it seems that the octopuses were up to something sinister, and these were clearly bad intentions towards our main character and his girlfriend. Loki was amazed, since Hana did not come to her senses at all, as if it was some kind of extraterrestrial witchcraft where she does not belong to herself. He also exchanged thoughts with himself about whether he should take the reward without freeing it from himself. Suddenly, these two octopuses appeared, carrying a reward in some extraordinary rectangular box. They sarcastically approached our main character, inviting him to open it, but nevertheless, they looked suspicious. And now our main character rushed to get closer to this box, that is, to the gift that we were going to give. And this suggested the idea that we should expect something unbearable. In his eyes and in his well-being, it was clear that he felt as if there was some kind of catch hidden behind it all. It can't all be that simple. Having opened the box, and his gaze and the state of his soul literally changed before his eyes, as if frozen in an instant. In an instant, some kind of hologram appeared in front of him, as if it was one of the deities, which startled Loki. This either a god or a demon wanted to know the name of our main character. His eyes were as white as possible, as if he were on a completely different level. However, our main character began to experience flashbacks about the game in which he was unique, and now he realized the plot of who Hana would become. But since Loki intervened in the course of events, the further continuation of the game is now unknown. After all, he managed to break the system. The demon wondered what our main character was like. After all, he didn't look upset and didn't feel limited. And even on the contrary, he tried to convince this creature that he was not the last person in this world, and that he had enormous weight. Now the wanderer who appeared before our main character decided to introduce himself. His name was Paramon, and also that he managed to come to an idol and become the most powerful spiritual healer. The way he looked and what background he was against really explained his strength and power in this dimension. Loki was surprised by this fact because according to the game scenario that he went through, he did not come across this cultivator. Now the mighty healer looked much different, as if he was angry, and he tried to explain that the whole world around him is false. Plus, he tried to convey to our main character that possessing spiritual power does not make sense at all, because there is only one outcome. Loki was now completely confused, since the game ended clearly differently, and its outcome did not agree with the words of this wanderer. Our main character thanked this master for his instructions, but he also said that he would continue on his path. This master, Loki immediately interrupted, convincing him that he is doomed and imprisoned for many millennia, and cannot do anything about it, so he wants our main character to come to terms with the situation. However, he was confused again, because the game that he had completed relatively recently had taken a completely different turn. This incomprehensible demigod, half-demon, apologized for his uncontrollability. After all, Loki is the first who was able to unsettle him. He extended his hand to our main character so that he would come over. Apparently, he was going to give him something. What he was going to give to Loki was something of immortality and blessing, since he considered Loki the chosen one. But our main character smiled sarcastically, because he became interested in what was the true purpose of his arrival. This greatly amused the master demigod half-demon. After all, he himself did not know, since he was imprisoned for a millennium in this dimension. But he was also pleased with another moment. Now he had a follower who would follow the true path. Suddenly our main character was surprised. This wanderer disappeared instantly and left behind a huge gap. The box that the two octopuses handed to Loki was empty, and this suggested some kind of deception. However, Loki expected something completely different. They promised to give him something special, a treasure, as well as the legacy of this world. He was as annoyed as possible. After all, at some point he really believed that the game had acquired a completely different meaning. Now he demanded an explanation from the two ridiculous octopuses, and also charged them with the deception that had been committed on him. He began to strangle one of the octopuses, wanting to get the true reward that was promised to him. Suddenly the sky literally cut through space. Some kind of portal was visible from it. This suggested an eerie thought. I am from this portal. Literally radiating matter cut through space, moving at the speed of light. One of the masters was very surprised by the appearance of this ray. After all, it cut through space. This energy was truly incomprehensible. After all, it resembled some kind of unearthly force. This was also noticed by one of the devils who was sitting in her chambers. This had never happened before. Now, it seems, she realized that it was truly an unusual element that could cut through space. His strength was incredible, because he moved along the abyss in the middle of the ocean, illuminating everything in his path. The power was unimaginable because he literally flew like lightning rays that reached the surface of the earth in just a few fractions of seconds. The energy was so powerful that it blinded our main character. He literally froze in place. With one eye, he tried to see what it was that cut through this illusion, and also with such incredible force. Suddenly, in front of him, in this enchanted place, a sword appeared, which was literally covered with sparks of lightning. It turns out that this master, demigod, half-demon, did not deceive our main character, but actually presented the award, appreciating Loki's desire to bring good into the world. The octopuses immediately perked up, realizing that Loki is the chosen one in this world, especially for their master. Now they supported our main character in every possible way, because they understood that his influence was not an empty phrase. They began to use some strange witchcraft. Apparently, they knew what kind of blade it was that appeared out of nowhere. Once again, the lessons were blinded by these glares of the energy source that the octopuses were passing. He tried to make out what was what. It was an amazing picture because they were able to transform into spiritual energy in an instant by folding the seal. The blade of immortality began to literally glow before his eyes. It exuded incredibly enormous power because the octopuses became one with it. Now he realized that everything is not just like that, and these two underground animals were tools in the hands of that master. It seems that the sword combined enormous spiritual power, and at the same time it was as sinister as possible in relation to everything. His transformation was truly amazing in its power. Now 2 octopuses have turned into some kind of little spirit girls. However, he finally remembered where he could see this blade. Hannah had the blade, who got it in one of the missions, but the ritual for obtaining this incredible sword or blade was very unusual. It required signing a contract for owning one's blood. But our main character also remembered the nuance. After all, Hannah managed to gain incredible strength and also defeat Loki in battle. Loki, without hesitation, decided to take out this blade like Frostmourne in the incredible game Warcraft 3. What was most surprising was the fact that this blade should have belonged specifically to Hannah, but not to our main character. Now he again experienced flashbacks to the stages he had completed earlier, while still on the ship from which they were about to escape. His thoughts literally gave him no rest, because his inner world literally collapsed. He clearly did not expect such an outcome of events. Drawing his sword, he stood behind Hannah, who was still hypnotized, and above them were these 2 sorceresses. Loki approached her and grabbed her hand. Apparently he had some idea. He surprised these 2 former octopuses with his action. It seems that they were indignant because they did not understand what our main character was doing and what goal he was pursuing. His response was as harsh and strict as possible towards them. He shut them up, literally telling them, "Don't interfere." The position of his hand had changed quite a bit. Now he was holding the sword in a completely different way. In front of him, he extended Hannah's hand. However, we should not forget that Loki was also that lady's man. He was crazy about women. He brought the blade closer to her finger, which literally, as the blade touched her hand, caused a cut. For no apparent reason, the sword began to glow with some ominous, but at the same time familiar spiritual power. Even these 2 transforming fairies were quite surprised by what our main character was doing. Incredible spiritual power began to hover around the guys. It was unusually powerful. Loki was amazed. The energy sphere that appeared after Croy was reunited with the blade rushed towards Hannah. She literally entered the frontal part of her face. Hannah continued to look as if she were under someone's control. Now, when the energy sphere connected with her, some extraordinary mark appeared on her forehead. Now Loki has no doubt that the ritual of endowing her with extraordinary power has been completed. At some point she even lost consciousness. Our main character managed to hold her. It seems that the energy passed right through. He was surprised by the fact that she did not come to her senses. After all, this force should have immediately brought her to tone. Loki broke the system because he had to grab onto this enormous spiritual power, but no, he rewarded Hannah. Video that she is unconscious, and also that she shows no signs of waking up. Loki decided to press his lips to hers. He, no longer with incredible zeal, it would seem, approached her lips in order to kiss. It seems that his dream came true in one moment, because I will be wonderful. He could not even imagine that he was kissing one of the main characters. These stupid fairies decided to stop our protagonist, preventing him from finishing his quest to kiss Hannah. However, this outraged him to the point of madness. After all, they should have disappeared immediately, following their master. But they explained all this by saying that Hannah must take the perfect form of reunion with this blade. And so he again began to experience flashbacks to the game that he had completed. His consciousness seemed to fully understand the essence of the game. He immediately made his assumption to these two fairies that this blade should have been inherited by this particular girl, but by no one else. By reconnecting with the spiritual power of this sword, you become unattainable, and any problem becomes a trifle, with such a mountain of possibilities. Also, it was difficult to get out of this enchanted place. The heiress of the blade, aka Hannah, could do it without difficulty, and Loki needed to go through a secret passage. Also, one of the fairies gloated that if he could not find a way out, he would forever remain in this dimension. However, Loki was far from stupid. Since the place was enchanted, he had to control his thoughts and concentrate his spiritual energy in order to pass through this secret passage. Now she decided to argue with these two dwarfs later that he would be able to get out of this enchanted place. After all, when their master tried to do this, he fell into a trap and remained the guardian of these places, remaining here forever. Loki decided that he would be able to remove the seal from this place and get out. Although according to the script, these two fairies were supposed to use the portal to return only once, and this is for the heir of the blade. He was incredibly self-confident, but at the same time, it was felt that he was a child and believed in fairy tales. But, nevertheless, such tasks were not the first time for him. The Mafia did not believe in his intention. After all, no one was able to remove the seal that was formed by the great powerful witchcraft. But one of them also added, if he cannot do this, then he will simply become a vegetable forever in this dimension. It seems that our main character accepted the conditions, and he did not doubt his capabilities one bit. He realized that the temporary connection between the Soul Blade and Hannah would require quite a lot. But, nevertheless, he could not continue to remain in this enchanted place. Therefore, he needs to remove the seal as soon as possible in order to escape from this dimension. The print was incredible. It consisted of some extraordinary star symbols. It looked like some kind of code. The Lady of the Crocodiles dived under the water, trying to find our main character, calling him father. Zeus immediately pulled her out of the water, wondering who this girl was and why she was wearing a crocodile costume. Sana felt incredibly bad because her fiancé had literally disappeared somewhere, but hope did not leave her. She believed and expected that Loki would appear at one moment. This nightmare would end. The ocean still continued to rage because the current led one way or the other. About 3 days passed. The guys were incredibly dehydrated, especially the Lady of Crocodiles and Anubis, because they, in fact, were still children. It seems that Zeus was literally on the verge. After all, they didn't drink or eat. There was nowhere to get energy from. Also, the snake was running out, and it would seem they could simply drown at any moment, as it transforms back into a small snake. Anubis, who cannot live even a day without meat, experienced incredible hunger and, it seems, was ready for anything. Sana didn't think about anything. She only thought about her fiancé. After all, she worried with all her heart and soul. She also held on through willpower, although she herself was very exhausted. Firstly, the salty waters pulled everything out of them. Secondly, you are under the scorching sun. At one moment she had already collapsed, but Zeus skillfully held her and he suggested urgently leaving this place. Otherwise, one outcome awaits them. They will simply die, and it will all be meaningless. But the snake immediately perked up, so it seems that she didn't like this situation. Just leave this place. Anubis was also serious. He didn't want to hear that he would have to leave his master Loki. He even tried to strike, but he missed. Firstly, he was small, and secondly, he was at the limit. Having missed, he dived into this probably salty water because he could not control his body. And it would seem that he was about to drown, since he had no strength at all. And now he was already asking the guys for help. But Zeus was right. Stay in this position and not just risk your lives. And what's the point if they all die? Now Anubis listened to him very carefully, since the most important thing was to refresh himself and have a good rest. Moreover, he did not doubt at all that Loki would be able to find his way back, and he would appear and surprise everyone. Aurora also joined the opinion of Zeus. After all, our main character saved almost everyone who was on the snake. Aurora tried to give the order to the snake to urgently leave this place and find a place where they could make a halt. Immediately, this very second, the snake rushed forward with incredible speed, but Anubis continued to be in the water. Now there was one goal: to gain strength, restore energy, and again try to find our main character and Hannah. Loki stood up again and said some strange words, looking for the key to dispelling the seals. This time, nothing scared him anymore. He looked his fears in the face and did not doubt his abilities even for a second. But it seems that he got on the nerves of these fairies more, saying some nonsense without stopping. Turning to them, he tried to reason with them that it was like some kind of rite, without which the seal could not be removed. They were getting more and more furious. It seemed to them that he was just doing something stupid and didn't really know how to get out of here. Loki was terribly angry because they prevented him from getting ready, because he was choosing the words for the spell to remove the seal. It would seem that they are about to guess the true intentions of our main character. After all, it was his plan. Now at some point he had an idea about connecting the dots by running his finger along them. Now a spark shone in his eyes. It seemed to him that he had found a way out of this situation and would definitely cope. Suddenly incredible sparks appeared around him. The seal suddenly took on a completely different shade. But this was another mistake. He again failed to solve this difficult riddle, which did not leave his thoughts alone. Now his smile had disappeared somewhere, but she was aware of the fact that she could not remain in this position for so long. However, he was very determined to finish this once and for all. After all, before he had no problems that he could not solve. About 30 days passed, and Loki still failed to reveal the secret of the solution to break the seal once and for all. Now the fairies were mocking him, smiling and reminding him that he had spent all his strength long ago. It was hard for him to gather his thoughts and his body, because he was at the limit. The amount of energy he put into was incommensurable. Suddenly a very interesting thought slipped into his head again. It seems that he began to find the key to solving this problem. His guess concerned precisely the constellation. It seems that he needed to remember just their shape and try to activate them. Now he understood how powerful the master demigod, half-demon was, who invented such a trap. Our main character began to draw, connecting the stars with each other. It resembled some kind of zigzag figure. The second figure that he connected looked like some kind of extraordinary moon or letter. And now he had already collected his thoughts and did it at the level of automatism, connecting the symbols with each other. It looked amazing. The fairies were in shock, because the symbols that he connected began to glow not with the forbidden red color, but with azure blue. Loki has not been as collected for a long time as he was at this moment. He literally amazed with his determination. He managed to transform the seal, and it seemed that it was about to crack, although it began to turn into glass, which was about to shatter into fragments. He succeeded. He managed to destroy this incredible witchcraft that the master had planned. Since Loki won the bet, the fairies owed a huge debt. It was necessary to fulfill the conditions that he set for liberation from this enchanted place. One of the fairies decided to object, since it took our hero a whole month to destroy the trap. Realizing the fact that they had lost, they asked Loki what they could do for him. It seems to me that he was worried about one curious moment that did not give him peace. And joy appeared on his face after he managed to break the seal. The question was, why hasn't Hannah recovered and come to her senses yet? After all, so much time has passed. He also did not want to put up with this fact and wanted to do something, but he understood that he was powerless. In addition, he also accused them of being involved in the fact that she did not come to her senses. After all, the cult in connection with the blade should have ended long ago. However, they considered themselves not to blame, since everything really did not go according to plan. The connection process is somehow delayed, but Loki was indignant. He was very furious. He was literally filled with rage, because these two incompetents did not agree on something. Now his thoughts were, and next he promised that he would stop the ritual by destroying the blade. The fairies began to cast spells. They used both hands. It looked like a summoning seal. It looked unusual. Some strange symbols appeared around our main character, and Hannah, plus some kind of spiritual energy was in the air. It looked like some kind of portal, as if the aliens had managed to drag the guys into some kind of parallel universe. Suddenly, an unusual picture appeared. It was something sinister and dangerous, because the smell of blood filled everything. There were mountains of dead around and rivers of blood. Pieces of flesh were scattered all over the earth. Just some kind of apocalypse. It was a she-devil, a descendant of bats, and she killed the warriors one by one and knew no mercy. All the monsters suffered. They could not cope with this merciless creature which was literally cursed. But her sexy outfit and such a cold-blooded thirst to kill looked really charming. She was smeared with blood and enjoyed the taste of the dead. Her eyes glowed with demonic rage, and the power that flowed through her was incredible. Her mistress watched this picture, moved. It would seem that just a moment ago all wars were alive. The lady certainly didn't want to make her appearance known to everyone, but it seems the moment of truth has arrived. Also, this incredible prehistoric skeleton that was above them even harbored some kind of witchcraft. She rather wanted to master all the secrets in order to command demons and monsters in the underworld and in the Valley of Corals. The guardian of this holy place, Loki, appeared in front of them, since he did not want to let these demonic persons near the temple. He was quite a master. He was a skilled warrior now with incredible chakra and spiritual strength, but it seems that the devil was only amused by this even more. After all, she was endowed with enormous power after she destroyed the turtle hermit. Now she had a choice: retreat or fight one of the kings of the competition that happened in the bloody swamp. Guardian Loki decided to give them a chance to leave this place, and then he would leave them alive, as he believed. But the demon lord was only amused by this. After all, she was the queen of the elves and the world of butterflies and had eternal hypnosis. There was one condition: no one in this holy land could use spiritual power, so everything leaned towards ordinary basic skills. Suddenly, the she-devil literally found herself behind our main character. Her speed was incredible, and it seems he was ready to use his axe against this descendant of bats because he was a skilled warrior this time. When suddenly he dealt an incredibly crushing blow to her, cutting her flesh. Blood gushed out from everywhere. Loki was really fast, and it was almost impossible to fight at his level because he had been fighting all his life. The bloody she-devil lay on the ground and showed no signs of life, as her internal organs were torn. Now Loki had a bloodthirst and desperately wanted to send someone else to the next world. The Sovereign's technique was as follows. She could release a flock of spiritual butterflies. However, they were very unusual, and these creatures were capable of emitting huge amounts of poison, deadly to life. At some point, they literally overtook our main character, and it would seem his existence was about to cease. The Sovereign considered herself the queen of this dimension, given her abilities and the fact that she could use spiritual power. Her technique literally surrounded Loki. It seems he was doomed, although a moment ago he really inspired confidence in his strength. Loki managed to escape the poisonous gas of these evil butterflies. He managed to use the Thunder God's moving technique, and she literally ended up behind these demons, since the Sovereign did not expect such resistance. Now, huge problems awaited her. It seems that her life is about to literally end after the attack, and not a single technique can save her. He destroyed these guests in an instant. Now Loki has become an ominous demon. This is no longer the nice guy we remember. This ends the story of the boy who wanted to save the world, but he himself became a villain thirsty for blood.